Hello everyone, welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more content. Thanks for joining us today guys. Today we look at a UK criminal legend and the gang that he was a founding member of and why he will be forever part of the UK criminal history. Jimmy the Weed Donnelly is a name many will remember, and despite standing just 5 foot 4 inches tall, the infamous Quality Street gang member stated that he has never walked away from a fight in his life. Jimmy the Weed has a very interesting story to tell, especially considering the life he's led. He was among one of the first founding members of the Quality Street gang, a criminal organisation said to be responsible for a significant proportion of Manchester's crime that had took place across the 60s, 70s and 80s. Jimmy the Weed decided to break his silence on his life of crime when he published an autobiography in 2011. Now living in sheltered accommodation and in the same Victorian block of flats in Anslow where his late wife Rita was born, Jimmy spoke about the ups and downs of his life in the UK criminal underworld. The Quality Street gang was made up of people that knew each other very well and trusted each other very much, explained Jimmy. Some of the gang were armed robbers, some were safe blowers, and some were con men, and some were doing fraud. We were all into crime but in very different ways. We were all into the same thing, but there was one thing that we did work all together in, and everyone knew it. If there was ever any trouble with any one of us, we were all in for the scrap, every one of us all together no matter what. If somebody dared to threaten any one of us, we'd be there, the whole lot of us. The vast variety of characters that Jimmy describes being part of the Quality Street gang are like him, and most grew up in the post-war era when Manchester in the UK was a very different place altogether. Before Spinningfields and the Northern Quarter are well-known places in Manchester City today, the city centre was still dominated by industry, which would see a skyline of cotton mills and factories rather than glitzy apartments and hotels that we're used to seeing today. The old Smithfield Market extended across Swan Street and into Ancoats, and there was a constant buzz of traders who would be selling fresh fruit, veg and meat, and a host of other everyday treasures that people could buy from leather shoes to puppy dogs. Growing up as one of 7 children born to an Irish family, the Wythenshawe-raised Jimmy the Weed was entranced by the hustle and bustle that happened every day on the market, and more importantly, now becoming a young man himself, was excited by the opportunity to be able to make some money for himself. His first job he had after leaving school at 15 was where he was as a bike boy. This required him to get up and be ready before daylight to be able to pick up fresh fish from the market and deliver the fish to the railway stations, hotels and restaurants. Around town for his troubles, Jimmy was paid usually around £2. However, he soon discovered that there was a hustle or fiddle to be made that could apparently supplement his £2 a week wages. He said that on the way out of the market he would grab a turkey or a chicken or a handful of steaks to take with him to sell on for an extra wage. Or, if he was delivering a box of fish, he would stick his hand in and pinch 2 or 3 pieces, and then put them in his bag at the end of the day. He might have an extra £2 of fish that he could sell on. He said every day he would nick as much fish as he possibly could, and in doing so, he was going home with more in stolen fish than he would receive in wages at the weekend for working. There was a fella in Hume who would buy it off him and be selling it in his chippy. He also had hotels that he would sell to, and he had his own customers around where he lived that he would be more than happy to buy some of the high quality fish for cheap from Jimmy. Don't forget, we were hungry in them days, we were starving, says Jimmy. Jimmy's antics soon earned him a reputation with some of the other well-known market lads that had been keeping an eye on Jimmy, this including a young man named James Monaghan. Mr Monaghan was better known by his boxing ring name, Jim Swords. He was a born fighter. I didn't care who they were, I'd fight them, he said. In his first book, Jimmy describes his lifelong pal, Mr Swords, as a typical Ancoats urchin. In the Victorian era, in Manchester, the district was renowned for extremely violent fights that had been taking place between youth gangs in the area, better known as scuttlers. Jimmy Swords was cut from the same cloth and had made it his mission to take on every hardman, bouncer or boxer with any type of reputation in Manchester. Jimmy the Weed, who acquired his name because of his tendency to grow on people, was usually in the middle of most of these scuffles as well. It was a brutal time, very, very brutal time, explained Jimmy when he asked about what was it like growing up in such an era. And if we got there and discovered that there was more than one of them, or more of them than us, well then the axe came out, or a knife, or a machete, or whatever we had on us to try and even up the odds. If they were in a team and there was only 2 or 3 of us, well then just about anything went. A few doormen had got a bit cheeky, and in doing so we had to dish out a few beltons, said Jimmy. When asked if he ever had fear if he might have been killed or seriously injured in those brawls, Jimmy replied, "No, I never had any fear going into a fight, but I was badly hurt just like a lot of people, and I saw a lot of injuries during my time having scraps. But you just get yourself stitched up and just carry on a few weeks later." Jimmy explained that he must have at least 200 stitches in his body, and he points to a large scar on his forearm that's from a meat cleaver, and he says, "I've also been shot in the shoulder." He says, "Stitches are everywhere, all over me. Don't forget, I was only 5 foot 4 inches, I was fearless, I didn't give a fuck who they were, I'd fight them." The Quality Street's gang reputation was such that it stretched way beyond the streets of Manchester. In the mid-60s, the Kray twins were involved in bringing the former boxing world champion Joe Louis onto a tour of the UK, and one of the many stops was Manchester. And so, the story goes that when the Krays and Joe Louis arrived at Piccadilly Station, they were met by the Quality Street gang and told to go back to London. Jimmy says that version of events is a load of rubbish. The Krays did in fact come to Manchester, and he has a photo in his possession that shows Ronnie and Reggie posing outside the Piccadilly Club. But he said there was some tension between the firms when Reggie supposedly knocked out a doorman, and the club owners had contacted Jim Swords, the local boxer, to ask for backup. But ultimately, Jimmy says that it was the police who eventually confronted the Krays and told them that up here they had better behave themselves, and after a night out they left Manchester peacefully the next day. By the time he was in his late 20s, Jimmy the Weed was already a successful and wealthy businessman, owning a construction firm. He also had dabbled in many other business ventures, from selling cars, sports tickets, to even owning a dozen pubs and hotels. The Quality Street gang had become the nickname for a group of around a dozen or so well-known gangsters in Manchester's clubland scene, and like Jimmy the Weed, most of whom occasionally found themselves getting involved in the wrong side of the law. Men such as Jim Swords and his brother Joe, who was Jimmy the Weed's brother-in-law, Joe Leach, and Vinny and Louis Schiavo, Mick Brown, Dennis Croller, and boxing promoter Jack Trickett were all known to be members or associated to the Quality Street gang. Everyone knew that they liked to dress smart and only hang out in the finest establishments in Manchester. "We all used the same couple of tailors that we knew and trusted," said Jimmy. "We dressed in a very, very smart silk suits, and everything was made to measure, nothing was off the peg. Handmade shirts were made to perfection, every one of us was all dressed smartly." The other things we liked to spend our money on was top of the range cars. I was into Americans. I always had American cars. Others in the gang were the same, but some people had Rolls Royces. We were known as being way too flash because of what we did and how we did it. I suppose looking back, we flash our money way too much, in a way. We never went in the local pubs with all the young lads in there. Kicking off every minute would be in the Grand Hotel, set up in the cocktail bar, in the Midland or in the upmarket bars. We had a refined taste with class, and nobody could come in talking crap to us. None of the so-called tough guy idiots off the street would even challenge us. We drank in all the top bars and we ate in all the top restaurants and all the top nightclubs at the time, like Denno's and the Cabaret Club. The Cabaret Club was our favourite because they had all the big stars who were singing at the time, like Shirley Bassey, who was in fact one of Jimmy the Weed's favourite people to see perform live. We'd walk into the place and it would be, "Aye boys, you're all here, the chaps are here," and the owner would then come over and sit with us and have a few drinks. It was an incredible time and place to be. It was the gang's preference for keeping a consistent dapper dress code that earned them the moniker after a popular TV advert at the time. The advert had featured a group of bank robbers wearing suits and fedoras, who then proceeded to pull off a heist on a bank armed with only a box of Quality Street chocolates. One night, when Jimmy the Weed and a few members of the Quality Street gang decided to have a night out on the Cabaret Club, the doorman saw the group of smartly dressed gangsters and shouted, "Here they are, the Quality Street mob." With lots of money to spend, the Quality Street gang mixed with some of Manchester's most interesting individuals. Among them was Philomena Phyllis Linnott, the mother of Thin Lizzy's Phil, who ran the Clifton Grange Hotel in Whalley Range. The Clifton Grange Hotel was an after-hours club known as the Showbiz, or even just as the Biz for short, and it rarely opened before 2 AM. Plus, if you wanted breakfast before midday, you had to cook it yourself. It was there that Jimmy the Weed recalls seeing a lot of famous people, from singer Helen Shapiro to TV presenters such as Michael Parkinson and Bob Greaves. Phil Phillis, who is known as the lanky kid with the wild hair, stayed with his mum in Manchester at the hotel during the holidays and wrote many of Thin Lizzy's lyrics when he was thinking about the people he had met during his holidays. When some of the Quality Street gang turned up after visiting friends of the Schiavos out in Italy, a young Mr. Phillis is said to have remarked, "The boys are back in town." Thin Lizzy's next album featured an even more explicit reference of the Quality Street gang in Johnny the Fox Meets Jimmy the Weed. Mr. Phillips famously gave Jimmy the Weed the gold disc that marked that 250,000 copies had been sold, and it still has pride today on his mantelpiece on his living room wall. We were anti-establishment, and I know it's crazy, but it was a massive thing to be a part of that was big in Manchester City, and especially for the Quality Street gang. You just don't know where things will ever end up in that life, says Jimmy. Many say that the truth of the gang's criminal exploits will never actually be fully known, but the constant flaunting of their wealth and the fact that it became common knowledge that the Quality Street gang had friends in high places eventually attracted some serious unwanted attention from police. On one occasion, Jimmy the Weed, who was on the lookout, had discovered undercover officers that were watching one of his scrapyards and were doing so from a van parked outside the yard. He went over with a friend who was visiting him at the yard, and they brought a can full of petrol and then loudly shouted outside the van, "Alright, let's set it alight." The doors of the van opened up and a group of police jumped out in a panic. The police were convinced the Quality Street gang were never caught because they had an inside man. But Jimmy the Weed says they simply knew a lot of people in and around Manchester who would tip them off if any trouble was looming. However, the Quality Street gang's reach eventually saw them caught up in one of the biggest political scandals of the era. Kevin Taylor was a well-known local businessman and professional gambler who was a friend of the gang. Mr. Taylor had, as it in fact turned out, lived next door to a high-ranking Greater Manchester police officer, John Stalker, for many years. Mr. Stalker had eventually climbed the ranks himself to become Deputy Chief Constable and was put in charge of a highly sensitive inquiry that was being made into claims that the Royal Ulster Constabulary had a shoot-to-kill policy when it comes to concerning members of the IRA. However, in 1986, Mr. Stalker was removed from the investigation and suspended from the force, after false accusations were made against him that he had a strong link to organised crime gangs who were ruining the city. A photograph had been produced that showed him at the 50th birthday party of Kevin Taylor at his cottage in Somerset, Bury. Jimmy the Weed was also present at that party and says that it was the one and only time that he met Mr. Stalker. I got introduced to him and he said, "You have the Brown Wall pub in Salford then, do you?" "I'm in Salford as well. I'm at the Crescent," said Mr. Stalker. It was only after the party, when he was reflecting on the event, that Jimmy realised that Mr. Stalker had meant the police station. Mr. Stalker was however eventually cleared of any wrongdoing, and although he was cleared, he ultimately stepped down from the Greater Manchester Police Force, and Kevin Taylor spent many years battling for compensation. Jimmy the Weed remains convinced that John Stalker was not brought down because of his connection to the Quality Street gang, but was however brought down by the Thatcher government, and this was because of what he had learned during his time heading the IRA inquiry. He was unfortunately for him right. He had found out what was going on with the British government, says Jimmy the Weed. He had proved that the two Irish farmers were murdered by soldiers. He got too near it and they found their excuse to remove him. Jimmy thinks the Quality Street gang lent more towards the IRA, but only in certain aspects. Not in any of these tit-for-tat killings you see going on, but I'm Irish, and near enough everyone in Ancoats was Irish-Italian. Lots of my friends were in the IRA. We were anti-government, anti-police, and we were in every sense of the word anti-establishment, says Jimmy. A housing developer wants to turn an old commercial pub into the Quality Street Hotel, but as the Mr. Stalker affair proved, the legacy of the Quality Street gang is a very complicated and controversial one. In Jimmy the Weed's story, there were honourable thieves and thugs who would only steal from those who could afford it and were known for ending vicious straighteners with a gentleman's handshake. So it was to no surprise that he was delighted to learn a hotel developer has plans to pay homage to the Quality Street gang in a new city centre development. Liverpool-based firm Signature Living said as well as the name that there would be artefacts and memorabilia that originated from the Quality Street gang's era. The councillors for the Deansgate ward described the proposal as tacky and as crime worship tourism. In response, Signature, the firm, said, "The plans are in the very early stages and promised to consult with the public to get their opinion before finalising them." Jimmy the Weed says he helped a former associate, Les Sims, take ownership of the commercial, and it was a long association with the Quality Street gang. "I know that place like the back of my hand, and it was my office for 10 years, he said. "I was to be found there every day and I conducted the majority of my business right there. Although you wouldn't have brought it back in those days, it was an absolute pigsty." And he wasn't joking. There was a meat market that came right up to the back door, but it was the pig side of the market where all the pigs were being butchered. You'd hear them screaming and squealing all the time. I doubt very much he would have wanted to build a hotel right there at the time. When asked what he thinks about the Quality Street Hotel idea, he added, "I don't think it's a cheap trick, I think it would be a very good idea for the city. Go for a walk today and look at the names of some of those pubs. The Bank of England, the Lord Nelson, they're all people from the past. The Sherwood, the Robin Hood. The Robin Hood was a bandit, wasn't he? Quality Street Gang is also part of Manchester's history, so as Jimmy says it should be remembered. The self-proclaimed Manchester United football hooligan Colin Blaney claims that members of the Quality Street Gang had links to a criminal element that was within a gang associated with the football club. They were also known as the Intercity Jibbers. He claims that the Quality Street Gang and the Intercity Jibbers carried out armed robberies together in Holland. In his book, it includes a photograph alleged to show a Quality Street Gang member at the wedding of Intercity Jibbers member John the Grid McKee, whom Mr. Blaney alleges was also heavily involved in the Dutch underworld. Jimmy the Weed, the Quality Street Gang, and the crimes they committed will never be forgotten in the UK criminal underworld. Thanks for watching everyone, and until next time, stay safe. Hello everyone and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more content. Today, we're going to look at one of the most dangerous and well-known criminals to ever exist in the UK criminal underworld, Mr. James Alfred Moody. He was born on the 27th of February 1941, a very different Britain to the one we see today. He was a well-known and well-feared English gangster and hitman whose career spanned for more than 4 decades. During his criminal career, he had run-ins with notorious gangsters of such caliber and infamy as the Mad Frankie Fraser, the Kray twins, the Richardsons, all of which we've covered in previous videos if you'd like to check that out. Now, he was described by local police detectives as an extremely professional individual and an extremely intimidating character, so sounds like a nice guy. Now, it is well known at the UK criminal underworld that Mr. Moody's specialty was robbing armoured trucks, and he used a chainsaw to saw through the side of security vehicles, so the guy was either a genius or he had a really good chainsaw. Now, this was a practice that a lot of the high-ranking British criminals would use back then to get their organised criminal careers off the ground. Mr. Moody was born to a mother who was a wartime evacuee from Camberwell in London. His father was killed during World War II after his ship was torpedoed by a German U-boat. Mr. Moody was an enforcer for the Richardson gang and was known to do freelance work for the Krays. He was considered by many of his peers to be at one time the hardest man in London, although I imagine there are a few crooks out there who would have something to say about that. In the 70s, he joined a team of organised criminals to form the Chainsaw Gang, which sounds to me like something straight out of a horror film. The gang went on to become that decade's most successful group of armed robbers. This gang really cleaned up in the 70s, enabling them to live a nice, comfortable lifestyle. Mr. Moody was convicted, along with his brother Richard, of manslaughter in 1967 for the killing of William Day, a young merchant navy steward. He was released in 1972, but was sent back again in 1979, this time on remand to the notorious Brixton prison to await trial for another armed robbery. This guy kept himself quite busy. His cellmate whilst in Brixton prison was the provisional IRA member Gerard Tweet, who himself is an interesting character, and we're going to go more in depth into this guy's life soon in another video, so keep an eye out for that, guys. Now, the two men, the fellow robber Stan Thompson, all escaped Brixton prison on the 16th of December 1980, which put them to the top of Scotland Yard's most wanted list. Now, it is also alleged that Mr. Moody had been paid £10,000 by the IRA, which would have been valued roughly today at just shy of £136,000, just to help get Mr. Tweet out of the prison system. Fleeing to Northern Ireland, Mr. Moody worked with the Provisional IRA. It was there that Mr. Moody coined the expression of awarding someone an OBE, which stood for one behind the ear, or a shot in the head, a play on the OBE award. The expression was reportedly used by killers in Belfast for the next decade or so he was a real trendsetter. Mr. Tweet, being a prominent IRA member, was later arrested in Dublin on other charges. Still on the run, Mr. Moody returned to London in the late 1980s, where he was now known as Mick the Irishman. Now, he was also wanted by the Royal Ulster Constabulary and the British Security Services. Unfortunately, he was shot dead on the 1st of June 1993 in the Royal Hotel, which is now the Royal Inn, on the Park in Hackney, East London, by an unknown assailant who was described as being in his late 40s and wearing a leather bomber jacket. The assailant apparently fled in a stolen Ford Fiesta. Not the worst car we've seen so far in Street Crime UK. Following his death, Mr. Moody was linked to multiple unsolved murders, including that of gangster David Brindle in August of 1991. And there was another businessman as well called Terry Gooderham and his girlfriend Maxine Arnold in Epping Forest. and that of a couple called the Dixons, who were walking the Pembrokeshire coast in June of 1989 and were thought to have inadvertently unearthed a cache of provisional IRA weapons. There was also speculation he was involved in the murder of the car dealer Nick Whitting, found in Rainham, Essex in 1990. However, it was Pembrokeshire-based serial killer and rapist John Cooper who was found guilty of the murder of the Dixons in 2011. The police were unable to establish what Mr Moody had been doing since he returned to England, nor who had arranged his council flat for him. His flat was only traced 3 weeks later after his death, by which time it had been completely emptied. It was thought that he had discovered an IRA arms cache and was shot because of that, although it was also noted he had an extensive criminal history of gangland crime, and it was also suspected that he may have been involved in a wide range of criminal activities, including several murders. He had been on the run for about 13 years since escaping prison, and kept going so long due to having known the Kray twins and the Richardson gang from the 60s. He had been on the run for about 13 years since escaping prison, and kept going so long due to his great relationship with the Kray twins and the Richardson gang from the 60s. At the time, he had been living in the first floor council flat at Flat 12, Wayton Street, Hackney, just off of Mare Street, and he used to walk to the Royal Hotel public house on the edge of Victoria Park, about half a mile away, and he'd go 2 or 3 times a week, generally during the weekdays and always in the afternoon. It was not known how he got his council flat, which had custom security grills over the windows, which is clearly, it shows he means business. It was not clear if anyone even knew that he lived there, or if they knew he was on the run. He was described as being a 6 foot tall, broadly built with black brows and greying hair. He was also described as a brick shithouse, extremely intimidating and a fearsomely hard man, resulting in a lot of villains in the UK criminal underworld being terrified of him. It was said that 2 days after his murder, an unnamed policeman said Mr Moody was not the sort of guy you fight. You don't punch him, you don't rough him up, you just have to kill him. His final route had took him along the Grand Union Canal and down the Gore Road to the Royal Hotel. He had left his flat at around 7:30 PM on Tuesday the 1st of June 1993 to go to the Royal Hotel, and was still there drinking around 10 PM when most of the customers had gone home and there were only about 4 people left there. Now, Mr Moody had been standing at the bar between the 2 entrances drinking a beer when a Ford Fiesta car pulled up outside the pub, parked in a space in front of the park gates. The driver then got out, walked into the pub, ordered a pint, putting £2 in 2 £1 coins on the bar, and then walked straight up to Mr Moody and shot him 4 times with a Webley .38 revolver, swearing at him as he did so, which was said to have been very unusual for a professional hit. Whoever it was must have been a very dangerous person to even get so close to Mr Moody. The gunman was said to have been between 5 foot 10 inches and 6 foot tall, aged between 30 to 40 years old, with blue eyes, a lightly tanned face, and blonde or possibly greying shoulder-length hair. He had been wearing a dark brown jacket on the night. It was noted by witnesses that the gunman had not even touched his drink, so this guy didn't even take a sip. He just walks in, orders his drink, and then with no hesitation walks over to Mr Moody and executes him with 4 rounds to the chest. Crazy. As he shot Mr Moody, 2 young women approached from the left-hand entrance from the street and tried to come in, but the gunman slammed the door in their faces and then left by the other door which he had come in from and drove away. His post-mortem showed that Mr Moody had 2 bullet wounds to his back, 1 to his chest and another to his head. When his body was searched though, they found that he had not only got his flat keys but also £90 in cash on him, so if his cash was left on, this must have been a hit. It was also found that attempts had been made to remove an eagle tattoo and the tattoo of a geisha girl from his arms, which was presumably done because he was on the run from authorities and he wanted to disguise his identity. As well as his convictions for manslaughter in 1967, he was also known for armed robberies on security vehicles and his use of a chainsaw to cut through the sides of them. It was said that gangs that he had been involved with had taken over £2 million. He was also known for committing crimes whilst dressed up like a policeman. It was said that he had been involved in a hold-up in the Blackwell Tunnel in 1978, during which he had been dressed as a policeman and confiscated the keys from an armoured car as well as the other cars in the tunnel to stop them getting away. However, the local criminals started to think that he had become arrogant, and it was this arrogance that led to his 1979 arrest, when he was arrested for 3 armed robberies totalling £930,000. Whilst awaiting trial, he had been in an adjoining cell with a member of the IRA, and they apparently became good friends. Then later on, when he and another man organised their breakout from Brixton Prison, they took the IRA member with them. They were said to have burrowed out using tools that they had smuggled into the prison in a sock. It was reported that following his escape from Brixton Prison that numerous crimes and a handful of murders were attributed to him, including the 1991 murders of David Brindle and Stanley Silk, who were shot at the Bell Pub in East Street, Walworth, and whose murders themselves are currently unsolved. It was also suggested that he had been responsible for the shootings of Terry Guderham and Maxine Arnold, who were shot in a Mercedes-Benz car in Epping Forest in 1989. It was also suggested that shortly after his murder that he had been involved in the murder of Peter Dixon and Gwenda Dixon, who were at the time on holiday in Littlehaven, Pembrokeshire in June 1989, which was near an arms dump. However, that murder was later attributed to John William Cooper, who was convicted for it, as well as other murders in May of 2011. However, there were no suspects or arrests in Mr. Moody's murder. A gangster that later wrote a book that touched on Mr. Moody's murder wrote that when you're dead, you get the blame for everything. He said that following Mr. Moody's murder, he was blamed for numerous crimes up and down the country, including the murders of Peter Dixon and Gwenda Dixon on the premise that they had discovered an IRA weapons cache, and that because Alfred Moody had escaped as an IRA member, that must be he was involved. The author noted that dead people can't sue you, so people say whatever they like. He said that in the case of Peter Dixon and Gwenda Dixon, that it was easy to connect Mr. Moody after his death, but he also noted that alternatively, it could just have easily have been Father Christmas. Now, Jimmy Moody and the crimes he committed will never be forgotten in the UK criminal underworld, and I want to thank everyone for watching, and until next time guys, stay safe. Welcome back to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us, and please don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more content. Today we'll be taking a closer look at the man dubbed the Tipton Drugs Baron, Mr. John Anslow, who is better known in the UK criminal underworld as Skits. So how did this underworld drug kingpin infamously become the first Category A prisoner to escape custody in more than 17 years? Born to an extremely articulate father, John Sr. Anslow dabbled into cocaine and cannabis from an early age. He would soon move on to peddling Class A drugs that earned him the name as Tipton's Drug Baron back in 2014. Mr. Anslow's father famously proclaimed to media authorities that yes, Anslow's dabbled in drugs, but not to the extent that it's been said. My son's no angel, far from it, but he's not what they've made him out to be. It's been trialled by the media. However, claims that Mr. Anslow was a small player in the illicit drugs trade were not the same as the information and evidence gathered by the police in Mr. Anslow's many trials and investigations, which we will be looking at in detail today. Though there is fairly little information on his wife and relationships, Mr. Anslow has fathered 3 children with his partner Samantha Glover. Mr. Anslow's drug network stretched across the globe and involved numerous gangsters and a wide range of drugs from Class A's down to inhalants. Though he had an international presence, most of his activity was concentrated in the West Midlands. While running the drug cartel, he lived a lavish lifestyle, splashing out on fast cars and luxury holidays. Being an avid Wolverhampton Wanderers fan, Mr. Anslow even spent £36,000 sponsoring Wolves matches and players at the Molyneux Stadium. Mr. Anslow splashed thousands of pounds in cash on excessive holidays to the Caribbean and met high-level criminal associates in Thailand. Between July 2010 and March 2011, it was reported that he had splashed out £24,000 on holidays to the Dominican Republic, St. Lucia and Bangkok, which were paid for in cold hard cash obtained from drug deals. He also owned several high-value cars, and showered his partners with Rolex watches and diamond jewellery that were collectively valued at over £26,000. Mr. Anslow was caught when police in Liverpool tracked a drug dealer to an address in February 2011 and uncovered cannabis with a street value of more than £1.1 million. The drugs courier linked back to Mr. Anslow's Tipton home, and phone analysis revealed regular contact between Mr. Anslow and the men monitored by Merseyside police. On the 11th of February 2011, 2 days after the Liverpool drugs find, West Midlands police officers uncovered half a kilo of 100% pure cocaine, along with cutting agents and a drugs press at a Tipton business premises belonging to one of Mr. Anslow's associates. Police also found just under £108,000 in cash hidden inside 2 safes at his home. Realising he was wanted for questioning, Mr Anslow sent West Midlands Police a Spanish postcard in an attempt to convince detectives that he had fled the continent. But the police didn't fall for the trick and found him lying low on August 12, 2011, in a Bewdley Caravan Park. Whilst awaiting trial on drugs charges, he was also charged with the murder of Richard Deacon. David Harrison, who is Mr Anslow's uncle, was at the centre of the confiscation and murder claim, where it was decided that £625,000 of his assets were funded by crime. Mr Harrison is now serving life in prison for murder of Richard Deacon in July 2010, but police say he was also a key member of Mr Anslow's network and jailed in 2012 for 12 years following a conviction for conspiracy to supply drugs. Mr Harrison, aged 66, then shot dead 67-year-old Mr Deacon with a sawn-off shotgun at the victim's home in Meadway Street, Chasetown. When originally sentenced, Mr Harrison was told he would probably die in jail. He has consistently denied having anything to do with the killing. Mr Harrison and his wife also lost the £26,000 in cash that was found in a safe at their house. Mr Harrison's wife, Julie Anslow, 61 at the time, was also given a confiscation order after it was determined that she benefited to the tune of £100,000 by laundering her husband's cash. The pair had to pay back £251,000 and just stand to lose their marital home in Folkestone. That figure is less than the £625,000 total, as he no longer had that much in the form of releasable assets. Chilling CCTV images taken at Mr Deacon's house showed Mr Harrison walk through the garden wearing a balaclava, blue latex gloves and carrying a sawn-off shotgun. Mr Deacon was shot in the chest and leg and died at the scene. Mr Anslow, however, denied being involved in the murder throughout his 4-week trial. It was during one of his final few trials that the murder suspect infamously escaped from custody in a well-orchestrated armed ambush in January 2012, whilst he was being taken from Hewell Prison in Redditch to Stafford Crown Court. Mr Anslow, who was 33 at the time, was on his way to court in Stafford in January 2012 when he was sprung from a secure van by armed men wearing balaclavas. This cinematic escape was however being planned meticulously by Mr Anslow and his compatriots, despite the former being in prison. Mr Anslow was strip searched and asked to squat by an officer on the morning he escaped, but he was not made to sit on a special chair used to scan prisoners for electrical devices, which he should have been subject to under standard protocol, but these were not the only lapses that allowed for his escape. The escape was orchestrated by Stuart Reed, one of Mr Anslow's closest associates. Stuart Reed was at that point in time one of the Midlands' biggest criminals. Mr Reed masqueraded as a legitimate businessman, when his real venture was masterminding a multi-million-pound drugs racket supplying heroin, cannabis and amphetamine across the country. However, despite all of this, Mr Reed's most audacious offence was helping bust John Anslow out of prison, sending him a coded message in a Christmas card, which was a key part of the plot. The coded message informed Mr Anslow of their plan on the day of the escape. Mr Anslow also had a phone inside prison, which was a crucial part of his escape, even using it when he was in the prison van to let his associates know where he was in the convoy. A gang of 3 masked men stopped the prison van, smashed its windows with a sledgehammer, and punched the driver. They drove off in a silver Mercedes with Mr Anslow in the back seat. Mr Anslow was smuggled out of the country in a metal freight box. He spent 3 days in the box, briefly seeing daylight when the tanker docked in Italy. He only emerged when the cargo was finally unloaded in Turkey. From there, Mr Anslow, who was the subject of an international hunt and with a £10,000 reward on his head, travelled to the gangster paradise of northern Cyprus, which was a safe haven for criminals due to the lack of extradition laws. Mr Anslow was soon all over the headlines of tabloids and papers and television channels in the UK, becoming the first Category A prisoner to escape since 1995. Meanwhile, in his absence, Mr Anslow was tried, found guilty and sentenced to 22 years in prison for the drug offences. However, Mr. Anslow was no shrinking violet. While evading the long arm of the law, taunting police on social media sites, threads on one Twitter account out on the run included, "Lapping it up in the sun, I hear they couldn't even talk about me on the news back home anymore." On Facebook, he posted a defiant message, "Go on, jog on, walk on, goodbye, bon voyage, F off, and everybody that's got a problem with me can go as well." Another site titled "John Anslow is Innocent Man Being Set Up" has clocked up more than 300 likes. The villain's whereabouts gripped the nation, with reports of sightings in Spain, Morocco and the UK, including Birmingham city centre. Chillingly, at the height of the manhunt, a Sunday Mercury news desk received a gloating anonymous call pinpointing the fugitive's location. It said, "You're not even close." The underworld figure told the reporter, he said, "John's in northern Cyprus, you think you know everything," he laughed. "You know nothing." The informant was spot on. Mr. Anslow was collared in March 2013 after 439 days on the run, in the desolate Alanskak district of northern Cyprus, a country which has become the criminal fraternity's new bolt hole because it shares no extradition treaty with the UK. But he was arrested on suspicion of immigration offences and deported by the Turkish Cypriot authorities. Like his prison breakout, Mr. Anslow's escape from the UK, despite airports and ports being placed on high alert, was the stuff of a big screen gangster blockbuster. Mr. Anslow was soon returned to the UK and placed in a high security prison in Belmarsh, along with terrorists and hardened criminals awaiting trial. The jury took just 5 hours to find Mr. Anslow not guilty of involvement in the 2010 death of Staffordshire father Richard Deacon. Wearing a navy blue Nike jumper and jogging bottoms of the same colour, Mr. Anslow smiled as the verdict was read out. He thanked the judge, Mr. Justice Wilkie, before he was led away to continue serving his 22-year sentence for drug dealing. The verdict was greeted with jubilation by relatives of the criminal, in the corner of the black country where Mr. Anslow's reputation casts a long shadow. One family member even described him as a Robin Hood style character and insisted that he was respected rather than feared. Staffordshire police officers admitted that they were disappointed but said they took solace in the jail terms previously imposed. Mr. Anslow had been at the centre of a number of investigations not covered by the media due to reporting restrictions, and this was the final case involving him to be heard at court. One family member said he had sponsored football teams, helped young kids in boxing, and helped a lot of people on the Tipton estate who were down and out in these parts. He is well liked and well respected. If he was to park his car on these streets for a week, no one would touch it. He is like any other young lad. If you talk to John, you would see him in a different light, quoted a Netzian. Yes, he has done some stuff, but to me, his critics are small-minded and the Anslows stick together. It is a way of life. You start with nothing and help each other, said Anslow's partner at the time. One individual who experienced the drug dealer's benevolence was former X-Factor hopeful Joseph Whelan. Mr. Anslow also splashed out close to £3,000 to help the Wolverhampton Salesmen's Band. Anslow's half-brother, Ozzie Garrett, a top Tipton boxing trainer, dubbed the murder trial a colossal waste of public money. He said, "John may be many things, but he's not a murderer. It should have never gone to court. It must have cost millions of pounds." And a Facebook page titled "John Anslow as Innocent Man Being Set Up" clocked up more than 300 likes at the time. However, despite being acquitted of murder, John Anslow was found guilty of escaping from custody, adding another 7 years 2 months to his original sentence in 2015. Mr. Anslow planned to appeal against his escape conviction and sentence, but dropped his case at the last minute. He is now serving time at Belmarsh Prison. Female police officer Millie Kirk was sentenced to 8 months in prison for striking a romance with a Tipton criminal. Kirk had been in a long-term same-sex relationship with another woman, a war veteran, and Kirk insists that she and Mr. Anslow were not physically involved. Mr. Anslow's dad, John Sr., protested that the police had made something out of nothing. She showed a bit of kindness to him and took him under her wing. Even the CCTV shows nothing, he insisted. It was human kindness. What's he going to do in a situation like that? There was nothing going on. He didn't tell me anything about it because there was nothing to tell, said John Sr. John Sr. also added that Mr. Anslow wanted to move from Wakefield after that happened. It threw everything into disarray. Mr. Anslow was back in the doldrums. Now back at square one, he only had one hot meal a day, then sandwiches at night time with cereal for breakfast, making conditions almost impossible for survival, according to John Sr. Kirk was infatuated and sent more than 1,500 texts from a secret phone to the 43-year-old prisoner. Mr. Anslow's phone, later found hidden in a pat of butter in his cell, was used to make another 19 calls and send 1,678 texts. One message stated, "I'd love to take your clothes off." Another simply said, "Sex, sex, sex, XXX." The 6-month relationship described as romantic was uncovered on Anslow's birthday, June 22, 2013, when Kirk brought 2 birthday cards and 12 cupcakes into Wakefield for the notorious criminal. Mr. Anslow was caught with the gifts in a storeroom and tried to conceal the cakes under a pillow. One of the birthday cards contained a message which read, "Happy birthday, I love you so much, here's to many more together." A message in the other card stated, "Happy birthday, love M." CCTV camera checks showed Kirk going into the storerooms hours earlier, carrying a rucksack. The prison governor was informed and Kirk interviewed. She admitted forming an inappropriate non-physical relationship with Mr. Anslow, but insisted she had never kissed him and nothing sexual had ever taken place. Kirk confessed, however, to having mobile phone contact with the prisoner using a burner phone. To communicate with him, she even travelled to Birmingham to meet the villain's ex-wife, who she described as a mother figure to her. Shining light on Kirk's previous relationship, the court found out that the relationship had difficulties from time to time because Megan was in the army and served abroad, and there was the stress of her potentially being harmed. At the time this relationship was developing, her relationship with Megan was struggling, and that created an element of confusion and made Kirk perhaps susceptible to the attention she was receiving from the prisoner. The messages were part of the parcel of this quasi-romantic relationship that had developed. It was not a relationship that had become sexual. Kirk put herself in a position where she was open to corruption. The sheer quantity of those communications showed the prolonged and sustained extent of her conduct, which undermined the integrity of the prison regime. However, John Sr. denied his son was having a secret affair with the prison officer that was jailed that week over the relationship, and he had slammed the 8-month sentence that the 26-year-old Millie Kirk had got. Mr. Anslow, the mobster whose jail escape made national headlines, had also allegedly been involved in a violent prison clash with the killers of soldier Lead Rigby, and the underworld kingpin got the better of the brawl. His father, John Sr., claimed the fight was the culmination of simmering bad blood between Mr. Anslow and Michael Adebolajo and Michael Adeboale. Mr. Anslow, whose cell in high security Nick Belmarsh neighboured the terrorist lockups, had become increasingly agitated over the pair's loud, all-night conversations. His dad said all night and all day they were shouting, one each side of him. One tried to pit it on him and came off worse. John got him on the floor and was throwing punches before the screws pulled him off. He gave it to him, he stood his ground and he had to go back. He added that Adebolajo and Adeboale were the worst of the worst, and that he'd like to do to them what they did to Lee Rigby. The extremist, savage crime revolted the nation on the May 22, 2013. Michael Adebolajo and Michael Adeboale mowed down 25-year-old Lee near Woolwich's Royal Artillery Barracks in London, and then hacked him to death with knives and a cleaver in the road. They yelled to passers-by that Lee had been targeted in retaliation over the killing of Muslims by British soldiers. In February 2014, both men were sentenced to life. Mr. Adebolajo, aged 28, is one of the few UK prisoners serving a whole life term. He is destined to die behind bars, which some may say is too good for him. Before being snared, Mr. Anslow posted a message of support for the UK troops, but John Sr. questioned why the 38-year-old was placed in close proximity to the terrorists, and in earshot of the radical views. Following this incident, Mr. Anslow was transferred to Franklin Prison, County Durham, and is currently incarcerated at HM Prison Wakefield, the largest high-security prison in Britain. He and his father are glad to see the back of Belmarsh's ultra-strict regime. The Thamesmead London Institute is used for the detention of terrorists. It was a joke, said John Sr., who now lives in London. There was no sympathy, he claimed. The lifestyle and crimes committed by John Anslow will never be forgotten about in the UK criminal underworld. Thanks for joining us today. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to give it a like and a share, and leave any thoughts or suggestions you have in the comments section. We love to read through them all. And if you're new but enjoy UK true crime content, then subscribe to see when our newest video releases. And as always, stay safe.
Thank you for joining us today. Today we look closely into the second chapter of the Slade gang story, following a dramatic turn of events that saw each member of the notorious gang convicted in a second trial of very serious crimes and sentenced to life behind bars. A dramatic shift was about to reverberate through the corridors of justice. Today we are about to delve into a tale on unwavering determination, legal prowess, and the pursuit of truth that would leave an incredible mark on the annals of the UK judicial system. On that fateful day, February the 10th, 2015, an appeal was set in motion that would test the very foundations of the English and Welsh courts of appeal. Dennis Slade, along with his steadfast comrades, Mr Pearman and Mr Baxter, refused to accept their convictions lying down. Fueled by an unyielding belief of their innocence, they embarked on a journey that would challenge not only the allegations against them, but the very integrity of the legal framework itself. Little did anyone anticipate the milestone of legal brilliance, forensic expertise, and unprecedented revelations that would follow. The courtroom became a battleground where the clash of legal titans reverberated through every argument, every piece of evidence, and every testimony. The appeal proceedings were marked by jaw-dropping revelations, previously hidden truths, and the relentless pursuit of justice that pushed the boundaries of the conventional legal strategy. The ramifications of what unfolded next would indeed shake up the entire UK judicial system. As the appeal process unravelled, it became a symbol of hope for those who had lost faith, a testament of the resilience of human spirit, and a stark reminder that the pursuit of justice is a relentless and unwavering endeavour. The UK watched with bated breath as the narrative shifted, as doubts were cast upon once solid convictions, and as the very pillars of the justice system trembled under the weight of the truth-seeking crusade. So, as we venture into the next part of this tumultuous saga, it is not just a documentary, it is a deeper look into the corridors of power, a testament of the power of perseverance, and a living testament to the belief that justice, when sought with unwavering determination, can indeed reshape the very fabric of our legal landscape. As long ago as the 20th of August 2009, after a lengthy trial at Leeds Crown Court before His Honour Judge Hoffman and a jury, each of the appellants, Mr Slade, Mr Pearman and Mr Baxter, was convicted of counts of conspiracy to murder, criminal damage, handling and arson. After that trial, they faced a further trial, along with the appellant Mr Hudson, on 2 counts of conspiracy to rob and 2 counts of robbery. At various stages, Mr Baxter changed his plea to one of guilty on 3 counts which he faced, and Mr Hudson pleaded guilty to 1 count of robbery and 1 count of conspiracy to rob. After that second trial, also before Judge Hoffman and a jury at Leeds Crown Court, Mr Slade and Mr Pearman were on the 1st of February 2010 convicted of all 4 counts, and Mr Baxter was convicted of the remaining count of robbery which he faced. Mr Slade, Mr Pearman and Mr Baxter was sentenced to imprisonment for life on both indictments. In sentencing, the judge made clear that he had considered both indictments together in making his assessment of the dangerousness. He described them as callous, dangerous and ruthless, and engaged in Premier League crime. Mr Slade was assessed as the leader, with Mr Pearman and Mr Baxter described as loyal henchmen. They were sentenced to life terms with consecutive determinate terms of 23 years for the first indictment and 20 years for the second indictment in the case of Mr Slade, 21 years for the first indictment and 18 years for the second indictment in the case of Mr Pearman, and 21 years for the first indictment and 18 years for the second indictment in the case of Mr Baxter. The resulting specified minimum terms were 21.5 years, 19.5 years, and 19.5 years respectively. Time spent on remand in custody being directed to count towards the sentence. A serious crime prevention order was also made against Mr Slade. Mr Hudson, who had pleaded guilty at a late stage on 2 counts which he faced, was described by the judge as not being a core member of the gang. He did not attract a finding of dangerousness. He was sentenced to a term of 9 years imprisonment, with time spent on remand in custody also being directed to count towards the sentence. Applications of Mr. Pearman and Mr. Baxter to appeal against their convictions on the second indictment have previously been rejected by this court. All appellants, however, appeal with leave against the sentences imposed on the second indictment, and Mr. Slade, Mr. Pearman and Mr. Baxter also appeal with leave against the sentence imposed on the first indictment. The appeal hearing before us, however, was confined to the appeals with leave to a single judge of Mr. Slade, Mr. Pearman and Mr. Baxter against their convictions of the first indictment. The arguments focused on the convictions of the count of conspiracy to murder. It ultimately was common ground before us that the various appeals against sentence would need to be deferred for further consideration, depending on the outcome of the appeals against conviction on the first indictment, and the appellant, Mr. Hudson, who we gather has now been released on license, made no objection to the hearing of appeals against sentence being adjourned for this purpose. A great part of the appeals against conviction has concerned the appellant's application to this court to adduce fresh evidence. The fresh evidence is of two kinds. The first relates to CCTV evidence taken with a mobile phone and cell site analysis. It is said that the proposed fresh evidence demonstrates the critical timing shown on the CCTV recordings at Mr. Slade's home at 2 Sandmore Drive was consistently, over the relevant period, some 22 minutes slow, as to compared with real time. When that factor is then also linked to an analysis of a mobile phone usage and cell site and other evidence, the result is, so it is said, that it is shown that some or all of Mr. Slade, Mr. Pearman and Mr. Baxter could not have been in an Audi RS6 car engaged in conspiring to murder at the times and locations forming a central part of the Crown's case at the trial. We note at this stage that much of the argument on this point rested not simply on fresh evidence as such, but also on a redeployment, albeit with what appears to be a fresh analysis and considerable amplification of evidence and arguments available to be advanced at trial. The second relates to voice recognition evidence. Such evidence had been given at trial, but it is said that there have been subsequently been developments in the relevant science such that new evidence in the form of automatic speaker recognition technology, being evidence of kind not previously deployed in the courts of England and Wales, should now be admitted. It is said that such evidence demonstrates not only that the assertion of the alleged conspiracy of voices recorded on the relevant occasions in the RS6 car with the voices of Mr. Slade, Mr. Pearman and Mr. Baxter as advanced by the Crown in trial were in fact erroneous, but also that the presence of the appellants in the car on such occasions can be positively excluded. That, however, is not the only grounds for these appeals. Other grounds are advanced. It is said that the judge should have acceded to the application to discharge for jury. It is said that the judge erred in failing to accede to submissions of no case to answer made on behalf of all three appellants at the close of the prosecution's case. It is further said that thereafter in the summing up to the jury was unfair, unbalanced and heavily slanted in favour of the prosecution and against the defence. Very late in the day, an argument was also sought to be raised on behalf of Mr. Baxter to the effect that there was unfair non-disclosure at the trial by the Crown of material said to be highly relevant to the defence's case. At trial, all the defendants were represented by experienced leading and junior counsel. Since the trial, however, there have, for various reasons, been changes in the legal representation, sometimes more than once. Before us, Mr. Slade was represented by Mr. Tim Owen KC, with Mr. Stephen Vullo KC. Mr. Pearman was represented by Mr. Henry Baxland KC, leading Mr. Derek Duffy, and Mr. Baxter was represented by Mr. Kieran Vaughan QC, leading Mr. Aaron Watkins. The Crown was represented by Mr. Paul Greeny KC, leading Mr. Nicholas De La Poa. Mr. Greeny, then a junior counsel, being led by Mr. Robert Smith KC, and Mr. Duffy, had appeared at trial. None of the other counsel appeared before us, or the solicitors instructing them had been involved in the trial. We wish to pay tribute to the meticulously thorough preparation by the legal teams, counsels and solicitors of all parties for the purposes of this appeal, and to the skill and care with which the respective arguments, both written and oral, were advanced in this case, which has raised some issues of considerable complexity. Moreover, by a sensible division of labour in terms of presentation of the arguments, the hearing itself was assisted in being kept within the 3-day time estimate allocated to it. We also wish to pay tribute to the most helpful and convenient way in which the various appeal bundles were presented and in which all parties cooperated, although we gather that particular credit is due to Mr. De La Poa in this regard. We should say something about the lapse of time which has occurred before these appeals came on for hearing. It is wholly exceptional that an appeal against conviction comes on for hearing before the Court of Appeal, the Criminal Division, some 5 years after the trial, where the applicants for leave to appeal are lodged shortly after convictions. To a very great extent, the delays have been occasioned by various changes in legal representation for the appellants that have occurred from time to time, and the sheer complexity of aspects of fresh evidence sought to be obtained by the appellant since trial, together with associated funding problems. Further, some of the applications for leave to appeal, whether on the first indictment or the second indictment, had in fact been brought out of time, the necessary extensions therefore being granted. In the event, some grounds were then abandoned at various stages, others added. Directions had been previously given by Hughes L.J., the then Vice President of the Court of Appeal and the Criminal Division, during 2011 and 2012, which were not, for various reasons, fully complied with. Even by the beginning of 2014, the cases were still a long way away from being ready, and indeed only then, by direction of the Register of Criminal Appeals, was the representation order extended to Mr. Slade's new legal team to enable it to instruct voice recognition experts and to prepare the new schedules comprising the CCTV and mobile phone and cell site evidence. Final perfected grounds of appeal, superseding all previous grounds, were lodged by the appellants during the course of 2014. Further directions were given at various stages during the year by this court, designed to ensure that the matter came on for hearing in a properly prepared state by the end of the year. In the result, as we have indicated, the cases, as presented, were very well prepared and very well focused. We think it is important to provide some context for the first indictment by briefly summarising the facts relevant to the second indictment, which relate to a period of time to some extent spanning or preceding the relevant period for the first indictment. To do so will also help explain why the trial judge described Mr. Slade, Mr. Pearman and Mr. Baxter as Premier League criminals. Put shortly, the position was this. Mr. Slade, Mr. Pearman and Mr. Baxter were undisputably close associates. Between January 2007 and March 2008, they conspired to rob drivers and guards of cash in transit vans. A number of premises were targeted. Cars were stolen to assist in their activities, and they engaged in frequent surveillances of target sites or deliveries. That constituted the count of conspiracy to rob, which was count 1. On the 8th of March 2006, a stolen low loader blocked the path of a securities cash in transit van just before it reached its depot in Woolston near Warrington. A stolen agricultural tractor then repeatedly smashed its loading arm into the van's cash storage compartment. Over £1 million was stolen by men wearing masks and equipment with crowbars. The low loader and the tractor were then set on fire with petrol, and other vehicles were used to effect to get away with the cash. That was count 2. On the 12th of December 2007, a telescopic loader was stolen from a building site. On a later date, it was used to smash a hole in the wall in a post office, at which staff, mainly female, were present. 2 masked men ran through the gap created and terrorised the occupants. 4 security boxes were taken, although £50,000 was left in an open safe. A stolen car was used to effect the getaway. Some 45 minutes later, Mr. Hudson and Mr. Pearman were observed by police to hide the car at a garage in Arncliffe Grange in Leeds. That was count 3. As for count 4, that was a count of conspiracy to rob. The conspirators planned between the 13th of December 2007 and the 21st of January 2008 to rob a Sainsbury's store in Colton Retail Park in Leeds, where it was known that some £500,000 was destined for ATM machines. They were observed engaging in regular surveillance. By January 2008, they had gained access to the roof and thence to an unused part of the premises, and were preparing to smash through it into the ATM room. However, sounds of drilling were heard by staff on the 29th of January 2008, and the police were summoned. The would-be robbers fled, but their activities on the roof area were revealed. Mobile phone and cell site evidence featured prominently at the second trial, as well as observations by police of the accused. It appeared at the first trial Mr. Slade was, through his counsel, to advance his alleged involvement in such activities as charged in the second indictment as a potential explanation for some of the activities which featured in the first trial, and in order to rebut the charge of there being a conspiracy to murder. It was common ground that the matters which ultimately gave rise to the indictment for conspiracy to murder and related charges first came to the attention of the police as a result of the observations kept by the police of the movements of Mr. Slade, Mr. Pearman and Mr. Baxter, and others associated with them in connection with the suspected serious crime, which revealed the robbery matters. Such surveillance included the use of covert audio and tracking devices placed in cars connected with the appellants or their associates. The prosecution, in fact, identified the intended victim of the alleged conspiracy to murder as a man called Ralph Roberts. He resided in the East End Park area of Leeds. He was also closely connected to a local pub called the White Horse. Mr. Roberts himself had a strong connection with criminal activity and had an extensive criminal record, including for violence. He subsequently refused to cooperate with the police and did not give any evidence at the trial. Mr. Roberts resided at an address in York Road, his home backing on to Dawlish Crescent. He was known frequently to park his car, a silvery green Toyota Aventis, outside. On the evening of the 4th of March 2008, in the hours of darkness, 4 men drove up outside Mr. Roberts' home in Dawlish Crescent. They were in a black Audi RS6 car. It had been stolen a considerable time previously. Some of the men got out of the car and smashed the windows of a Vauxhall Vectra car parked in the street, belonging to a man called Mallock. He was the neighbour of Mr. Roberts. Mr. Mallock looked out of the window and saw the RX-6 being driven off at speed. The police had been waiting nearby. They intervened when the sounds of the breaking glass, which were picked up on a covert audio device placed in the RX-6, caused them to think that shots had been fired. In the event, the RS-6 car and the men in it were not apprehended, but the police at the time also surrounded a black Audi A4 car, which previously had been parked in Ivory Crescent with its engine running, some 320 metres away from Mr. Roberts' home. At around the time, the RS6 car had been driven up near to Mr. Roberts' house. Inside the A4 car were Mr. Slade, Mr. Pearman and Mr. Baxter. The evidence was that the A4 car had been driven up to the area at the same time as the RS6 car, and, even if not taking an identical route, had been in virtual convoy with it, as the Crown was to put it. The police were armed. When arrested, none of the 3 appellants resisted. No weapon of any kind were found on them or in the A4 car itself. However, subsequent examination showed that within the car were, among other things, a black bin liner bag containing clothing and a pair of binoculars, and a rucksack of a colour and kind Mr. Slade had been observed often to carry, containing dog and cat repellent and a frequency recorder, a Tupperware box containing 4 car keys, and an electric fob and a yellow card. Mr. Slade's fingerprints were on the box, gloves, a magnet, a plastic bag containing adhesive straps with 2 blades and a tracker Mach 4 with batteries attached, and which had Mr. Slade's fingerprints and DNA on it. The tracker was found on the rear near side floor where Mr. Pearman had been sitting. When arrested, Mr. Slade, who had been sitting in the front passenger seat, had been observed turning to place something at the feet of where Mr. Pearman had been sitting. The appellants were taken to separate police stations. A mobile phone attributed to Mr. Baxter was found in the car, and mobile phones were also seized from Mr. Slade and Mr. Pearman. All had their batteries removed, and, as the Crown was to say, with the perceived view of frustrating any subsequent cell site analysis. In this regard, there was evidence that Mr. Pearman, from previous criminal proceedings, had had experience of the use of such cell site evidence. Further, a mobile phone jammer and other anti-avoidance materials were subsequently found at Mr. Slade's house, and there was evidence of accessing by computers belonging to Mr. Slade and Mr. Baxter of anti-avoidance and anti-jamming techniques. Literature relating to the mobile phone jamming was also found in Mr. Baxter's Mercedes ML car. At 1923, before the windows of Mr. Mallock's car was smashed, the police had alerted Mr. Roberts, and he had fled the area. At 1942, after the smashing of the car windows of Mr. Mullock's car, the RS6 had been observed to stop at Rushwood Gardens nearby. A young witness saw 4 men get out of the car. A man on a motorcycle then drove up. The driver of the RS6 gave him something bulky, which had been hidden under his jacket, got onto the motorcycle, and the motorcycle was then driven away. The remaining 3 men were seen and heard by witnesses to be arguing. One was heard to say the words to the effect, "My DNA and fingerprints are all over it." The RS6 was then set alight with petrol before the 3 men ran off. Subsequent examination of the burned out RS6 showed it to be a stolen car. Its number plates had been removed. In their place were double-sided adhesive strips, similar, although not identical, to those found in the bag in the A4. A magnetic disc was found in the debris, and a like kind to that fixed to the tracker, the Mach 4, found in the rear near side footwell of the A4. The Crown's case was that the men in the RS6 were operating in conjunction with the appellants in the A4, which had been borrowed from a car leasing firm that very day. The actual period of the alleged conspiracy to murder was stated to be from the 21st of January to the 4th of March 2008. The Crown's case was that the plan was to lure Mr. Roberts into the street when the car windows were smashed, when he would then be killed. An alternative suggestion by the Crown was that, at the least, Mr. Roberts was to be lured into the street or otherwise distracted with a view to the tracker being affixed to Mr. Roberts' car in order to assist with his subsequent killing. The Crown's case had a number of strands. Apart from clear evidence of association between the 3 appellants, a considerable amount of evidence was adduced which was designed to show that they were associated with the RS6. The car had been stolen on the 27th of September 2005 from an address in Leeds. Its identity thereafter was variously changed by the application of 2 sets of clone number plates, lawfully registered to the other Audi RS6 cars. There was an abundance of evidence to link the appellants to the RS6 in 2007. Police observation also showed that the RS6 had been kept at various locations, including 2 lock-up garages in Arncliffe Grange and Unit 9, Riffer Business Park at 6 Primrose Court in Primley Park View, and Highthorn Court on Shadwell Lane. Recording devices had been installed by the police at these locations for the purposes of the investigations connected with the suspected serious crime, as well as at other locations. Further tracking and recording devices were covertly affixed by the police to the RS6, and also to a Peugeot and a BMW connected to the appellants. Although there had been observations on a number of occasions of Mr. Pearman and Mr. Baxter in the RS6 on false plates, up until the end of 2007, there was no such observations maintained by police thereafter. However, Mr. Baxter was, on an occasion, on the 26th of February 2008, observed in his Mercedes ML car parked a few metres away from the RS6, itself parked at Primrose Court. Further, when the Mercedes ML was subsequently searched following arrest of the appellants, a key to the lock-up garage in Arncliffe Grange was found in it. All 3 appellants were linked to the lock-up garage in Riffer Business Park, where the RS6 had from time to time been kept. Mr. Pearman's fingerprints were on the tenancy agreement for the unit. A key to the garage padlock was found in Mr. Baxter's Mercedes ML along with other keys. A box found in the A4 car, on which were Mr. Slade's fingerprints, was a fob for a roller door of a garage at Rifter Business Park. Another vehicle connected both to the RS6 and to the appellants was a Toyota Hiace van. That vehicle had been brought for cash on the 9th of August 2007 by two men who wore motorcycle helmets throughout the acquisition transaction. A false name and address were given for the buyer. Thereafter, the vehicle was extensively adapted in a manner consistent with an intended use for surveillance. The Crown's case was that this was done at the behest of Mr. Slade, that accorded with the manual for such vehicle surveillance adaptations found in Mr. Slade's Lincoln car at his home after his arrest. The search of Mr. Slade's house, as we have said, also found other items such as a mobile phone jammer. In addition, it may be added to a bulletproof vest which was found under his bed. The Toyota Hiace was operated under false plates, cloned to authenticate plates of another Toyota Hiace lawfully kept by its owner in Merseyside. A false plate fixed by magnet to the vehicle was in due course found to have Mr. Pearman's prints on it. In addition, a key to the Toyota Hiace was later found in Mr. Baxter's Mercedes ML. Further, there was evidence that the vehicle had been observed on a significant number of occasions to have been used by all three appellants. On occasions in 2007, moreover, the Toyota Hiace was observed in a convoy with the RS6 with Mr. Pearman and Mr. Baxter, if not Mr. Slade also inside. Latterly, on the 1st of March 2008, the Toyota Hiace with the three men inside it drove repeatedly and slowly around a number of streets in the East End Park area, including Dawlish Crescent and an area close to the White Horse pub. It was then driven to Swarcliffe, where Mr. Pearman lived. On the 3rd of March 2008 in the evening, three men against the appellants of the Crown's case were in the Toyota Hiace in the Dawlish Crescent area. They were under police observation. Two of the men in the vehicle got out of the Toyota Hiace and walked around wearing hats and with their faces concealed by scarves. A considerable amount of time at trial was devoted to evidence of mobile phone use and cell site analysis. Detailed and complex schedules were prepared. A number of mobile phones variously attributed to Mr. Slade, Mr. Pearman and Mr. Baxter were subject to such analysis. It is not necessary for present purposes to go into details, although we will have to come back to the point when considering Mr. Vullow's submissions. Suffice it is here to say that the Crown's case at trial was that such evidence was consistent with the alleged conspiracy and that the cell site analysis and tracker evidence accorded with the movements of the appellants in furtherance of that alleged conspiracy. It was necessarily accepted that the cell site evidence could only show the approximate location of the phone in question. It could not necessarily identify the individual with such a phone. The Crown also adduced evidence of the recordings of the CCTV cameras at Mr. Slade's house, of which there were 4 with a centralised control. These showed, amongst other things, Mr. Slade during this period being variously picked up and dropped off at 2 Sandmoor Drive by the Mercedes ML associated with Mr. Baxter. In this regard, the evidence gave rise to an important issue. Police evidence was adduced relating to their attendance at 2 Sandmoor Drive later on the 4th of March 2008, after the appellants had been arrested. That evidence, if not entirely precise, established that on that date the clock on Mr. Slade's CCTV showed a time some 22 minutes slower than real time. That matter played an important part in the trial, and has in turn played an important part in the arguments before us. The CCTV evidence taken from the cameras at Mr. Slade's house in Sandmoor Drive was to the effect that Mr. Baxter, in the Mercedes ML car, would regularly pick up Mr. Slade, with Mr. Slade often taking with him a rucksack and a bag, and then return him in the same car some time later. It was common ground at the trial, as we were told, that the Mercedes MR was always being driven by Mr. Baxter. A very important part of the Crown's case trial also related to covert audio recordings by probe of conversations between the male occupants of the RS6 car on various occasions in the conspiracy period. The Crown's case was that such conversations were variously to be attributed to Mr. Pearman and Mr. Baxter, and also on 2 occasions Mr. Slade. In brief summary, during the days of the alleged conspiracy, the position was this. On Friday the 22nd of February 2008, there was a regular phone contact between Mr. Pearman and Mr. Baxter. The RS6 was observed to leave Primrose Court, where it had been parked at 1910. There were, as recorded by the probe, conversations between the men in the car, asserted by the Crown to be Mr. Pearman and Mr. Baxter, but disputed by the defence. There were discussions, as recorded, suggestive of a gun being stored at Fir Tree Woods, an area in which the appellants had links. At 1950, the car had entered the East End Park area and toured around. At one stage, one of the men, said by the Crown to be Mr. Pearman, said, "Den's fucking about. All we were supposed to do was grab the fucker." The Crown's case was that the reference to Den was a reference to Dennis Slade. At 1953, the CCTV cameras at Dennis Slade's home on the CCTV clock timing showed Mr. Slade being dropped off at his home in Sandmore Drive by the Mercedes ML. On Saturday the 23rd of February 2008, there were further contacts between the appellant's phones. The RS6 was driven away from Primrose Court at 1813. Then there were no such calls. After going to Fir Trees, the car started to tour around the East End Park area at 1850. There were 2 men inside the car. They were said by the Crown to be Mr. Pearman and Mr. Baxter. The men were recorded as referring to looking for something silvery green, which was in fact the colour of Mr. Roberts' Toyota Ventus. There was also reference to waiting near a house, said by the Crown to be Mr. Roberts' house. There was then recorded a conversation which plainly indicated the presence of a gun in the car. There was a reference to cocking the gun, with recorded clicking sounds, and a request from one man to another not to point it, and to avoid blowing holes in the back of the seats. There was also a reference to a man called Damon seeing the car. The Crown's case was that he was Damon Tremble, who lived on the Fir Trees estate, an associate who was either in another car or in the street acting as a lookout or backup. There was effectively unchallenged evidence from an expert called by the prosecution that all this recorded conversation was consistent with the presence in the car of a double-barreled sawn-off shotgun. There was evidence that the RS6 continued touring the area that evening. At one stage, as the tracker indicated, it stopped at Dawlish Crescent at 1912 and then did so again later. One of the men was recorded as, amongst other things, referring to "no one would know the weapon if they were stood here." Another said, "We'll just have to keep coming every effing night because the clocks are due to go forward, aren't they?" On Sunday the 24th of February 2008, the RS6 was collected at 1744. Mr. Slade was picked up from his home by Mr. Baxter's Mercedes ML at 1802, according to the timing on the CCTV. From 1813, the RS6 toured around the East End Park area. It stopped at Dawlish Crescent for some 12 minutes. There were then clicking sounds recorded, and a reference to hiding it. The car drove off and then returned to Dawlish Crescent. There was reference to "that's his house over there," and the car drove off. At one stage, at 8 o'clock, a car door was heard to open and close. According to the Crown, Mr. Slade, previously picked up by Mr. Baxter at 1802 on the CCTV time, was then in the car with Mr. Pearman and Mr. Baxter. A voice attributed by the Crown to Mr. Slade was heard to say, "Can't believe we didn't have the thingy, he's straight out of that house." A voice attributed to Mr. Pearman then said, "Only time we didn't have it with us, man." The RS6 was returned to Primrose Court at 2056, having travelled via Fir Trees. Mr. Slade, according to the timing on his CCTV, was dropped back at his house at 2142. On Monday the 25th of February, the Mercedes ML collected Mr. Slade carrying a blue bag and a bin liner at 1656 from Sandmore Drive, according to the CCTV timing. The RS6 was in Fir Trees area that evening. Recorded conversations said to be Mr. Pearman and Mr. Baxter were suggestive of an anxious search by someone for something concealed in a wood. The Crown said it was a gun. The RS6 was said to be occupied by Mr. Pearman and Mr. Baxter, then drove to Dawlish Crescent, arriving at 1921. There were recorded references to cartridges and their colours and weight of the shot and so on. Undisputed expert evidence indicated that the remarks could only be suggestive of a conversation about shotguns and cartridges, with the heaviest weight of shot. The car drove around. there was a reference to the associates, including Damon. At a later stage, the car drove outside a pub. One voice said to a man on the phone, "Now, when he comes out, see if his bird and that's with him." There was another conversation indicative of a gun having jammed. A voice attributed to Mr. Baxter said, "Don't know how lucky they have been." Another voice said, "Wrap it up, don't touch it," and "fucking lethal that though." The RS6 was then returned to Primrose Court. Mr. Slade was observed to return to his home later with the bin bag liner. On the 26th of February, Mr. Baxter was seen parked in his Mercedes ML at around 15:30, very close to the RS6 at Primrose Court. The Crown was to say that he was checking on the RS6. The defence's suggestion was that he may have simply been taking a shortcut on that particular journey. At 18:30, according to Mr. Slade's CCTV, he was collected from Sandmore Drive by Mr. Baxter in the Mercedes ML. At that stage, the tracker evidence indicated that in fact the RS6 was, if the CCTV time was right, at East End Park, or if 22 minutes slow, it was in the centre of Leeds. The Crown's case had been that the RS6 had been tailing Mr. Roberts' Toyota Aventis that evening. At 18:44, the RS6 was in the Eastgate area of Leeds. According to the Crown, Mr. Pearman and Mr. Baxter were in it. Recorded conversations of the men in the car and the automated number plate recognition camera identifications were suggestive of Mr. Roberts' Toyota Aventis being followed by the RS6. There were then calls between the phones of Mr. Pearman and Mr. Baxter at this stage, which the defence said was entirely inconsistent with them being in the car together. The prosecution was to suggest that their phones were not in the car, even though Mr. Pearman and Mr. Baxter, on their case, were, and that the phones were being used by others. There were also texts from that evening from 1938 from Mr. Baxter's phone to a lady named Div, indicated from the evidence of the person with the phone not being in the RS6. It was said by the prosecution that later on Mr. Slade got into the RS6, Mr. Roberts having been lost. A voice attributed by the Crown to be Mr. Slade is heard saying, "Fucking bastard, I wish we'd clipped this one last night, know what I mean?" He went on, "I think the best thing to do, Rich." The Crown say he was talking to Richard Pearman. A defence disputed by the word Rich, as opposed to mate, had been used at all. The car was then parked for the night at Primrose Court. Mr. Slade himself was returned home at a later stage in Mr. Baxter's Mercedes ML. On Wednesday the 27th of February 2008, Mr. Slade was picked up at Sandmore Drive according to the time on the CCTV by the Mercedes ML at 16:43. At around 18:30, the RS6 entered the East End Park area. According to the Crown, Mr. Pearman and Mr. Baxter were in it. As it entered Dawless Crescent, there were sounds and conversations indicating that a gun was in the car and that there were difficulties with it jamming. A voice attributed by the Crown to be Mr. Baxter said, "I didn't know you were going to fucking kill the cunt. You didn't tell me that, did you?" The answer attributed to Mr. Pearman was, "He wants him, didn't he?" A little later, the voice attributed to Mr. Baxter said, "I'm not bothered as long as you didn't thingy the I thought you were going to give him one." The prosecution said that all this plainly showed an intention to kill, and that the actions were instructed by another, Mr. Slade as it is said. The RS6 was parked in Primrose Court at 1956. It remained there until the 2nd of March. According to the CCTV timing, Mr. Slade returned home with a blue bag at 23:06. On the 28th and 29th of February, the RS6 was not used. On Saturday the 1st of March 2008, the RS6 was again not used. However, the Toyota Hiace, with 3 men in it, the appellants, as the prosecution said, was used, as we have mentioned previously, as the prosecution said, in place of the RS6. There was also much telephone traffic that day between the appellants' phones, although not when the Toyota Hiace was in use by the 3 men. On Saturday the 2nd of March 2008, the RS6 was not used in the daytime. However, in the evening, the associate of the appellants, called Damon Tremble, with another man, drove in Hudson Silver Audi to Primrose Court, where he jump-started the RS6 and then drove it to Highthorn Court off Shadwell Lane, where at 20:03 it was parked. On Monday the 3rd of March, there were again many calls between the appellants' phones. As we have said, The Toyota Hiace was again in use on this day. The phones then were not being used. Mr. Pearman was identified as the front seat passenger in it at 22:06. According to Mr. Slade's CCTV, Mr. Slade was driven home to Sandmore Drive in Mr. Baxter's Mercedes ML at 22:29. This leads up to the final day, the 4th of March 2008, where the appellants were arrested in the circumstances described above. As for the Audi A4 that had not previously featured, it had been collected that day from a company called Yeadham Motors by Mr. Pearman and Mr. Baxter, who had driven to Yeadham Motors in the Mercedes ML in the afternoon. The three appellants met at Hollywell Lane, Shadwell, where the Mercedes ML was left. At 19:03, there was a call from Mr. Baxter's phone when the RS6 was being removed from Highthorn Court. The A4 was then driven to the East End Park area. At around the same time, the RS6 was being driven there, as the Crown was to say, in virtual convoy with the RS6, and also following a similar route to that taken by the Toyota Hiace on the 3rd of March. When interviewed over a number of occasions, Mr. Slade and Mr. Baxter made no comment. Mr. Pearman gave answers denying any involvement in any conspiracy to murder. In the course of his answers, he was to say what the prosecution stated was a clear lie, that he did not even know anyone called Damon. As Mr. Greene observed, the appellants conducted a highly tactical defence. Not only did Mr. Slade and Mr. Baxter make no comment in the interview, but none of the appellants, as we're told, served any defence statement. After they had failed in their submissions of no case to answer, none of them gave any evidence. The position of the appellants at trial was, amongst other things, that neither Mr. Pearman nor Mr. Baxter were shown to be in the RS6 at any stage during the indictment period. Mr. Slade likewise denied being in a RS6 on two occasions, the 24th and the 26th of February, when he was said to have been in it. The prosecution necessarily had to concede that none of the appellants were in the RS6 on the evening of the 4th of March 2008, when the windows of Mr. Morlock's car were smashed and the RS6 thereafter burnt. It seems not to have been seriously disputed at trial, at all events on behalf of some of the appellants, that there was ample room for drawing of an inference that the three appellants were engaged in some kind of criminal joint enterprise. The same approach has been pragmatically taken on behalf of all the appellants for the purposes of this appeal. What is stressed by the appellants, however, is that that is not enough. What was alleged by prosecution was conspiracy to murder, with related counts, to which the appellants are alleged to be a party, and it is that which the prosecution had to prove to the criminal standard. The trial commenced on the 19th of May 2009. Much of the prosecution's evidence was directed at mobile phone and cell site analysis, and the tracker and probe evidence, and much evidence also was directed at proving a connection between the three appellants and the RS6 and the Toyota Hiace and associated premises. The only positive case advanced at trial by any of the three appellants, by way of explaining their presence in East End Park area in the A4, if not also previously in the Toyota Hiace, was advanced on behalf of Mr. Slade. It was said, although not, of course, said by him in interview, that he was there to collect a debt from a man called Forrest. Mr. Pearman and Mr. Slade were said to be there supporting him, although it seems that they themselves at trial through counsel advanced no such positive case. Mr. Forrest and his partner were called at trial on behalf of Mr. Slade. It would seem that their evidence, for whatever the jury made of it, gave rise to more questions than answers. It was also, for example, left unexplained why, if that were the real explanation, the appellants had various items in the A4 when arrested. There had been no direct evidence of observation of any of the appellants being in the RS6 at the time the various conversations were recorded making reference to a gun, cartridges, and killing. In this regard, however, the Crown adduced the evidence of a voice recognition expert, Mrs. Elizabeth McClelland. Mr. Slade had obtained a report of the voice recognition expert, Mr. Martin Duckworth. Mr. Baxter had obtained a report of Dr. Frederica Holmes, and Mr. Pearman had obtained a report of Professor Peter French, assisted by Mr. Harrison. In the result, neither Mr. Duckworth nor Dr. Holmes was called. As the jury were informed, they had reached an agreed position with Mrs. McClelland. In the case of Mr. Slade, it was stated that, with regard to one recording, Hold All 55, no identification was possible. In other respects, it was agreed that the reports did not conflict. This agreement was made to the effect that sections of the recorded passages for the 26th of February 2008 were consistent with being spoken by Mr. Slade, with, as Mrs. Cleland said, moderately distinctive features. Consistency was, however, such as potentially to extend to thousands of other men's voices. It was stressed, at all events by the experts, that the opinions had to be used in conjunction with all the other evidence. In the case of Mr. Baxter, the joint finding, by reference to the selected recordings, was one of consistency. However, Dr. Holmes found no levels of distinctiveness, whereas Miss Cleland found that some features might be regarded as moderately distinctive. As to Mr. Pearman, by the time of his final report, Professor French, in contrast to Mrs. Cleland, found no consistency, and he found it very unlikely that the speaker identified by the Crown as Mr. Pearman was Mr. Pearman, although it was a remote possibility. He gave evidence at trial to that effect. Dr. Fawkes, also in Professor French's consultancy, agreed that it was very unlikely that Mr. Pearman was the speaker in questioning recordings. In the course of cross-examination, Mrs. Cleland, in fact, had seemed to withdraw any attribution of at any rate one of the questioned recordings to Mr. Slade. However, she then withdrew this apparent concession in the re-examination and maintained that there was low-level consistency. She accepted, however, that consistency could mean consistency with thousands of voices. She also accepted that moderate distinctiveness was of limited assistance in voice identification. She further accepted that if independent evidence showed that one of the defendants was not in the car when said to have been speaking on the recording, then that would indicate that such defendant was not speaking then, or on any other occasion attributed to that same defendant by the voice recognition device. Overall, the outcome of her oral evidence was such that Mrs. Cleland's evidence was strongly criticised by the defence. At all events, the prosecution were in no position to say, and did not say, that the voice recognition evidence of Mrs. Cleland was in itself, if accepted by the jury, capable of proving the presence of the appellants in the RS6. They also relied on her evidence, along with all of the other evidence, as supporting an inference of such presence on those occasions. We discuss Mrs. Cleland's evidence at trial in more detail later in this judgment. On the 22nd of June 2009, the judge rejected an application to discharge the jury. On the 2nd of August 2009, the judge handed down a written ruling rejecting the appellant's respective submissions, themselves made primarily in writing, of no case to answer. The judge commenced his detailed summing up on the 12th of August 2009. By that time, the jury were reduced to 10 in number. As we have said, the jury convicted on the 20th of August 2009. We then turn to the grounds of appeal. We will take them not entirely on the order in which they were presented to us. We are not impressed by this ground. Some 6 weeks after the trial had started, the court was informed through an usher that one of the jurors, Miss Jones, had attended a social function the previous weekend. She there had met Leah Gatt, who she learned was a cousin of Mr. Slade. Mrs. Gatt, when she was told that Mrs. Jones was doing jury service, made reference to the fact that "our Dennis is up." Mrs. Jones then removed herself from the conversation. The judge caused Mrs. Jones to be brought into court. She said that she did not know Mr. Slade or any of the co-accused, but she knew that Mr. Burley, Leah Gatt's father, had been arrested on a number of occasions by her own father-in-law, a police inspector. She had not previously realised that Mr. Slade was part of the Burley family. She also said that she knew that Mr. Burley's son, Leah Gatt's brother, had been shot dead. She made clear that she was not comfortable with remaining on the jury. She was asked if she had anything to say about this to the other jury members. She said that 3 of them had asked why she was subdued, and she said she couldn't really speak about it, although one of them had been pressing, and she had answered that somebody she knew was the cousin of one of the defendants. On further questioning, she indicated that she had mentioned Mr. Burley to 3 of the jurors, and had said how his son had died and that he had been arrested by her father-in-law. The judge then, after discussion with the counsel, had all of the other jurors brought to court individually, not as a group, and questioned each of them about what they had heard from Mrs. Jones. One said that Mrs. Jones had just mentioned that her friend was related to the defendant, presumably Mr. Slade. Another said Mrs. Jones had mentioned a friend whose cousin was on trial. That juror had only overheard part of the conversation and confirmed that he had heard nothing to compromise his position as a juror. The other jurors said that they had heard nothing at all from Mr. Jones. One had heard her say that a friend of hers was related to Mr. Slade, but nothing else. Another again had overheard part of the conversation in which Mrs. Jones had mentioned something about a friend or possibly a cousin. The judge was then invited to discharge the entire jury, he having already agreed to discharge Mrs. Jones. He declined to do so. He found that none of the remaining jurors knew anything to disadvantage the defendants. The judge said that he was entirely satisfied that the remaining jurors had in no way been tainted, either directly or indirectly, by anything that they should not know. Mr. Vaughan, who led the appellant's arguments on this point, said that there was an appearance of bias, given that the circumstances and applying the test set out in Khan Hanif 2008. He also submitted that the account that Mrs. Jones had given to the judge was not reconcilable with the account given by the jurors, and that on Mrs. Jones' account, at least 3 other jurors knew what she knew, in particular about the Burley family, its criminal involvement, and the connection with Mr. Slade. We reject this argument. The judge had questioned all the jurors in the light of what Mrs. Jones had said. He was entirely satisfied, having regard to their answers, that they in fact knew nothing potentially adverse to the defendants. In our judgment, he was entitled to draw a conclusion on the evidence which he had heard. In consequence, he was entitled in his direction to decline to dismiss the entire jury. This ground accordingly fails. In the course of directions given earlier in 2014, this court had, in order to achieve finality and clarity, directed the appellants to lodge final perfected grounds, superseding all previous versions of the grounds. This was done. However, shortly before the appeal hearing, Mr. Vaughan indicated that he wished to raise further grounds on behalf of Mr. Baxter. This was to the effect that, shortly before the conclusion of the trial on the first indictment, the prosecution had disclosed material in the second indictment proceedings. This related to mobile phone usage and cell site analysis on the part of Mr. Baxter, which the Crown was potentially going to use to demonstrate Mr. Baxter's involvement in robberies and conspiracy to rob. It was set out in the mobile phone and cell site analysis report served by the prosecution. It is now said that this might tend to show that Mr. Baxter was not the kind of person not to use his telephone at relevant times if engaged in conspiracy to murder, and also might tend to show that he was not the kind of man to create a false alibi by giving his phone on occasion to others. This is wholly speculative. Mr. Baxter had not at any stage even pleaded guilty to any count of the second indictment. His eventual pleas were, in fact, very late in the day. Moreover, Mr. Greenery pointed out, Mr. Baxter would have known what use he had made of his mobile phones. He did not need the prosecution to make his case for him. Further, whilst it is asserted that such non-disclosure deprived the defence of an opportunity to decide whether to rely upon the disclosed report at the first trial, it is entirely speculative as to just what reliance could meaningfully have been so placed. Yet further, how such material could meaningfully be deployed at the first trial was problematic on any view. This proposed new ground is perhaps revealing the acutely tactical and opportunistic way in which these appellants ran their cases. At all events, this proposed further ground is entirely lacking in the substance that would have been needed to justify this court even entertaining it at such a late stage. Since it seems to us to be devoid of merit, and since it raises so unacceptably late in the day without proper explanation, we reject it without more ado. We refuse leave to amend the grounds to add to it. As we have said, a submission of no case to answer was made on behalf of all 3 appellants at the close of the prosecution's case. It seems that The retrospective submissions were made primarily in writing, and this court has seen a number, although not all, of such written submissions as presented to the trial judge. The judge, in due course, rejected the submissions of no case to answer by full written ruling dated the 10th of August 2009. We were addressed at some length of the applicable principles, but there was no real dispute before us about them, and we thus need not enter into a detailed exercise here. The bedrock authority remains Galbraith 1981, in context in particular of a case mainly founded on circumstantial evidence. We were also referred to the decision of a constitution of this court in G&F 2012. In this course of giving the judgment of the court, Atkins LJ reviewed a number of relevant authorities. Having done so, he summarised the position at paragraph 36 of the judgment in this way. We think that the legal position can be summarised as follows. In all cases where a judge is asked to consider a submission of no case to answer, the judge should apply the classic or traditional test set out by Lord Lane CJ in Galbraith, where a key issue in the submission of no case is whether there is sufficient evidence on which a reasonable jury could be entitled to draw an adverse inference against the defendants from a combination of factual circumstances based upon evidence adduced by the prosecution. The exercise of deciding that there is no case to answer does involve the rejection of all realistic possibilities consistent with innocence. However, most importantly, the question is whether a reasonable jury, not all reasonable juries, could, on one possible view of the evidence, be entitled to reach that adverse inference. If a judge concludes that the reasonable jury could be entitled to do so, properly directed on the evidence, putting the prosecution's case at its highest, then the case must continue. If not, it must be withdrawn from the jury. This was accepted before us, for the purposes of this appeal, as a convenient summary of the correct legal approach. That the Crown's case was essentially a circumstantial one is plain. It had, as we have already said, a number of different, albeit linked, strands. The conversations recorded in the RS6 provided evidence to the jury of a conspiracy to kill. As to the questions of whether the appellants were party to such a conspiracy, there were, among other points, these factors. First, there was clear evidence of regular association between Mr. Slade, Mr. Pearman and Mr. Baxter. Second, there was an abundance of evidence of association between them with both the RS6, a stolen car frequently used with false number plates, and the Toyota Hiace, a vehicle converted into a surveillance vehicle and frequently used with false number plates, as well as their association with the premises where they were stored, as evidenced by the finding of the fob keys and so on. Third, there was the evidence of their use of the Toyota Hiace, adapted for surveillance purposes, sometimes in conjunction with the RS6. Fourth, there was the evidence of the RS6 being regularly in the East End Park area during the period of the alleged conspiracy, and also, on occasion, being involved in what could only be concluded to be the tailing of Mr. Roberts' Toyota Aventus. Fifth, there was evidence that the Toyota Hiace, with 3 men in it, being in the East End Park area when the RS6 was not being used on the 1st and 3rd of March 2008. Fifth, there was evidence of the A4 in effect to going into the East Park area in what could only be said to be a virtual convoy with the RS6 on the 4th of March 2008 itself. Sixth, there was indisputable evidence that the 3 men were arrested in the A4 on that date when just parked 320 meters or so from and at the same time as the incident involving the men in the RS6 car damaging Mr. Morlock's car in the street outside Mr. Roberts' house. Seventh, there was evidence of trackers, magnets, and other potentially incriminating items found in the A4 car at the time, along with mobile phones with the batteries removed. Eighth, there was the conduct of the 4 men in the RS6 burning the car and then departing in circumstances witnessed by the boy. Ninth, Mr. Slade and Mr. Baxter gave no comment interviews. There were various other matters as well, which we need not rehearse here. An important feature of the Crown's case, of course, necessarily was the content of the conversations recorded by the probe of the men inside the RS6 on various occasions in this period. As we have summarised above, this was of no particular importance, because the Crown's primary case was not, of course, simply in some unspecified form of criminal joint enterprise or conspiracy. The Crown's case was that the three men were engaged in criminal conspiracy to murder, the postulated victim being Mr. Roberts. In this regard, the recorded conversations, with their reference to the gun, to clipping, and the gun jamming, and the heavy-duty cartridges, and so on, all covered by evidence adduced by the prosecution, spoke for itself. It could properly be inferred that those conversations indicated a conspiracy to murder. Furthermore, there was evidence from those conversations, which the jury could accept, that two of the men, as recorded, were acting on instruction of the other. Yet further, there was evidence from these conversations which the jury could accept as reference to Den or to Rich. The appellants at trial were, it is true, in a position to say that there was no direct observation of the appellants in the RS6 after the end of 2007, and no doubt also were in the position to mount an argument that the RS6 was to be regarded as it were, a pool car for general use by the criminal fraternity. But even there, the prosecution were able to point to the observation evidence showing Mr. Pearman at Primley Park View, very close to the RS6 on the evening of the 26th of February 2008, in circumstances where it could be inferred he was checking on it. Given all this, one can certainly see a case for saying that the appellants were parties to a conspiracy to murder, whether or not they themselves variously were actually in the RS6 and actually party to the conversations recorded by the probe as summarised above. But that was not the position advanced by the prosecution at this trial. Its position throughout the trial was that the two men in the RS6 recorded by the probe in this period were Mr. Pearman and Mr. Baxter, joined on the two occasions by Mr. Slade. That was a position founded essentially on the inference. It is true that some support for such a case could be found in the evidence of Mrs. McClelland, if accepted by the jury. But, as the prosecution throughout fairly and rightly accepted, such expert evidence could not, even taken at its highest, identify the men in the RS6 on those occasions as the appellants. Her evidence was, in effect, limited to saying that the voices were, in her opinion, consistent with those of Mr. Slade and Mr. Pearman, as well as Mr. Baxter, and with varying degrees of distinctiveness. On her own evidence, the voices could also be consistent with voices of men other than the appellants. The judge recorded in his written ruling that it was a central plank of the prosecution's case that the recorded voices in the RS6 were those of the appellants and crucial to proof of their case against the appellants. He said, of those proportions, they have nailed their flag to that particular mast, nor do they seek to retreat from that position. When this court studied in written submissions of the Crown, advanced at trial in response to the written submissions of no case to answer, it was not entirely obvious to us from them written submissions that the Crown indeed were nailing their flag to that particular mast, even if it certainly was part of the case then being presented and had been the basis on which the case was opened. However, Mr. Greenery told us, with commendable candour and fairness, that correctly described the position. He confirmed that it was indeed a central plank of the case being advanced at trial, and no alternative position was being advanced. The judge's description of the position thus was accurate. Accordingly, as it seems to us, as a matter of fairness, the question of whether or not the submission of no case to answer was rightly rejected by the judge has to be assessed by reference to the case then being advanced, which case included the proposition that the three voices in the RS6 were those of the appellants. That it may not, in truth, have been critical to establish a case against the appellants on that particular basis is thus, for present purposes, neither here nor there. If what was being presented to the jury by the prosecution as crucial to the proof of its case did not, on analysis, represent the conclusion properly open to the jury on the evidence, then, as we see it, the submission of no case to answer had to be decided accordingly. It thus follows that it is not for the court, in the circumstances of these particular appeals, and in assessing whether or not these particular convictions were safe, to approach the matter on an alternative basis viz. That actual presence of the appellants in the RS6 on the disputed occasions was not, in truth, necessarily crucial to the prosecution's case, which was not advanced to the trial judge by the prosecution, and which was not in accordance with any way the case was in fact conducted at trial. Nor did Mr. Greenery, for the purposes of the present argument, seek to contend otherwise before us. He maintained that, taking all the evidence as a whole, there was indeed evidence from which a reasonable jury could properly and safely infer that the men recorded on these occasions in the RS6 by the probe were Mr. Pearman and Mr. Baxter, and also, on 2 occasions, Mr. Slade. But we also add this: the judge's task was to assess the submission of no case to answer by reference to the arguments addressed to him and to the evidence thus deployed so far at trial. There was, in our view, no obligation on the judge to review for himself all of the evidence in order to see if there was yet any other possible arguments or evidential points available to the appellants. Even if they were not, then actually advancing them in support of the submissions of a no case to answer. We say this because, as we will come on to identify further, aspects of the submissions made to us, notably those of Mr. Vullo, undoubtedly involved an analysis of the materials and a much wider ranging factual appraisal, and in some respects deployment of factual matters not raised at trial, which went well beyond the analysis and the argument undertaken on behalf of the appellants before the trial judge on the submissions of no case to answer. We should, however, make it clear that no ground of appeal is advanced before us based on inadequate representation by trial counsel. Indeed, any such suggestion was in terms disclaimed. That said, therefore, we turn to assess whether the judge could properly conclude that there was a basis whereby a reasonable jury could properly accept what was being put forward as a central plank of the prosecution's case, and could properly reject any of the contrary conclusions. It is a reasonable starting point to note that the evidence was on any view that others also had been associated with the RS6 at this time, for example, in various of its movements and parking activities. Moreover, self-evidently, there were 4 other RS6s engaged in events outside Mr. Roberts' house on the 4th of March 2008 itself, because the appellants were themselves at the time parked nearby in an A4. No doubt it was for this reason that the conspiracy particularized on the indictment alleged of a conspiracy between the appellants and the persons unknown. On this central plank of the prosecution's case, the arguments advanced before the trial judge on behalf of the appellants, as reflected in written submissions made in particular on behalf of Mr. Baxter, which we have seen, came to this. It was said that no jury could properly or safely infer that the 2 men, or on the 2 occasions 3 men, in the RS6, as recorded variously on the probe, were the appellants. On the contrary, the evidence rebutted such an inference, or at least was consistent with contrary inference. Further, it was said that without evidence to show that Mr. Baxter, and by extension the others, was one of those recorded by the probe, the count of conspiracy to murder and the related counts must fail, as there is no other evidence. So it was asserted to show that Mr. Baxter and the others had knowledge of the recorded agreement to kill.
The essential points open to be made were as follows: the analysis of the CCTV footage of 2 Sandmore Drive and its timings on the footing that it throughout was 22 minutes slower than real time, was such that on the 22nd, 24th and 26th of February 2008, Mr. Baxter could not have been in the RS6 at the relevant times. Further, that potentially impacted on the alleged presence of Mr. Slade in the RS6 on the 24th and the 26th of February 2008. Linked to this point was an analysis of the mobile phone cell site tracker evidence, which indicated, so it was said, that on certain of the occasions when the appellants were, on the prosecution's case, in the RX6 having a conversation, they, or at all events Mr. Baxter, could not have been there. Thus, it was further submitted that whereas in many respects no calls were made, for the most part, between the phones of the three men when the RS6 was being operated in the relevant period, or when the Toyota Hiace was being operated on the 1st and the 3rd of March 2008. There were no such calls, the Crown said. Just because the appellants were together in the relevant vehicles, that could not be said, for example, on the 24th and 26th of February 2008, when relevant phones were, as it was said, elsewhere from the RS6 at relevant times and calls made which were not consistent with them, or at least Mr. Baxter being in the RS6 at the time. Again, linked to this point was the evidence showing text discussions between Mr. Baxter and Div, a girlfriend, in particular on the 26th of February and the 1st of March 2008. These were such that it was said he could not have been in the relevant vehicle at the relevant time, since the phone was tracked by cell site evidence to a location miles away. Further, the tone and content between the conversations was such that it was submitted it realistically could only be Mr. Baxter having a conversation with Div. It was thus fanciful to suggest, as it was submitted, that the phone had been given to someone else. The more so when there had been similar text conversations with Div on such a phone on other occasions when no alibi was needed on any view. An analysis of a computer at Mr. Baxter's home showed that on the 23rd of February 2008, the computer was used between 1912 and 1935 to access a web page entitled Cute Blonde Jaw Dropper. It was also used to watch police chases and car crashes on YouTube, but this was precisely at the time when, according to the prosecution, Mr. Baxter was with Mr. Pearman in the RS6 in the East End Park area. There was a further point available to the defence on the CCTV timings. Even if the inference was not that the CCTV timings were consistently 22 minutes slow, as they argued, then they could alternatively say that the timings, if reflected in real time, still, on occasion, were inconsistent with Mr. Baxter being in the RS6 car alleged. For example, on the 22nd of February 2008, the CCTV camera records Mr. Baxter's Mercedes ML dropping Mr. Slade off at 1954. If this was real time, then the RS6 was in the East End Park area at the time, on the tracker evidence. Again, on the 24th of February, the CCTV showed Mr. Baxter's Mercedes ML picking up Mr. Slade at 2 Sandmore Drive between 1802 and 1805, when the RS6 is shown on the tracker as being on the A64 in Leeds, a considerable distance away. A similar point arises for the 26th of February 2008. Thus, overall, an inconsistency with the prosecution's case could be said to arise whether the CCTV was consistently 22 minutes slow before the 4th of March 2008. The CCTV was consistently showing real time. Furthermore, if all these points were valid, they would operate to show that no further support could be derived from Mrs. McClelland's voice recognition evidence. As we have said, it was accepted that if the voice recognition expert evidence was controverted by other evidence, it would yield to that evidence. And further, Mrs. McClelland had herself stated the view that the voices were, in her view, the same throughout, and if she was wrong in one instance with regard to the particular male, then she could not be taken as right in the other instances in regard to that male. The judge rejected the arguments advanced to him, preferring the arguments of the prosecution. As to the point about the CCTV timings in this period, he said, the argument rests on the premise that the CCTV time can be relied upon. It cannot. The only fact that is sure is that following seizure of the CCTV time, it was 23 minutes slow. Therefore, another triable issue is raised retiming on earlier dates. As to the point that the mobile phone cell site analysis showed, for example, relevant phones to be elsewhere at the time of some of the recorded RS6 conversations, taken with the related point concerning the div text from the phone attributed to Mr. Baxter. He describes these points as superficially attractive, but he considered that an explanation could be found in the evidence that the cell site analysis could only show the location of the phone in question. It could not show in whose hands the phone actually was at any given time. He coupled that with the reference to the prosecution point that, as evidenced by the appellant's searches on computers concerning jamming, the removal of batteries from their phones on the 4th of March 2008, and so on, the appellants could be taken as cell site savvy, thus consistent with the phones having been placed in other hands at relevant times. There thus was raised a triable issue as to whether the defendants were in the RS6 at these times. As to the access to Mr. Baxter's computer on the 23rd of February 2008, the judge considered, in the absence of any explanation from Mr. Baxter that could be explicable by reason of, say, a teenager within the house, he reviewed at length all other points raised and concluded that the submission should be rejected. The appellants submit that the judge was not justified in rejecting the submissions of no case to answer, as he did, and submitted that the central plank of the prosecution's case, as showing the appellants being party to a conspiracy to murder, was indeed not capable of being sufficiently proved. No inference to the exclusion of other inferences could properly be drawn as argued for by the prosecution. In particular, they criticise as wholly inadequate the prosecution's statement to the judge that the CCTV times may or may not correspond with the time shown on the 4th of March, and the judge's approach to the CCTV timing they submitted was tantamount to reversing the burden of proof. Overall, the case should have been withdrawn from the jury, given that the way the prosecution had sought to advance it in trial. We have considered these various points with care. There is no doubt that they are powerful points, and they merited close consideration by the judge himself. In this regard, however, it is necessary to bear in mind that the judge was plainly wholly on top of the evidence as it had emerged during the prosecution's case, which perhaps in part explains the relatively shorthand way in which the appellant's written submissions were presented at trial. It is at all events evident from his full ruling, which ran to 34 paragraphs, that he had careful regard to all the submissions made to him. We also bear in mind that Galbraith itself makes clear that matters close to the line of submission of no case to answer can safely be left to the discretion of the judge. We have concluded, assessing matters as best we can on the basis of the arguments and materials we now understand to have been put before the judge, that we should not interfere with his ruling. As the judge said, on the evidence adduced at the trial, the only sure fact with regard to the CCTV timings was that on the 4th of March 2008, it was some 22 minutes slow compared to real time. It did not follow as an inference that it must likewise have been 22 minutes slow on each day in the intervening periods between the 21st of February 2008, nor did it follow that it showed the real time on those days earlier. As the jury had heard and could conclude, the appellants were surveillance savvy, and one question the jury could not properly ask themselves in the absence of explanation was as to how and why the CCTV timing at Mr. Slade's house came to be out by 22 minutes on the 4th of March 2008. Further, there had been evidence at trial from the police by DC Leon that when examined in May 2008, the date on the CCTV was then weeks out and the time 13 minutes out, and the jury had no expert evidence of the kind sought to be deployed before us on this appeal by the appellants, as we mention later on, to provide an explanation for that, with the view of showing consistency of the CCTV timings in the indictment period. Similar considerations, in particular by reference to the appellant's surveillance and mobile phones savviness, could be applied to the apparent alibis arising from relevant mobile phones being on occasion elsewhere from the RS6 at the time of some of the critical instances relied upon by the prosecution. When these points are set out in context of all of the many other factors cumulating lending powerful support to the Crown's case, that the appellants were party to a conspiracy to murder Mr. Roberts as set out by the judge, our view on balance is that the judge was entitled to rule as he did. This ground as formulated in this way thus fails, but we have also concluded that cannot, given the circumstances of this particular case, be the end of the matter. What this court ultimately had to consider, after all, is whether these convictions are safe, and we are simply not able to put out of our consideration the impressively powerful presentation by Mr. Vullo, based on the meticulously prepared schedules put before us, correlating the relevant CCTV sightings at 2 Sandmore Drive with the mobile phone cell site evidence and the tracker observation evidence, which we will come to summarise. We have nevertheless deliberated as to whether it is right for us to entertain these points as advanced by Mr. Vullo at all. To a significant extent, the points now advanced to us do make, albeit with much more elaboration, points sought to be advanced to the trial judge on submissions of no case to answer, but also go very much further. For one thing, they focus on the CCTV timings, both on the basis that they were 22 minutes slow throughout, and on the alternative basis that they showed a real time throughout, with a view to positively demonstrating that the CCTV clock was indeed consistently 22 minutes out on each day in the alleged conspiracy period. This was done in much more detail that was advanced to the trial judge, where the defence stance had been confined in effect to arguing for the inference as to the CCTV timings. Further, this exercise was also conducted before us in relation to days, not simply the 22nd, the 24th and the 26th of February 2008, other than those on which the judge had been addressed. This was with a view to, as Mr. Vullo explained, showing a consistent pattern throughout this period as to the CCTV timings, a potentially very important point. A yet further development was deployed by Mr. Vullo, and in one instance Mr. Vaughan, of telling materials which, although based on evidence available at trial, do not appear to have been advanced in evidence or argument before the judge. Thus then, the importance of the one trial principle that the defence should present the best case available to it at trial preclude to having regard to these matters, be they styled fresh arguments or fresh evidence, albeit the evidence on which the arguments to us are based was not fresh, in the sense that it was evidence available at trial, even if not deployed by the defence for these purposes. We have come to the conclusion, however, that as a matter of justice and in the circumstances of this particular case, we should not regard ourselves as so precluded, and that we should have regard to these matters as advanced by Mr. Vullo. Quite simply, the detailed analysis presented to us, coupled with the deployment of the new evidential points not advanced at trial, has persuaded us that the CCTV timing has positively been demonstrated to be some 22 minutes out on each day in the period. The judge's who knows position with regards to the CCTV times taken at the stage of submissions of no case to answer, and then as put to the jury in summing up, has now been shown to have been wrong. When one links that now demonstrated fact, the other arguments that were and remain available, the alibi evidence of the phones, the div text, the accessing of Mr. Baxter's computer at his house on the 25th of February 2008, and as further confirmed by other points advanced to us. In our view, it is established that the central plank of the Crown's case, as advanced in trial, was one that was not available. On all the evidence now before this court, it could not and cannot be proved by the prosecution that Mr. Baxter, if not also the other appellants, variously were in the RS6 discussing the killing of Mr. Roberts, as relied on in the trial. In such circumstances, we have considered it right, in the interest of justice, to receive these matters as advanced to us. If one takes into account the fact that, in due course, the jury were, albeit understandably at the time, directed in the summing up, consistently with the prosecution's case as advanced at trial, that it was open to them to conclude the appellants had been the men recorded on the various occasions in the RS6, and to reject the defence alibi arguments, then the conclusion simply has to be that the convictions are not safe, for that central plank as advanced by the Crown to the jury has been removed. Indeed, that aspect of the Crown's case may, adversely to the appellants, have potentially achieved still greater prominence in the minds of the jury by that stage, given that the prosecution and judges' understandable repeated emphasis on the fact that none of the appellants had given any evidence, or for the most part, answers in interview to provide any explanations. We turn to summarise the points advanced before us by Mr. Vullo, by reference to his schedules, to explain our conclusion in a little more detail. The main focus of the schedules and arguments before us was directed at the movements of Mr. Baxter, but this in turn potentially may impact the position of Mr. Slade, outside whose house Mr. Baxter's Mercedes ML is on occasion recorded as arriving or leaving, as the case may be. The position of Mr. Pearman in turn again may be rather different. But Mr. Greenery pragmatically did not seek to argue before us that there could be one outcome for this appeal for one or more of the appellants, but a different outcome for the other appellants. We would pay tribute to the meticulous attention to detail which underpinned Mr. Vullo's compelling analysis, and the schedules prepared to support it, and to the skill and care in which he presented it. The schedule deployed before us are essentially, as we gather, all founded on materials available for use at trial. They relate to each day from the 22nd of February to the 4th of March 2008. They are compiled in the following way. Each schedule sets out for the day in question the details and times recorded on the CCTV at 2 Sandmore Drive. Each schedule, by way of table, then identifies from the telephone records in the evidence at trial any calls made by one or other of the 2 relevant mobile phones attributed to Mr. Baxter at the time, as actually shown on the CCTV of the attendance of Mr. Baxter in the Mercedes ML at 2 Sandmore Drive. Where there is such a call, there is identified the time the call starts, the cell sites used by that mobile phone to access the network, the end of the call and the duration of the call. The cell sites are plotted on a map so that one can identify the location of the cell sites being accessed. Where a particular cell site has been identified as the best server site for 2 Sandmore Drive, that has also been identified. Each schedule then sets out a second table constructed on the assumption that the CCTV footage timing was running 22 minutes slow on each day. On that assumed basis, times are accordingly attributed to events shown as recorded on the CCTV, which are 22 minutes later than those shown on the first table in the schedule. The table then shows, by reference to the cell site and the mobile phone records, whether the phones attributed to Mr. Baxter were sending or receiving, at the time adjusted by 22 minutes, messages of the type contained in the table with the unadjusted times. Further, on each schedule there is a map showing the plotted and timed positions of the RS6 on each such day, identified either by tracking devices or actual police observation. Finally, there is a table showing times of conversations within the RS6 as recorded by the probe. By this process, and by cross-referencing events recorded on the CCTV at 2 Sandmore Drive at the adjusted times with the cell site mobile phone material, identifying contact by or to phones attributed to Mr. Baxter, there is scarcely any reconciliation on any of the days between the CCTV images showing Mr. Baxter's ML outside or near to 2 Sandmore Drive and the cell sites accessed by the phones attributable to him. By way of contrast, if one then undertakes the same exercise adjusting the CCTV timings by 22 minutes, then the telephone usage relating to Mr. Baxter's phones on each day closely ties in with the events recorded on the CCTV footage. Those phones are, at such adjusted times, then accessing cell sites which are either best server sites for 2 Sandmore Drive or very close to it. Further and more importantly, the pattern is repeated on each day throughout the period, including the 4th of March 2008, when the Crown itself accepted that the CCTV clock timings were 22 minutes out. This had particular importance, as Mr. Vullo observed, because it went beyond the point of relating to phones allegedly providing an alibi on the 24th and 26th of February 2008. In such circumstances, the appellants contend that there is clear evidence compelling a conclusion that the CCTV timings were indeed 22 minutes out on each day during the entire period of the alleged conspiracy. The CCTV timings therefore were neither operated at times they showed as real time, nor were they operating on a persistently erratic basis. A further schedule provided by Mr. Vullo seeks to confirm the point by different means. 2 regular events in the daily routine at 2 Sandmore Drive, as caught on CCTV, are taken. These are the morning school run and the arrival of the cleaner on weekdays. Throughout, there is a broad consistency in these timings. This is accordingly both indicative of there being no deliberate change in the timings of the CCTV recordings, and also indicative of the timing mechanism operated consistently in this period. Yet further, a series of stills taken from the CCTV on the 22nd and 27th of February and the 1st of March 2008 were provided to us. These appear to show Mr. Slade, or once Mr. Baxter, using a mobile phone at or outside 2 Sandmore Drive. The timings of these events, as shown on the CCTV footage, do not match up with the use of the mobile phones attributed to Mr. Slade or Mr. Baxter, but when adjusted by 22 minutes, they do. We thus have concluded that these schedules demonstrated to our way of thinking that the internal clock on the CCTV was indeed running consistently some 22 minutes slow on each day throughout the period of the alleged conspiracy. The resulting position can be assessed by taking as examples on the days the 22nd, the 24th and the 26th of February, as detailed on the schedules, on the footing that the CCTV clock was indeed 22 minutes slow. Then, on the 22nd of February 2008, the position becomes as follows. At 2014, the RS6 is tracked down at a location near Red Hall Approach, the time at which the probe is recording a conversation in the RS6 to which the prosecution case Mr. Baxter was a party. However, at 2015, on the adjusted CCTV timings, Mr. Baxter's Mercedes ML is shown on the CCTV arriving outside 2 Sandmore Drive, and at 2018, a mobile phone attributed to Mr. Baxter started a call lasting 1 minute 39 seconds, accessing the best serving cell site for 2 Sandmore Drive. Red Hall Approach, as was agreed, is some 6.8 kilometers distance from 2 Sandmore Drive. The Crown's case, we repeat, as Mr. Greenery confirmed, was that it was Mr. Baxter and no one else who always drove the Mercedes ML. On the 24th of February 2008, the position becomes as follows. Between 1825 and 1833, the RS6 is tracked at or near the A64 York Road, at a time when Mr. Baxter is, on the Crown's case, a participant in a conversation in a car recorded by the probe. By 1824 and 1829, as shown on the CCTV, with the adjusted time, Mr. Baxter's Mercedes ML arrives at and then leaves 2 Sandmore Drive. The mobile phone cell site records show 2 phone calls being made from a mobile attributed to Mr. Baxter at 1829 and at 1830, on each occasion accessing the best serving cell site for 2 Sandmore Drive. The A64 York Road is in the East End Park area, on the other side of Leeds from Sandmore Drive. On the 26th of February 2008, the position becomes as follows. Between 1845 and 1856, the RS6 is tracked in the vicinity of the A64 York Road, at a time when the probe is recording a conversation in the RS6 in which, on the Crown's case, Mr. Baxter and Mr. Slade are participating. At 1849, however, as shown on the CCTV, with the adjusted time, Mr. Baxter's Mercedes ML is outside 2 Sandmore Drive, leaving at 1852. At 1849, a phone attributed to Mr. Baxter, lasting 1 minute 37 seconds, is made accessing the best serving cell site for 2 Sandmore Drive. We repeat that there is no difference in pattern between the various days in the entirety of this period, including the 4th of March 2008. Yet further, this material was, as Mr. Vullo submitted, to be put in context both of the alibi phone occasions and also of the text from Mr. Baxter's relevant mobile phone to that of Div. On this last point, he relied, as had been on behalf of Mr. Baxter at trial, in particular on these entries relating to the 26th of February 2008, which showed a series of exchanges between 1804 and 1938, when the RS6 was in use, but when the relevant phone was in the location elsewhere than at the location of the RS6, being at or near 2 Sandmore Drive, as well as such the div text on other dates. In this regard, he was also entitled to reiterate the point which had been made at trial, that the highly personal nature of such text is not readily consistent with anyone other than being Mr. Baxter being the user. Moreover, Mr. Vullo's argument derives support from yet another point, There were available at trial records of automated number plate recognition sightings. Mr. Vaughan, on behalf of Mr. Baxter, submitted that from those, it was demonstrated that on the 24th of February 2008, at 2041, at a time when the RS6 was tracked to the East End Park area, Mr. Baxter's Mercedes ML was in fact identified at a location in Leeds over 5 miles away. This too is evidence of a kind which is available at trial but was not used, perhaps because it was overlooked. But it lends further support to Mr. Vullow's points if further support is needed. Overall, Mr. Greenery had the greatest difficulty in formulating submissions to controvert these points made by Mr. Vullow and as adopted by all counsel for the appellants. In our view, as will be gathered, they will not be controverted. We think it appropriate to deal, nevertheless, with the other grounds advanced. The summing up of the judge was lengthy and detailed. It was clearly structured. It dealt fully with the evidence and the outlined issues. It was a very long way indeed from being a summing up of the kind involving reading out vertebrim, the notes from the judge's notebook or anything like that. At trial, counsel for the appellants nevertheless made objections on the record at the conclusion of the summing up as to its fairness and balance. That objection is maintained before us. We were taken into considerable detail through a number of the passages in summing up. It was complained that in many places it read like a speech for the prosecution. It was said that the judge persistently in the course of the summing up adopted a technique not only of emphasizing and commending the prosecution points, but also when dealing with the defense points designed to refute prosecution points. Ben himself making comments designed to depreciate those defense points, and further did so when summarizing the defense case at the end of summing up. Moreover, he did so, it is said, in trenchant and dismissive terms. It is further complained that the judge dealt with the points strongly relied upon by the defense, the CCTV timings, the alibi phone calls, and so on, in a cursory and dismissive way. It was further observed that, towards the end of summing up, the judge twice said that he was not seeking to undermine the defence's case. A coded acknowledgement, it was suggested, of an appreciation that that is precisely how it may otherwise have been viewed. Particular illustration, it was said, of the unfair comments made, amongst others, can be taken from a passage of the summing up relating to the fact there had been no actual observations made by the police of any of the 3 appellants being in the RS6 during the days of the alleged conspiracy between the 21st of February and the 4th of March 2008. The judge, as to that, commented, obviously it is an admission in the investigations and observations that the police were doing, and no doubt somebody will be wishing that a camera had been set up long before it was to monitor comings and goings. It is complained that that conveys the inference that had only such observations been made, further incriminating evidence would have emerged. Numerous other passages were also relied upon to similar purport. Given our overall conclusion, we can take these submissions shortly. The judge was here dealing with a highly tactical defense case, where all the indications are that leading counsel for the appellants at trial had perhaps taken the limit what might properly be advanced in closing speeches in the absence of any answers in interviews. Any defense case statements or any evidence at trial from the appellants themselves, and when the prosecution had by then, of course, made its own closing speech and had no further right of response. The judge had to deal with that situation arising. We can accept that some of the passages in the summing up might be in places have been better framed or balanced, or have been put in a somewhat different language. But overall, we are not persuaded that this summing up was unfair or unbalanced to such an extent as to render the convictions unsafe. This ground fails accordingly. Our ultimate conclusion also means that it is strictly unnecessary to deal with the applications formally to adduce fresh evidence, but we think it appropriate to do so. This is not only out of defence to detail of the evidence in which the first instance received by us, and to the careful arguments presented to us on it. It is also because our views may perhaps in some respects be of relevance for wider purposes. The proposed fresh evidence was, in each instance, expert evidence. The evidence was, as we have indicated, directed at two distinct areas. First, relating to the timings of the internal clock relating to the CCTV system at Mr. Slade's residence at 2 Sandmore Drive. Second, relating to voice recognition. The statutory criteria for admitting fresh evidence are, of course, those set out in S23 of the Criminal Appeal Act of 1968. Ultimately, the court has to consider whether or not it is necessary or expedient of these interests of justice for such evidence to be received. The court is required for this purpose to have regard in particular to matters set out in S23 2 A, B, C and D. For the purpose of exercising its statutory jurisdiction, the court has to balance two competing principles. The first, to which we have previously alluded, is that the incumbent on the defence to present his whole case at trial, the one trial principle. It is, in general terms, contrary to the proper administration of justice for a defendant to advance on appeal a case different from or other than the case he is able to present at trial. The second, however, is that it is generally abhorrent to the proper administration of justice that the defendant may have been wrongfully convicted. The court also has to weigh these matters and all other relevant matters, including those specified in S23(2) A to D, in deciding whether or not to receive the proposed fresh evidence. At all events, the impression sometimes is that, given the appellants, and on occasions perhaps, was sometimes given in arguments advanced before us on behalf of the appellants in this case, that if only the fresh evidence may afford a ground for allowing an appeal, then that of itself justifies its reception into evidence. But demonstrably, the consideration has to be wider than that, the ultimate question being whether it is necessary or expedient in the interest of justice to receive the evidence. In the context of the proposed reception of fresh expert evidence, we were referred to a number of authorities. These included, with a helpful summary given by Atkins L.J. in Chatu 2012 at paragraph 70 of the judgment. See also Workman 2014 at paragraphs 59 to 63 of the judgment. The observations of the court in those cases, as was not disputed before us, provide a convenient summary of the required approach. Mr. Owen sought to place particular emphasis on the decision of the Privy Council in the case of Lundy 2013. That was a New Zealand case, whereby the underlying principles are broadly comparable to, if not identical to, those set out in S23 of the 1968 Act. It was a striking case in that expert evidence was, in the circumstances of that case, permitted to be received in evidence by the Privy Council, even though its availability had been, for the most part, been known to counsel at trial. Mr. Owen referred in particular to the observations of Lord Kerr at paragraph 120 of his judgment, and to his observations in paragraph 128 that, where the new evidence presents a direct and plausible challenge to one of the central elements of the prosecution's case, this factor, the one trial principle, ceases to be of such importance. Ultimately, however, as we see it, just where the balance lies in assessing what is necessary or expedient in the interest of justice has to be decided by reference to the particular circumstances of each case. And in this regard, as emphasised in Chatu in paragraph 70, the appellate court must, amongst other things, be careful not to allow the trial process unjustifiably to be subverted. The appellant sought to advance as fresh evidence an expert report dated the 28th of July 2014 from Mr. Subdeep Joseph Abraham, a computer crime consultant working with Systems Technology Consultants Limited, SciTech. Mr. Abraham's expertise was not in dispute. He was demonstrably a credible and reliable witness. Mr. Abraham had, in 2014, been asked to perform tests on the CCTV system which had been seized from 2 Sandmore Drive on the 4th of March 2008. It will be recalled that the evidence given at trial was that the entire trial was conducted on the basis that, as at that date, the 4th of March 2008. The CCTV time clock was some 22 minutes slow compared to real time. The tests Mr. Abraham was asked to perform were undertaken with the view to showing that the clock had been similarly slow, that is 22 minutes slow, in the days and weeks before the 4th of March 2008. If that was so, then that, as will be gathered, undetermined the prosecution's case of Mr. Baxter and or Mr. Slade's presence in the RS6 as recorded and corroborated the alibi's arguments advanced by the defence. Thus, this expert evidence was designed in this respect to show what Mr. Vuller had set out to show by reference to his schedules. Mr. Abraham received the CCTV system from West Yorkshire Police on the 23rd of June 2014. The system was then checked to see if it was working properly when powered by main electricity, and it was synchronised. Thereafter, it was run from the period between the 16th of July and the 28th of July 2014. It was then assessed for time differentiation and was found to have lost 2 seconds in that 12-day period. Mr. Abraham's calculation was, on that basis, it would take about a year for the CCTV clock to lose 1 minute. He further reported on the pronounced time variations identified on the CCTV system was examined by police in May 2008 as compared to the 4th of March 2008, to the effect that on the 28th of May 2008, the date on the CCTV system when then examined was some 7 weeks out and the time 13 minutes out, as was explained in evidence given at trial by DC Leon. Mr. Abraham said that was to be explained by the CCTV system having been entirely switched off in the interim, and the battery's power in consequence having becoming degraded. He did however agree in cross-examination before us that something must have happened to cause the clock to be 22 minutes late on the 4th of March 2008. For example, as one possibility, interference by the user. The appellants therefore say that Mr. Abraham's evidence is very important evidence. If, as was the unchallenged evidence, the CCTV clock was indeed out by some 22 minutes on the 4th of March 2008, then the evidence of Mr. Abraham goes positively to confirm the defence's case at trial that it would indeed likewise have been out by some 22 minutes in the preceding weeks and days. And if that was so, then such timings, by reference in particular to the CCTV showing Mr. Baxter in his Mercedes ML, variously picking up or dropping off Mr. Slade at 2 Sandmore Drive, demonstrated the defence point that Mr. Baxter and or Mr. Slade simply could not have been in the RS6 on various of the occasions relied upon by the prosecution at trial. That, of course, was precisely the point Mr. Vuller was seeking to make. It is, as we have said, the case that, at trial, the defence has understandably been seeking to make much of the arguments that the CCTV time was, as accepted, some 22 minutes out on the 4th of March 2008, and therefore, so they argued, similarly out as a matter of inference in the preceding 2 weeks. Equally, it is clear that the Crown had not accepted that later point. It is however known that the trial defence team on behalf of Mr. Slade in fact had, at the time of trial, already commissioned the report from SciTech that was provided by Mr. Darren Greener and was dated the 4th of June 2009. Mr. Greener, who still works for SciTech, also gave evidence before us, which there is no reason to doubt. Mr. Greener, in his trial report, had, amongst other things, considered the date and time accuracy of the CCTV system retrieved from 2 Sandmore Drive. He said they were only as accurate as the setting applied. He was critical of the police's storage and handling of the system after the seizure. He also noted that at the time of his initial report, the footage from the CCTV system for the relevant period had not been reviewed by SciTech. He suggested further review. This, however, was something he and his team only undertook, as we were told after trial. The consequence of that subsequent review was that 2 breaks in the continuity were noted for on the 1st of February 2008, something Mr. Greener attributed to the overwriting of the footage, since the recording runs continuously and after a period of time of new material overwrites and obliterates early material on, as it were, a first in, first out basis. No other breaks in continuity, however, were noted by him or his team in the period of the 1st of February 2008 to the 4th of March 2008. Mr. Greener had been asked to attend the trial. He told us that there was a conference at court with the defence legal team, which included discussion of the 22-minute point, and in the event he was not required to give evidence. In such circumstances, we are not prepared formally to admit the evidence of Mr. Abraham. The defence were alive at trial to the potential importance of the 22-minute point and the CCTV footage, and Mr. Slade had commissioned a report from Mr. Greener at the time for that purpose. Mr. Greener had not been instructed at the time to make further investigations to which he alluded, nor had he been asked to give evidence at trial. The evidence thus was, or reasonably could have been, available. It was submitted to us that the defence could have properly taken it, and it was said that Mr. Slade's trial counsel did take it, that the Crown was not disputing that the CCTV time was around 22 minutes out throughout the relevant period, but the Crown clearly had not accepted that as a fact. Further, one can envisage that the defence tactically might prefer to make their points, as they did, by reference to inferences which they asserted might be drawn, rather than, for example, exposing Mr. Greener to the possibility of a cross-examination. For example, as to how the CCTV came to be out by 22 minutes on the 4th of March 2008, with a potential suggestion that Mr. Slade, as an end user, and against the background evidence that the appellants were surveillance savvy, could have reprogrammed the clock on each day accordingly. In our view, therefore, it is not necessary or expedient in the interest of justice that Mr. Abraham's evidence be received. This was evidence of a kind available to the defence at the trial, which it elected not to explore further or deploy. In any event, the point sought to be made is now covered by Mr. Vullow's analysis. Indeed, Mr. Owen himself accepts in his written argument that the new Cytex evidence merely confirms the point now being made as to the CCTV timings. We accordingly formally refused the application to receive this evidence from Mr. Abraham. This ground raises issue altogether more complex than the application to reduce the Cytex evidence. It was, and will be gathered, the prosecution's case that men recorded speaking in the car on various occasions were the appellants. In support of that allegation, which is strongly disputed by the appellants, the prosecution, as we have said, adduced expert evidence of Mrs. Cleland as to the voice identification. Expert evidence of this nature commonly involves a comparison of the question sample of recorded speech with recording of a person alleged to be involved in the crime, with a reference sample comprising a recording of what is known to be the voice of the suspect. From that comparison, the expert witness forms an opinion as to how far the two recordings are consistent with having originated from the same speaker. The usual methods of comparison are auditory analysis and acoustic analysis. The former usually involves expert witnesses repeatedly listening to the recording through high-powered headphones and making a judgment. The latter involves the application of computer software to make a computerized analysis, which may include spectrograms of specific sounds and formant measurements, that is, computerized measurement of resonance or areas of high energy in the recorded speech. Mrs. Cleland's methodology used only auditory analysis. She was skeptical about autistic analysis generally, one of her reasons being that she did not believe there would be a sufficient database to enable the expert to know what could be expected of the population as a whole, and therefore was nothing with which reliably to compare the findings in the particular case. She also took the view that formant measurements could not be reliably used and could be misleading when recording concerns had not been made in clear conditions free of interference. She acknowledged that, in this respect, she is in a minority amongst practitioners in the field. The majority use a combination of auditory and acoustic analysis. In Rob 1991, this court held that Expert evidence of voice identification based on auditory analysis alone is admissible. In 2002, the Court of Appeal in Northern Ireland took the view that time had moved since the decision of Robb and concluded that jurisdiction, no prosecution should be brought in which one of the planks was voice identification based on auditory analysis alone. See O'Doherty 2003. In England and Wales, however, there has been no similar developments in the law, and in Flynn and St John 2008, a constitution of this court declined to follow the decision of O'Doherty. See in particular paragraph 62 of the judgment of the court given by Gage LJ. Miss Cleland had been provided with copies of some of the recordings made in the RS6, in which the male voices were designated M1, M2, etc. These recordings carried engine traffic and other noises, as well as voices of the speakers. She had also been provided with reference samples of the speech of each of the appellants. Some of these came from police interviews, but reference samples of voices of Mr. Baxter and Mr. Slade also included a recording, Exhibit Holdall 12, which was admitted to be of them speaking in a different vehicle, a Peugeot car. The reference samples of Mr. Pearman included a recording, Holdall 42, of him speaking in a third vehicle, the BMW car. The recordings in the Peugeot and the BMW had been made covertly, and they too carried engine noise and traffic noise. In relation to the voices of the men speaking in the RS6, Mrs. Cleland was asked to consider whether each of the voices designated as M1, M2 and M3 was the same voice in each recording in which it was thought to be heard. She was also asked to consider whether the reference samples of the appellants were phonetically and linguistically consistent with the questioned voices. Mrs. Cleland explained to the jury that forensic voice analysis first entailed forming an opinion as to whether the question and reference samples were consistent with the speech having originated from the same person. If so, it then entailed going on to express how closely matched samples were, using a 5-point scale of distinctiveness, ranging from not distinctive to exceptionally distinctive. The distinctiveness scale enabled the expert to consider detailed phonetic and acoustic features over and above the broad consistency which had first been noted. This involved considering, by an intensive listening over many hours, the fine detail of articulation of vowel and consonant sounds, rhythm, pitch, intonation and voice quality, timbre, and making on scale how many of these features and to what extent were judged to be distinctively similar across the reference and question samples. As we have said, it was never the prosecution's case that voice identification evidence alone could prove that a particular appellant was a particular speaker in the RS6. The evidence was put forward only as one aspect of the prosecution case. Mrs. Cleland also made clear at an earlier stage of her evidence in chief that forensic voice analysis could only operate as a freestanding identification of an individual. She said, "It is important to recognize that forensic voice analysis isn't equivalent in any sense to identification evidence form, for instance, DNA or fingerprinting. The conclusions we can reach in terms of voice identification should only be used in conjunction with other evidence as part of the picture. You can't identify an individual solely by using an opinion from a forensic voice analysis." Mrs. Cleland's evidence was that the designation of M1, M2 and M3 was consistent across all the question samples recorded in the RS6. In some of the recordings, the level of background noise was such that she could not form any view about the degree of distinctiveness. Other sections of the recordings were clearer and enabled her to express an opinion of the distinctiveness scale. Her findings in summary were as follows. She found the voice of Mr. Pearman to be consistent with the voice of M1, and in some passages of the recording she assessed it moderately distinctive or distinctive. She also, it may be observed, identified Mr. Pearman's voice with low-level consistency from a brief passage recorded in the RS6 on the 4th of March. But the prosecution accepted that Mr. Pearman was not in the car on that day. She found the voice of Mr. Baxter to be consistent with the voice of M2, and in some passages of the recording she assessed it to be moderately distinctive. She found the voice of Mr. Slade to be consistent with the voice of M3. In relation to one passage, she assessed it as moderately distinctive. In relation to another passage, she initially said that there was a low level of distinctiveness. She then, in cross-examination, withdrew her attribution of that passage on the basis that similarities were at such low level that no identification was possible. However, in re-examination, she said that when she made that concession, she had not been well and was not thinking clearly, and she repeated that there was low-level consistency between the known and questioned voice of Mr. Slade. On behalf of Mr. Pearman, Professor French gave evidence at trial. He has worked in this field for some 25 years and has given expert evidence in many cases. He is an honorary professor in the Department of Language and Linguistics Science in the University of York and the president of the International Association for Forensic Phonetics and Acoustics. His work in this case has been peer-reviewed by his colleagues, Dr. Fawkes, who also gave evidence at the trial. Professor French had used a combination of auditory and acoustic analysis. He regarded Miss Cleland's approach of using auditory analysis alone as no longer acceptable practice. He disagreed with Mrs. Cleland's evidence relating to Mr. Pearman. When he first prepared a report in this case, he found consistency between Mr. Pearman's voice and the voice of M1. However, he subsequently analysed the Holdall 42 recording from the BMW and concluded on the basis of voice quality and phonetic differences, which he explained to the jury, that there was no consistency and that it was very unlikely that Mr. Pearman was the speaker in the RS6. He did not feel able to eliminate him completely. He said that there was a remote possibility that M1 was Mr. Pearman. Neither of the other appellants called any expert evidence on this topic, as we have explained, although the jury were made aware that Mr. Duckworth had been instructed on the behalf of Mr. Slade and Dr. Holmes on behalf of Mr. Baxter. The jury were also made aware that Mr. Duckworth agreed with Mrs. Cleland's attribution of M3 to Mr. Slade in a recording on the 26th of February as moderately distinctive. Dr. Holmes accepted that Mr. Baxter's voice was consistent, but no more than consistent with M2. The judge, in his summing up, gave an appropriate direction to the jury about their approach to this evidence, explaining to them that although they had heard the recordings for themselves, the expert witnesses had the advantage, which the jury could not have, of repeated listening to the recordings on specialised audio equipment. After the trial, Professor French and his colleague Mr. Harrison were instructed to conduct further voice comparisons using automatic speaker recognition (ASR) technology in the form of a system known as BatFox. Initially, they did their work solely in relation to the appellant Mr. Pearman, but they were later instructed also to consider recorded voices said to be those of the other appellants. In their first report on the 1st of June 2012, dealing with Mr. Pearman alone, they concluded that the results of the BatFox tests were 37 or 38 times more likely if M1 was not Mr. Pearman than if was. A new version of the BatFox system then became available. This was used in carrying out tests in relation to all three appellants, in the course of which the Holdall 12 recordings from the Peugeot car were used as an additional reference sample. The overall result of their work in relation to Mr. Pearman and Mr. Slade was summarised as followed in their report on the 17th of July 2014. In our view, the voice evidence in respect to these two appellants provides exceptionally strong support for the defence's claim. We consider that Richard Pearman and Dennis Slade can be eliminated with an extremely high degree of confidence. This is effectively a categorical statement of elimination. As to Mr. Baxter, Professor French and Mr. Harrison concluded that he could be eliminated with a fairly high degree of confidence. All three appellants have sought to adduce this evidence as fresh evidence. This court heard the Ben S. evidence from Professor French and Mr. Harrison, as well as evidence from Mr. Alan Hearson, who was called by the respondent. In their submissions as to the considerations which were relevant for the purposes of this Section 23 application, the parties focused on two issues. Was Professor French able at trial to give evidence based on the ASR technology, and was it necessary or expedient for this court to receive the evidence? In their report on the 1st of June 2012, Professor French and Mr. Harrison explained that the ASR systems work on the principle that the individual voices may be distinguished from one another by virtue of vocal tracks or from which they emanate having different atomical dimensions or proportions. These differences give rise to acoustic differences, namely differences in the structure or resonance of frequencies found across the speech of individuals. ASR systems take the recorded voices of individuals, perform complex mathematical operations on them, and reduce them into statistical models. A statistical model is then made of the known sample and the question sample, and the two are compared to produce a measure of similarity or difference between them, in order to determine whether the measure is indicative of having come from the same or different speakers. The extracted features are also compared with a set of statistical models from a reference population of other speakers held within the system. Characteristics of the reference population, including gender, language, and recording conditions, should ideally be at the same of those of the suspect recording. The measure of difference or similarity between the compared recordings is expressed by the ASR system and as a likelihood ratio. That is, an expression of the ratio of how likely it is to have been found the voice evidence if the samples were to have come from the same speaker against the likelihood of having found the evidence if they had come from a different person. A likelihood ratio of more than 1 means that the evidence would be more likely to occur if the speaker were the same. A likelihood ratio of less than 1 means that the evidence would more likely occur if they had come from different speakers. Professor French said in evidence that he first acquired Batvox in March or April 2009 and trialed it in July-August that year. He therefore had access to the Batvox system at the time of trial of these appellants. However, he took the view that, at the stage, it had not had sufficient testings with samples of English voices for him to use it in his forensic work. He said that his subsequent testings included tests which showed the Batvox system to be sensitive of regional accents, but without large differences, and further testing in circumstances in which the quality of the sample recording was less clear. The results of those tests and testings of the systems by others led him to regard it as a system which could be used in casework by the end of 2010, the start of 2011. He has not, however, used the system in any of his forensic work other than this case. In their evidence to this court, Professor French and Mr. Harrison explained that the Batvox software which they had used had a database or reference population of 100 male speakers of standard Southern British English, aged 18 to 25, who had been recorded in the form of stimulated police interviews. From that population, the software automatically chose a smaller subset on the basis of their statistical models matching most closely that of the suspect. The subset could be as low as 20, but they had set the system so that a subset of 35 was used. It was not altogether clear from their evidence which 35 sample voices the system chose for comparison with each of the appellants, nor why the figure of 35 was selected. Insofar as the subsets may have differed from one another, at all events, the court has no information as to what the differences were. At trial, it was common ground between Mrs. Cleland and Professor French that voice quality timbre is an important marker of a voice. Professor French told this court that he and his colleague had initially considered that ideally the reference sample should comprise speakers who came, like the appellants, from West Yorkshire, but ultimately they had decided that it was not necessary because the system considered the reference population appropriate for the tasks. Mr. Harrison explained that the software's reference population of 100 is not to be thought of in the same way as the database used for DNA analysis. He said that the purpose of the reference sample is to assess how usual or unusual a feature of speech is, and so to show whether the score is what one would expect as between the questioned and the reference samples. He said that there is no regional variation in vocal tracks, and therefore it was not particularly important to know where the person in reference sample came from. He also said that their work had been peer reviewed and there had been no criticism of the size of reference population. Professor French and his colleague had reported that when 27 different voices were compared with the known voices in the B&W and Peugeot recordings, the system showed a likelihood ratio of less than 1 in 63% of cases, but incorrectly identified the speaker with the likelihood ratio in more than 1 in the other 37%. The report said of this: in summary, the system obtains the correct result for all the same speaker comparisons
and for the majority of different speaker comparisons. When it does make an error, it is based towards the false identifications rather than false rejections. In other words, the bias would be towards acceptance of the prosecution rather than the defence's claims. In their second report, Professor French and Mr. Harrison had said that they agree with the view expressed in a research paper by Becker et al. 2012 that owing to possibility of errors made by the ASR systems in specific cases, it is necessary to accompany the ASR analysis with auditory and acoustic phonetic analysis. We would not use an ASR system as a standalone method for comparing speakers in a forensic case. In our view, it should be used in conjunction with a human-based auditory and acoustic phonetic analysis, which is what we have done in this case. In the light of their testing of the system and their use of it in this case, Professor French and Mr. Harrison gave evidence supporting that the use of BatVox, and by extension of ASR systems generally, in conjunction with other methods of analysis, as a reliable means of excluding a suspect's voice from any similarity with a questioned recording. They did not put it forward as capable of making a reliable positive identification of a suspect as the speaker whose voice could be heard in a questioned recording. The suggested advantages of ASR are that it is largely independent of the analysis who operates it, so that two persons processing the same recordings through the system should get the same result, that it produces a numerical estimation of likelihood, and that it compares the voice of the suspect not only with the question recording, but also with the reference population of the system. Neither Professor French nor Mr. Harrison was aware of any research or any academic articles which had concluded that the ASR systems were not reliable for court purposes, and it is said that such systems are used in court proceedings in many other countries. Professor French was asked why he would only use the BatVox system in conjunction with other forms of analysis, and not as a freestanding method. He said that the BatVox reflects mathematically the Renaissance characteristics of vocal tracks. That is the only aspect of the voice which is measured. It is possible that two men may have similar vocal tracks, but differ, for example, in accent or pitch. Therefore, use of the ASR alone could give a false hint. He accordingly felt it better to use BatVox in conjunction with testing of other characteristics which BatVox was not designed to test. He accepted in cross-examination that, whereas in relation to his conventional testings, he could explain to the jury what distinctive features he had found, in relation to BatVox, he could only explain that the system identified differences in the geometry of the vocal tracts, but he would not be able to say precisely what those differences were. He also said that some of the different ASR systems are more conservative than others, but he did not know which nor where BatVox was positioned on that spectrum. It was put to him that this would seem to raise the possibility of different systems producing different results. He accepted that, but he said that he did not expect that one would have one system producing a likelihood ratio below 1 and a different system producing a likelihood ratio above 1 in respect to the same sample. However, he concluded that in one of his tests, which compared the voice of Mr. Harrison with the voice of Mr. Pearman, the result had been a likelihood ratio of 0.8, and he further conceded that he could not say whether the different system might have given, for example, a likelihood ratio of 1.1. Professor French was asked why, in view of the claimed advantages of ASR, he had not used the system in any of his forensic casework apart from this case. He said that in this case, he had reference recordings of the known voices of the appellant speaking in the car. Without those, he would have felt it necessary to do wider testing on generic voices in cars before using the ASR as part of his analysis. In his evidence for the respondent, Mr. Harrison made clear that although he has had many years of experience as a senior lecturer in phonetics in the City University of London, he has very little or no experience of actually using an ASR system. His objections are based on principle, not, as he openly accepted, on the technical knowledge of the machine. His objections therefore relate to all ASR systems. The nub of his objection is that it is asserted that the bat box relates to the geometry of the vocal cord, but he regards that as speculation. If it does so relate, then the properties of the vocal cords do not correspond directly to the sounds of speech. He regards the presentation in mathematical form as spurious science and a misleading portrayal of quantitative data. He was not satisfied there had been sufficient testing of the bat box system, because a proper evaluation would, in his view, require a comparison of hundreds of speech samples under conditions similar to those in this case. Although he was much criticised by the appellant's counsel on the grounds of lack of objectivity and the lack of expertise in relation to ASR systems, he was, in our view, entitled on the basis of his expertise in the field, generally to set out those objections of principle for the court's consideration. On behalf of the appellants, counsel submitted that the court should receive the evidence of Professor French and Mr. Harrison as fresh evidence pursuant to Section 23 of the 1968 Act, in accordance with the principles conveniently summarised in the case of Mr. Chateau. Counsel submitted that the bat-box system should be admissible in evidence as an aid to existing methods of voice identification, even if not as a freestanding diagnostic method. They emphasised that the Crown, though well aware of the issues, had not sought to adduce any evidence to contradict the evidence of Professor French and Mr. Harrison as to the reliability of the operation of the system. They submitted that, consistently with Professor French's evidence, it may be that the system cannot be used as a positive identification of the speaker, because it cannot express probability by reference to a large database, but it is, they submitted, capable of categoric exclusion. They argued that the evidence shows that, for that purpose, the system picks an appropriate sample and that no evidence had been adduced to the contrary. For the Crown, it was submitted by Mr. Greene that the bat-box system was available to Professor French at the time of the trial. That accordingly, this is not fresh evidence, and that the court should uphold the importance of one trial principle. Further, it was the appellants who sought to have this evidence admitted, and it was therefore for them to establish its admissibility, whether or not specific rival evidence was called. Mr. Greene, in addition, put forward a number of reasons why the court should not regard the bat-box system as reliable, and should hold the evidence of the results of using that system to be inadmissible. He argued in particular that the bat-box results are expressed in a form of likelihood ratios, and that no clear basis for asserting that such is appropriate, and he invited the court to conclude that there are far too many variables and uncertainties in the data relied on by Professor French and Mr. Harrison for them to be permitted to express an opinion based on the use of a mathematical formula. In support of this last point, Mr. Greene also relied on the decision of the Constitution of this court in T 2011 1 CR APPR9, in which the issue was raised as to whether it is permissible to use mathematical formula and likelihood ratios based on statistics to arrive at an evaluative opinion in footwear mark cases. The court referred in that case to the permissible use in DNA cases of match of probabilities, not directed to whether DNA came from the suspect, but to the probability of obtaining a match that came from an unknown person who is unrelated to the suspect but has the same profile. The court continued at paragraph 78. However, no case was drawn to our attention which suggests that a mathematical formula is appropriate where it has no proper statistical basis. If there are reliable statistics and data, it would then be necessary to consider how the likelihood ratios should be used and how their use should be explained to the jury. The court then considered the reliability of the statistics and data in relation to footwear. It concluded that there were far too many uncertainties and variables in the data to enable an expert to express an opinion based on a mathematical formula, saying at paragraph 86, There is no sufficiently reliable data on which the assessment based on data can properly be made for reasons we have given. An attempt to assess the degrees of probability where footwear could have made a mark based on figures relating to distribution is inherently unreliable and gives rise to a verisimilitude of mathematical probability based on data where it is not possible to build that data in a way that enables this to be done. None in truth exists for the reasons we have explained. We are satisfied that in the area of footwear evidence, no attempt can realistically be made in the generality of these cases to use a formula to calculate the probabilities. The practice has no sound basis. That conclusion made it unnecessary for the court to consider how, in the context of footwear impressions, the use of likelihood ratios should be explained to a jury. The court nonetheless referred briefly to Adams' 1996 2 CR APPR 467 and Tahini 1997 1 CR APPR 369 and Adams No. 2 1998 1 CR APPR 377. A review of those cases led to the conclusion at paragraph 90 that we turn our conclusions about the aspect of the appeal. We would not think it right to refuse to receive the evidence of Professor French and Mr. Harrison solely on the ground that it was available at the time of trial. We accept the submissions of the appellant's counsel to the effect that it would be unfair to hold it against Professor French that he had taken time to test and research the system before deciding that he could properly use it in his forensic work. For other compelling reasons, however, we do not think it necessary or expedient in the interest of justice to admit the evidence of Professor French and Mr. Harrison, even accepting that their evidence is fresh evidence for the purposes of Section 23 of the 1968 Act. We find a number of areas of concern which lead us to conclude that the appellants have failed in this case to justify the use of a likelihood ratio generated by ASR software as a means of determining voice identification or exclusion. In view of our overall decision on other grounds of appeal, however, it is neither necessary nor appropriate for us to make any definitive ruling in this case as to whether such evidence can be ever admissible, or as to what position might be in the future in the light of any further scientific advance. We must, however, summarise the features of the evidence in this case which have caused us concern. First, we are far from persuaded that the very small reference population selected by the software provides a sufficient basis for a reliable conclusion. T emphasised the importance of a proper statistical basis if the use of likelihood ratios is to be justified. We accept the submission of the Crown that it has not been sufficiently convincingly demonstrated in this appeal that a group of 20 or 30 speakers adequately covers all the possible features of the geometry of human vocal cords. The outcome of the testing in which a likelihood ratio of more than 1 was incorrectly found in over a third of tests does not inspire confidence. Professor French gave evidence that he was not troubled by those results because he was not focusing on the use of the system to exclude rather than include a suspect. We do not share that response. Whichever way the error goes, it is an indication of fallibility which has not been satisfactorily explained. In the context of evidence which is said to enable the categorical exclusion of a suspect on the basis of the comparison with the 20 or 30 speakers whose ages and accents may differ substantially from those of the suspects, such fallibility is troubling. The fact that the ASR systems are, as we were told, used for forensic purposes in other jurisdictions does not resolve those concerns, because we have heard no evidence as to the purpose for which the technology is used in those jurisdictions, and as to whether its use there is subject to any qualifications or limitations. Further, such jurisdictions might have quite different rules to evidence compared to those pertaining in England and Wales. Secondly, in a number of respects, it seems to us that the evidence ultimately amounts to little more than a bare assertion that the software is so designed as to ensure the right results, with no explanation of how the court can be confident that is so. For example, the selection by the software of the subset of voices from the reference population has not been explained, and no clear reason has been shown why the court should simply accept the assertion that the system has made the best choices. It does not seem to us to be a sufficient answer to this concern to say that it is only proposed that the ASR should be used in conjunction with other forms of analysis. In this case, indeed, it is apparent that Professor French was caused to adjust his opinions by the results of the Batvox test, which, in his words, took him beyond his original conclusion that the voice of M1 was very unlikely to be that of Mr. Pearman. It is also apparent that the Batvox results, amounting effectively to categorical exclusion or elimination with a fairly high degree of confidence, were inconsistent with the evidence of Mrs. McClelland and with the views so far as made known to this court of Dr. Holmes and Mr. Duckworth. The court therefore has to consider that it is being asked to admit what in actuality is advanced as decisive evidence, not simply supportive evidence. Thirdly, we are concerned that the counsel for the appellants were unable to give any satisfactory answer to the question of how the evidence of this nature should or could appropriately be presented to a jury. It seems that even a witness as distinguished as Professor French would in reality be telling a jury that the system had produced a certain result with no real explanation of what the features had contributed to that result, and therefore no real scope for cross-examination. How are the jury to evaluate such evidence? What, for example, are the jury to make of the proposition that the results of the Batvox tests are 38 times more likely if the suspect was not the man whose voice can be heard in the question recording than if he was? Are they to regard the 38 times more likely as a significantly high or significantly low? The absence of any satisfactory answer to such questions reflects the fact that the system simply produces a result expressed in a mathematical formula with the attendant danger of a potentially misleading appearance of certainty, but without any explanation of which features or similarities or dissimilarities have contributed to that result. Fourthly, it seems clear from the evidence before this court that different ASR systems may produce different results from testings of the same sample, if only because one system is more conservative than another. The submissions on behalf of the appellants were unable to satisfy us to how a jury should approach such conflict. Lastly, making every allowance for the proper wish to test the system and for the fact that the outcome of this appeal was awaited, it was not clear why Professor French and Mr. Harrison had not thus far used the Batvox system in any other trial or in any other casework, if only for their own purposes and by way of cross-checking on their other analysis. Professor French's answer on this, when raised to him, were, with respect, hesitant, nor was it clear to us why the fortuitous availability of the recordings in the Peugeot car was regarded as a reason to use the system in this case, even though it had not been used in other cases. These troubling features of the evidence suggested a certain lack of confidence in the system, and in particular to the adequacy of the system's own reference population. This is only reinforced by the instance that the evidence based on such a system should only be used in conjunction with other auditory recognition or acoustic evidence. For those reasons, we decline to admit this evidence, which in our view left many important questions unanswered. Although we have rejected many of the points advanced by the appellants, we have, for reasons stated earlier, overall come to our conclusions that these convictions are unsafe. They are therefore quashed. We have bore in mind that the jury were given a separate treatment direction at trial. They were not required to give like verdicts on all accounts. It might be said that, on one view, the handling court relating to the RS6 at all events potentially stood on a different footing from all other counts. Indeed, Mr. Pearman and Mr. Baxter at trial did not make any submissions of no case to answer on that count. But we note that the period specified in the indictment for that count was the same period as that specified for the count of conspiracy to murder. Accordingly, we do not think it right to reach any different conclusion on that count, nor did Mr. Greenery invite us to. We have also bore in mind that most of the new points and arguments addressed to us by reference to the schedules which we have been prepared to receive and accept related primarily to Mr. Baxter, albeit also to some extent by extension to Mr. Slade. At all events, not all of them by any means, we were directed to Mr. Pearman's position, but understandably in the circumstances, Mr. Greenery, as we have already indicated, did not seek to argue for a different outcome on these appeals as between the three appellants. We will receive the submissions of counsel of any consequential applications or other matters arising from this judgment when it has been handed down. Such submissions will need to extend to dealings with the outstanding appeals against sentence, which also include the appeal of Mr. Hudson. Dennis Slade, Richard Pearman and Michael Baxter were co-defendants wrongly convicted in August 2009 of conspiracy to commit murder in 2008 in Leeds, England, in addition to charges of criminal damage, arson and handling stolen goods. After their conviction by a jury, Leeds Crown Court Judge Paul Hoffman had sentenced all three to life imprisonment. If the convictions had stood, Mr. Slade would not have been eligible for parole until after serving at least 19 years, whilst Mr. Pearman and Mr. Baxter would not be eligible for parole until serving at least 17 years. In February 2015, the Court of Appeals, after looking over the case again with a clearer understanding of cell site analysis, as well as an in-depth professional conclusion from the barristers and the forensic specialists, had reversed the convictions after deciding that the convictions were unsafe of the three and ordered a retrial. In November 2015, at the retrial, the judge directed the jury to acquit the three defendants of all charges after the prosecution had discontinued its case after presenting evidence for a week during their retrial. The prosecutor told the judge, "We have conducted such a review in this case and have concluded that there is no longer any more evidence to present and therefore any realistic prospect of securing a conviction. Accordingly, we offer no further evidence." Mr. Slade, Mr. Pearman and Mr. Baxter were cleared of conspiracy to commit murder, criminal damage, arson and handling stolen goods. The three defendants still had to remain in prison, but would be released much earlier than the original sentence which was given. The three were still serving sentences for convictions of robbery of a transit van in Warrington on March the 8th, 2006, and robbery of the Cross Gates Post Office in Leeds on December the 12th, 2007, as well as conspiracy to rob a cash delivery van at the Sainsbury's in Colton, Leeds. The court's appeal decision meant the minimum terms they each had to serve in custody were all significantly reduced. Mr. Slade's minimum term dropped to 10 years, making him eligible to apply to the parole board for release in March 2018. A parole board panel recommended Mr. Slade's release from jail at the hearing the following year. He was released with strict conditions which include wearing an electronically monitored tag. The parole board summary stated, "Evidence was presented regarding successful completion of accredited programs to address offending behaviour. These courses had addressed areas including unhelpful thinking, understanding the effect of his actions upon his victims, and the use of violence." The panel heard how well Mr. Slade had demonstrated application of relevant skills and learning whilst in custody. Witnesses described good behaviour in prison, achieving trusted positions through hard work, being motivated to live an offence-free life in future, and that his risk factors and risk of future harm had been addressed through treatment programs. All witnesses present recommended Mr. Slade's release. Mr. Pearman was released from custody following a parole board hearing in July 2017. The parole board confirmed that a direction for Mr. Baxter's release was made in 2016. Soon after his release, Mr. Slade had more than £250,000 confiscated under the Proceeds of Crime Act. Mr. Slade was ordered to pay back the profits of his previous crimes, which were committed over a 3-year period across the north of England. Mr. Slade's confiscation hearing under the Proceeds of Crime Act was finally settled after apparent years of delay. Leeds Crown Court heard Mr. Slade had benefited to the sum of £267,836 as a result of his offending. The court heard that at the time 43-year-old Mr. Slade had assets available to repay the sum in full. The quashing of the convictions of Dennis Slade, Richard Pearman and Michael Baxter marks the dramatic conclusion of a complex legal battle for the notorious Slade gang, with the elimination of the central plank of the prosecution's case against them. Their custodial terms were slashed, paving the way for their eventual freedom. Now all three men have regained their liberty, released back into society after years of incarnation. For their families, it is a moment of celebration and vindication. To their victims, it may seem an injustice, affirming the gang's elusive infamy. Yet the scale of the saga shows that justice is rarely black and white. Flaws in the original prosecution prompted a spotlight on the case, enabling the appeals process to catalyse their controversial release. The Slade gang case stands as a sobering lesson for the police, prosecutors and courts. It reveals the need for exhaustive evidence gathering, ironclad arguments, and decisions sturdy enough to withstand fierce scrutiny. Most of all, it underlines the vital role of appeals in holding the system accountable. With Dennis Slade, Richard Pearman and Michael Baxter now walking free, the final chapter is written for the notorious Slade gang, but the broader impact remains open-ended, potentially spurring reviews and new debates on British criminal justice's intricate workings. Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, comment, share and subscribe. Today we're going to look at one of the UK's most infamous and dangerous hackers and look into the story of why the US government wanted to hand him an almost guaranteed life sentence to serve at Guantanamo Bay. This was after he said he was only looking for evidence of UFOs and renewable energy. Gary McKinnon, who was born on the 10th of February 1966, is a Scottish systems administrator and hacker who was accused in 2002 of perpetrating the biggest military computer hack of all time. Although Mr McKinnon himself states that he was merely looking for evidence of free energy suppression, a cover-up of UFO activity, as well as other technologies that could be potentially useful to the public. On the 16th of October 2012, after a series of legal proceedings in Britain, the Home Secretary at the time, Theresa May, blocked the extradition to the United States. But why did the British government decide not to extradite Mr McKinnon after he had hacked one of the biggest military corporations in America? Surely this did not go down well between the UK and US relations. Today we take a deeper look into the life of Gary McKinnon and what really happened. Mr. Gary McKinnon was accused of hacking into 97 United States military and NASA computers over a 13-month period, which was between February 2001 and March 2002, whilst he was at the house of his girlfriend's aunt in London. He did this using the name Solo. The US authorities stated that he deleted critical files from operating systems, which had shut down the United States Army Military District of Washington network, which consisted of 2,000 computers. The computers were shut down for 24 hours. Mr. McKinnon also posted a notice on the military's website saying, "Your security is crap." It is also alleged that after September 11th attacks in 2001, he allegedly deleted important weapon logs that were being held in the Earl Naval Weapons Station, rendering its network of 300 computers, making them completely inoperable and paralysing the munition supply for the US Navy's Atlantic Fleet. Mr. McKinnon was also accused of copying data, account files and passwords onto his own computer. The US authorities stated that the cost of tracking and correcting the problems that Mr. McKinnon had caused was well over $700,000. While not admitting that it constituted evidence of destruction, Mr. McKinnon did admit to leaving a threat on one computer. The message he left on the US government computer was as follows: US foreign policy is akin to government-sponsored terrorism these days. It was not a mistake that there was a huge security stand down on September 11th last year. I am Solo. I will continue to disrupt at the highest levels. However, the US authorities have stated that they believe Mr. McKinnon was in fact trying to downplay his own actions. A highly decorated and senior military officer at the Pentagon had said, "The US policy is to fight these cyber attacks as strongly as possible, and as a result of Mr. McKinnon's actions, we had suffered serious damage. This was not some harmless incident. He did very serious and deliberate damage, and he did so to US military and NASA computers. Mr. McKinnon also left behind silly and anti-American messages. All the evidence above suggests that someone was staging a very serious attack on US computer systems. Mr. McKinnon was first interviewed by the police on the 19th of March 2002. After this interview, his computer was seized by the authorities. He was then again interviewed on the 8th of August 2002. This time it was by the UK National High Tech Crime Unit, or the NHTCU. In November 2002, Mr. McKinnon was indicted on a federal grand jury in the Eastern District of Virginia. The indictment contains 7 counts of computer-related crime, each of which carried a potential of 10 years sentence in jail. Mr. McKinnon remained at liberty without restriction for 3 years until June of 2005, until after the UK enacted the Extradition Act of 2003, which implemented the 2003 Extradition Treaty with the United States, wherein the United States did not need to provide contestable evidence. Mr. McKinnon now became subject to bail conditions, including a requirement to sign in at his local police station every evening and to remain at his home address every night. If extradited to the US and charged, Mr. McKinnon could have potentially faced up to 70 years in jail. Mr. McKinnon had also expressed fears that he could be extradited and sent to Guantanamo Bay. Representing Mr. McKinnon in the House of Lords on the 16th of June 2008, the barristers told the law lords that the prosecutors had said that Mr. McKinnon faced a possible 8 to 10 years in jail per count if he contested to the charges. There were 7 counts altogether, without any chance of reparation, but he would only receive between 37 and 46 months if he cooperated and went voluntary to the United States. The US-style plea bargains are not part of English criminal law, except in exceptional circumstances, although it is standard practice to reduce the sentence by 1/3 if a defendant pleads guilty early. Mr. McKinnon's lawyers contended that this effect was intimidation and by the US using force to force Mr. McKinnon to waive his legal rights. Mr. McKinnon had also stated that he had been told he could serve part of his sentence in the UK if he cooperated. He rejected the offer because the Americans would not agree to this condition. Mr. McKinnon's barrister said that the law lords looking over the case, that they could deny the extradition if there was an abuse of process, saying, if the United States wishes to use the process of the English courts to secure an extradition of an alleged offender, then they must play by our rules. The House Lords rejected this argument, with the lead judgment of Lord Brown of Eton under Haywood, holding that the difference between the American system and our own is not perhaps so stark as Mr. McKinnon's argument suggests, and that the extradition proceedings should accommodate legal and cultural differences between the legal system and many foreign-friendly states, with whom the UK has entered into a reciprocal extradition agreement. Mr. McKinnon appealed to the European Courts of Human Rights, which briefly imposed a bar on the extradition, but a request for an appeal was later rejected. On the 23rd of January 2009, Mr. McKinnon won permission from the High Court to apply for a judicial review against his extradition. However, on the 31st of July 2009, the High Court announced that Mr. McKinnon had lost his appeal. Mr. McKinnon's legal team, his solicitor Karen Todner and his barrister Ben Cooper applied for a judicial review into the Home Secretary's rejection and medical evidence, which stated that when he could be easily tried in the UK, it was unnecessary, cruel and inhumane to inflict further stress of removing him from his homeland, his family and his medical support network. On the 16th of October 2012, the then Home Secretary Theresa May announced that the House of Commons had decided that the extradition had been blocked, saying that Mr. McKinnon is accused of serious crimes, but there is also no doubt that he is very seriously ill. He has Asperger's syndrome and suffers from depressive illness. Mr. McKinnon's extradition would give rise to such a high risk of him ending his life that the decision was made not to extradite him, and it would be incompatible with Mr. McKinnon's human rights. She stated that the Director of Public Prosecutions would determine whether Mr. McKinnon should face trial before a British court. On the 14th of December, the DPP, Keir Starmer, announced that Mr. McKinnon would not be prosecuted in the United Kingdom because of the difficulties involving in bringing his case against him when the evidence was all in the United States. In January of 2010, Mr. Justice Mitting granted Mr. McKinnon a further judicial review on the decision of the Home Secretary at the time, Alan Johnson, to allow Mr. McKinnon's extradition. Mr. Justice Mitting distinguished two issues which were arguable. The first being whether the psychiatrist Jeremy Turk's opinion that Mr. McKinnon would most certainly commit suicide if extradited to the US, and this meant that the Home Secretary must refuse extradition under the Section 6 of the Human Rights Act of 1998, which prevents a public authority from acting in a way incompatible with the Convention right. The second was whether Mr. Turk's opinion was a fundamental change to the circumstances that the courts had previously considered and ruled upon. Mr. Justice Mitting ruled that if the answer to both questions was yes, then it was arguable that it would be unlawful to allow the extradition. In early November 2008, 80 British MPs signed an early day motion calling for any custodial sentence imposed by an American court to be served in a UK prison. On the 15th of July 2009, many voted in Parliament against a review of the extradition treaty. In November of 2008, the rock group Marillion announced that it was ready to participate in a benefit concert in support of Mr. McKinnon's struggle to avoid extradition to the United States. The organiser of the planned event was Ross Hemsworth, an English radio host. Many prominent individuals voiced support, including Sting, Trudy Styler, Julie Christine, David Glimmer, Graham Nash, Peter Gabriel, The Proclaimers, Bob Geldof, Christy Hyde, David Cameron, Boris Johnson, Stephen Fry and Terry Waite, and all of them proposed that he should at least be tried in the UK. The Scottish entrepreneur Luke Heron would pay £100,000 toward Mr. McKinnon's legal costs in the event he was extradited to the US. In another article, Joseph Gutthines Jr., a retired NASA officer of the Inspector General's Senior Special Agent, voiced his support for Mr. McKinnon. Mr. Gutthines, who is also an American criminal defense lawyer and a former member of the Texas Criminal Justice Advisory Committee on Offenders with Medical and Mental Impairments, said that he feared Gary McKinnon would not find justice in the US because, in his opinion, the American justice system turns a blind eye towards anyone who is mentally ill. Janice Sharp, Mr. McKinnon's mother, stood as an independent candidate in the 2010 general election in Blackburn in protest against the sitting Labour MP Jack Straw, who was the Foreign Secretary at the time when the extradition treaty was agreed. She unfortunately finished last out of the 8 candidates with a 0.38% of the vote. On the 20th of July 2010, Tom Brady, ITN's political editor, raised the Gary McKinnon issue with the US. President Barack Obama and Prime Minister David Cameron were in a joint White House press conference, and they responded that they had discussed it and were working to find an appropriate solution. In 2009, Pink Floyd's David Glimmer released an online single, Chicago, Changed the World, on which he sang and played the guitar, bass and keyboards to promote awareness of Mr. McKinnon's plight. A retitled cover of the Graham Nash song, Chicago, it featured Chrissy Hynde and Bob Geldof, plus Mr. McKinnon himself. It was produced by the longtime Pink Floyd collaborator Chris Thomas, and it was made with Mr. Nash's support. Mr. McKinnon has admitted in many public statements that he did obtain unauthorized access to the computer systems in the United States, including those that are mentioned in the United States indictment. He states that his motivation was drawn from a statement made from the Washington Press Club on the 9th of May 2001, called the Disclosure Project. Mr. McKinnon was looking to find evidence of UFOs, anti-gravity technology and suppression of free energy, all of which he states have been proven through his actions. In an interview on televised BBC Click programme, Mr. McKinnon states that he was able to get into the military network simply by using a Perl script, which searched for blank passwords. In other words, his report suggests that the computers on these networks were simply just default at the time he hacked. In his interview with the BBC, he also stated that the Disclosure Project, that was very credible and very relied upon people, were all saying that yes, there is UFO technology, there is anti-gravity technology, and there is free energy, and it's all extraterrestrial in origin, and they've captured spacecrafts and reverse engineered them. Mr. McKinnon said he investigated a NASA photographic expert's claim that the Johnson Space Center's Building 8 images were regularly cleaned of UFO evidence and craft by comparing the raw originals with the processed images. He stated to have viewed a detailed image of something not of man-made and a cigar shaped floating above the northern hemisphere, and assuming his viewing would be undisrupted owing to the hour that he had, he did not think of capturing the image because he was bedazzled by even seeing it in the first place, and therefore he did not think of securing it with the screen capture function in the software at this point when his connection was interrupted. In 2006, a Freedom of Information Act request was filed with NASA for all the documents pertaining to Gary McKinnon. NASA's documents consisted of printed news articles from a Slashdot site, but no other related documents. This was consistent with NASA employees browsing internet articles about Gary McKinnon. The records of such browsing activity are public domain. The FOIA documents have been uploaded to the internet for review and can be downloaded by anyone. The Crown Prosecution Service has announced that the computer hacker Gary McKinnon, whose extradition to the US was blocked, will not face charges in the UK, bringing an end to a 10-year legal battle. But who is Mr. McKinnon? In March 2002, the Glasgow-born Mr. McKinnon was arrested by the police in his small flat in Wood Green, North London. The Scotland Yard detectives at the time were acting on allegations from the Americans that he had hacked into US military computers in an attempt to bring them down. He allegedly immobilized sensitive systems in the wake of the 9/11 attacks. Mr. McKinnon admits that he did hack into the US computers, but said that he had been on a moral crusade to find classified documents about unidentified flying objects. He got his first computer when he was 14 years old. 3 years later, he left school and became a hairdresser. But in the early 1990s, friends convinced him to get a qualification in computers. After completing this course, he started doing contract work in the computer field. By the late 1990s, Mr. McKinnon decided to use his hacking skills to research his belief that the US government was withholding critical information about UFOs. His search quickly turned into an obsession. The Americans continued to press for the extradition of Mr. McKinnon, who they say caused $800,000 worth of damage to computers that were in their system. If he was to be convicted at that time, he faced up to 70 years in prison. Completely unknown at the time of his arrest, Mr. McKinnon became a symbol of controversial US and UK extradition treaty, gaining a wealth of celebrity backers. In August 2008, Mr. McKinnon was diagnosed with Asperger's syndrome, a form of autism. He was diagnosed after an expert in autism watched him on a television show and contacted his solicitor. The initial hunch was confirmed by Professor Simon Baron Cohen, a leader in the field of autism. People who suffer with Asperger's syndrome become obsessed with certain activities and interests, and are known to have a level of social naivety when it comes to evaluating the consequences of their own actions. Professor Baron Cohen said that this was consistent with Mr. McKinnon's obsessive search for the truth. It claimed that between February 2001 and March 2002, Mr. McKinnon hacked into dozens of US Army, US Navy, and the US Air Force, as well as hacking in Department of Defense computers. It was also alleged that he hacked into 16 NASA computers. The American government also alleged that he altered and deleted files at a US naval air station not long after the terrorist attacks that happened on the 11th of September 2001. They described Mr. McKinnon's hacking as intentional and calculated to influence and affect the US government by intimidation and coercion. But Mr. McKinnon, or Solo as he was known online, has always said he is no web vandal, nor a virus writer, and he never acted with any malicious intent. In a BBC interview in 2005, he said, "I just found out that the US military uses Windows, and having realised this, I assumed that they would have been an easy hack if they hadn't secured it properly." Using a commercially available software known as Perl script, Mr. McKinnon hacked dozens of US military and government networks. He found that many machines were inadequate without any password or firewall protection, so he simply just hacked into them, he said. In 2009, he told the BBC, "I am not blind to criminality, but I was on a moral crusade. I was convinced, and there was good evidence to show, that a certain secretive parts of the American government intelligence agency did have access to crashed extraterrestrial technology, which could, in these days, save us from a free-form, clean and pollution-free type of energy." He added, "I thought if someone was holding on to that information, that is unconstitutional under American law. I didn't think about jail sentences at the time. I had stopped washing at one point. I wasn't even looking after myself. I wasn't eating properly. I was just sitting around the house in my dressing gown, doing this all night," he said. Mr. McKinnon did not try very hard to cover his tracks, even using his own email address. When Britain's high-tech crime unit finally came for him in 2002, Mr. McKinnon said he was not at the slightest surprised. He said, "I almost wanted to be caught, because it was ruining me. I had this classic thing of wanting to be caught so there would be an end to it." Mr. McKinnon thought he would be tried in Britain, and that he might get, at the most, 3 to 4 years in prison. But the Gary McKinnon saga had dragged on for 10 years, and in that time, there had been 7 Home Secretaries. During that time, he appealed unsuccessfully to the House of Lords and to the European Courts of Human Rights. One of his major arguments against the extradition was he believed that he would not get a fair trial in the US, and would be punished more severely because he had contested the extradition process in the first place. The case had been in Theresa May's box since she became Home Secretary in 2010, and in October, she finally ruled that he should not be extradited. She said there was no doubt Mr. McKinnon was seriously ill, and if this extradition was to take place, there would be a very high risk to him ending his life. Now, the Director of Public Prosecutions has ruled Mr. McKinnon will not face any charges in the US. This brought an end to his 10-year battle. This is a statement from the joint CPS and MPS on the case of Gary McKinnon. The statement is by Keir Starmer QC, the Director of Public Prosecutions, and the Assistant Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police Service on the case of Gary McKinnon. Between the 1st of February 2001 and the 19th of March 2002, Gary McKinnon allegedly gained unauthorized access to 97 US government computers. An investigation was launched by the US, and a request for assistance was made to the National High-Tech Crime Unit in England and Wales. Following discussions between the US Department of Justice and the police and the Crown Prosecution Service in the autumn of 2002, a decision was taken that the appropriate place for Mr. McKinnon to be tried was the United States. The reasons for that decision were as followed. The harm occurred in the US, the activity was directed against the military infrastructure of the US, an investigation had already been launched in the US, there was a large number of witnesses, most of whom were located in the US. All the physical evidence, with the exception of Mr. McKinnon's computer, was located in the US. The US prosecutors were able to bring the case that reflected the full extent of Mr. McKinnon's alleged criminality, and the bulk of the unused material was located in the US. Given the nature of the offence, this inevitably included highly sensitive information, and US courts were best placed to deal with any issues arising in relation to this material. As a result, the US sought Mr. McKinnon's extradition from England and Wales for trial in the US. The decision that the appropriate place for Mr. McKinnon to be tried was the US was affirmed in 2009 and subsequently challenged in the High Court. That challenge failed, as Lord Justice Stanley Burton in his judgment said, "It is the decision of the DPP, which I consider to be lawful and unchallengeable, not to prosecute him here. The USA is an appropriate forum for his prosecution." On the 16th of October 2012, the Home Secretary decided not to extradite Mr. McKinnon to the US on the basis of his health. She also announced that it was now for the DPP to decide whether Mr. McKinnon had a case to answer in the UK courts, and at that stage there was no live criminal investigation in England and Wales, nor had there been for many years. The DPP and the Assistant Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police therefore agreed to convene a joint police/CPS panel to consider whether the new criminal investigation should be commenced. None of the reasons for the original decision in 2002 that the appropriate place for Mr. McKinnon to be tried was the United States have altered. So far as the evidence is concerned, the position of 2012 is the same as it is in 2002. Most of the witnesses are in the US, as is nearly all the physical evidence and the bulk of the unused material, some of which is sensitive. Accordingly, in November this year, the CPS and the police met senior officials from the US Department of Justice to discuss the possibility of bringing a US witness to England and Wales for trial, and of it transferring all the US material to this jurisdiction to be considered. The potential difficulties of bringing a case such as this to England and Wales now should not be underestimated. Not at least the passage of time, the logistics of transferring sensitive evidence prepared for a court in the US to London for trial, the participation of the US government witnesses in the trial, and the need to fully comply to the duties of disclosure imposed by the CPS. The prospects of a conviction against Mr. McKinnon, which reflects the full extent of his alleged criminality, are not high. After consulting with the Metropolitan Police Service and the CPS, and having carefully considered the matters, on the 4th of December, the US authorities indicated to us that they would be willing to cooperate with a prosecution in England and Wales, if that were to serve in the interests of justice. However, they do not consider that making all the US witnesses available for trial in London and transferring all the US material to this jurisdiction would be in the interest of justice, given that our representations and the reasons for the decision that the US was the appropriate forum as set out above. That is the decision of the US authorities, and they are fully entitled to reach that, and we respect their decision. Against this background, the joint CPS/police panel recommended to assist the Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police that he should not commence a new criminal investigation into Mr. McKinnon. The Assistant Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police has accepted this decision. Mr. McKinnon has now reinvented himself and launched a small SEO site where he charges £40 an hour to help get businesses mentioned in search results. On his site, he says he has more than 20 years in experience in IT services. Search engine optimization, or SEO, is a strategy to make sure websites or web pages appear prominently in the Google or other search engines. The free Gary website is still up and running, and the site now links to Mr. McKinnon's new services. On his website he says, "My aim is to provide high quality SEO to small businesses and other individuals. All my clients so far have reached the first page of Google search results for their primary keywords." Some of the clients in his portfolio include the law firm Kane Todner, tutoring service GMAT Tutor London, and Jam, home of the egg roller and child safety doorstop. What are your opinions on the crimes committed by Gary McKinnon? Do you believe he was really looking for UFO and renewable energy, as well as other information? Or do you agree with the American government that Mr. McKinnon caused significant damage to classified US weapons programs and should therefore be extradited to the US to appear before the court? Also, what are your opinions on the statements that were made before the Washington Press Club on the 9th of May 2001? Please let us know in the comments below. If you like this video today, please don't forget to subscribe. And as always, stay safe. Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we take a look at one of the most notorious Yardi gangsters to ever exist in the UK criminal underworld. Known as one of the UK's most dangerous prisoners, this man still strikes fear into anyone who crosses him to this day. Today we take a look into the infamous story of Gary Lloyd Nelson, a man who opened fire at a van driver who drove too close to him and shot another man during an argument at a nightclub, was sentenced to 8 years in jail at the Old Bailey. Gary Lloyd Nelson, who was 26 at the time and working as a security guard, was found guilty of possessing a firearm with intent to endanger life and of possessing a firearm in a public place. Builder Gary Keywell said that in September 1993 he had been driving behind Mr. Nelson in South London. He grew impatient as he followed Mr. Nelson's BMW, which had slowed down at every junction. The pair had exchanged obscene gestures to one another, but the builder became nervous when he saw a girl in the passenger seat of Mr. Nelson's car reach into the footwell and hand him something. Mr. Keywell said, "I thought it was getting a bit silly, so I decided to turn right." Then Mr. Nelson leaned out the window and pointed his right arm at me. I heard a cracking noise and I ducked down behind the dashboard. I felt the thuds of bullets hitting the van. From the rate of fire, I would have said it was an automatic weapon, said Mr. Keywell. Mr. Keywell added, "I was very shaken." The court heard how earlier another man escaped injury when Mr. Nelson allegedly shot him in a nightclub, but the bullet hit the zip of the pouch he was wearing around his neck and very luckily ricocheted off. William Boyce, who was prosecuting, told the court that in June 1993, Mr. Nelson had fired shots at Mohammed Massaquoi in the street after an argument over a woman. The pair next met at the SW1 club, where Mr. Nelson walked up to him and said, "Remember me? I'm the guy who was buzzing shots at you," before pulling a pistol from his waistband and opening fire, hitting me in the legs, thighs and buttock. Mr. Massaquoi had gained evidence at Mr. Nelson's trial, but was in custody awaiting trial himself on another charge of attempted murder. He was found dead in the prison soon after. Judge Dennison said the cause of death was not yet known, but it was likely to be suicide. Nearly 2 years ago, Mr. Nelson was accused of another man of plotting to murder an alleged drug dealer, William Danso. The charges were discontinued early in the proceedings. It was while on the way to investigate Mr. Danso's death that PC Patrick Dunn was shot dead in Clapham in October 1993. The jury took 4 hours to reach its verdict in the Old Bailey, sitting at Southwark Crown Court. As Mr. Nelson was sentenced, he winked at supporters who were packing the public gallery. The police forces were put on high alert as one of Britain's most dangerous men was freed from jail. The decision to release suspected cop killer Gary Tyson Nelson midway through a sentence in which he has terrorised warders and inmates alike has shocked officers who were spearheading the battle against a Yardi crime wave in the UK. A senior detective said, "Sentencing is a joke when one of Britain's worst criminals gets 8 years and is out in 4. Where is the logic in that? It's not as if he's been reformed." It was only after Radio 1 DJ Tim Westwood was shot that the true extent of the Yardi related crime in London had become apparent. Detectives were, at that point, investigating the 14th Yardi related killing in the last 7 months. Another 30 people had been wounded in that time also. And now, the 29-year-old Mr Nelson is one of the group's top gangsters. National newspapers had obtained a leaked copy of all the forces' bulletin about him. It tells how he was originally arrested for the murders of PC Patrick Dunn and William Danso, who were shot dead in Clapham. He was accused of Mr Danso's killing, although charges were later dropped. The murder at this point had still remained unsolved. The bulletin continues. He was also found not guilty of attempted murder of 2 North London police officers and of 2 further attempted murders, which is believed to be of drug related. His custodial behaviour has been consistently disruptive and he is suspected of involvement in the prison drug scene and bullying. He has also assaulted and made serious threats against staff. The heavily scarred Mr Nelson went to Jamaica after the 1993 shooting of PC Dunn, a community bobby, but he returned and he was jailed for opening fire on a van with an automatic pistol. The police are worried that he will get together with his Yardi pals. A senior officer said, "He hasn't changed. He's threatening to get hold of guns again." Mr Nelson is a grave danger to the public and the police. Scotland Yard is determined to find and cut off his supplier. Detectives are working around the clock hunting the Yardies' underworld armourer. Forensic tests on seized weapons ranging from pistols to Uzi submachine guns bear the hallmarks of conversions made by the same expert. It was, at the time, 10 years since Jamaican criminal gangs had begun flooding Britain with crack cocaine and their trigger-happy gun culture. It was at this point at least 7 years since Scotland Yard was made fully aware of the deadly prospect of a Yardi crime wave hitting the UK. Detective Chief Superintendent Roy Clark, who is now a commander, made the chilling prediction as he flew back from a fact-finding mission to Jamaica and devised tactics to stop a bloody gang warfare on Britain's streets. He wrote in his report in July 6th of 1993, "Our strategy must be long-term if we are to prevent the Jamaican gangs infiltrating and taking a permanent hold in London and spreading elsewhere." Sadly, his master plan is all but in ruins. In the months that followed, Scotland Yard faced unprecedented criticism about the anti-Yardi tactics that Commander Roy Clark first sketched out. The Police Complaints Authority will decide who should be punished for the disastrous use of Yardi supergrasses who raped, robbed and murdered whilst on the police payroll. The PCA action follows the scathing report by Hampshire Chief Constable Sir John Hoddingnott. It is understood that only junior officers are facing disciplinary charges, while the bosses who supervise them escape unscathed. The report made by Sir Hoddingnott's team revealed inquiries had unearthed a can of worms on Scotland Yard. Detectives and immigration officers now fear they will be made scapegoats in a Stephen Lawrence-style whitewash operation. They claim senior officers wanted them to fail because of the political sensitivity of targeting black criminals in racial hotspots like Brixton. In a statement which had been leaked, one officer said, "I was told, you've got a nice thing going for you. Trips abroad, conferences, hire cars, just don't rock the boat." It became clear to me that our unit had been formed as a knee-jerk reaction to the spat of murders and shootings. Lines had been drawn, and I had upset the senior officers by failing to play the game. It became apparent that those tasked with halting Yardi-related crimes were at this point understandably confused how best to tackle the job. It seemed so easy when Commander Roy Clark penned his battle plan and advised, "The Yardies do not conform to our image of organised criminals. They relish enhancing their reputation by public displays of violence, use or possession of firearms, and the involvement of drug dealing. They like people to know the detail of their criminal act, even if they are murders that they have committed. But therein lies the key. They are capable of being brought down by the aggressive use and radical use of informants and information." When he wrote that memo, Commander Roy Clark could call on an experienced band of officers who were aware of the horrifying potential of using ruthless gangsters as informants. But disturbingly, a young constable became vital to the success or failure of the operation. PC Steve Barker, nicknamed John Wayne because of his height and swaggering walk, was pounding the beat in Brixton when he persuaded a leading Yardi to become his informant. Suddenly, he was catapulted to the front line of the Yardi war, often finding himself helping several high-risk operations at once. It would have been a hard burden for a seasoned detective, let alone a beat Bobby. At that time, Dalroy Epsy Denton was a top informant of the Yardi underworld. Senior detectives found it impossible to ignore his value as a double agent. One officer told Sir John's team, "I was impressed by Mr. Denton's knowledge of Jamaican criminals, both in Jamaica and in the UK. From intelligence reports received by PC Barker, I'd no doubt he had committed serious offences of violence in Jamaica, but he now appeared to be an isolated figure attending a bricklaying course at college, with little money but keen to make extra as an informant. I discussed my findings with my line manager, and I was given the authority to recruit him." Mr. Denton had taken advantage of our weak immigration laws. It would have been unprofessional and morally wrong not to have taken advantage of this situation and use him as an informant in order to arrest persons of more danger to the public than himself. Unfortunately, Mr. Denton's recruitment carried a heavy price tag. Disaster struck when he was arrested and charged with having an inappropriate relationship with a 15-year-old schoolgirl. The case was dropped, then another bombshell dropped. In a frenzied attack, Mr. Denton, who was at this time 38, stabbed the woman to death, slashing her throat 18 times. Scotland Yard's #1 informant was described in court as a sex-fueled psychopath. More soul-searching followed, with the news that Ethan Green, another Yardi informant, had helped to rob 150 party guests in Nottingham at gunpoint. After his trial, it emerged that he was a serial killer who had confessed to 12 murders in Jamaica. To find out more about Mr. Green, give our History of Nottingham series a watch, where we take an in-depth look into organised crime in Nottingham. Meanwhile, one of the Met's most successful Yardi hunters was forced into early retirement. Now, former Superintendent John Jones sits at home deeply worried about the Yardi explosion. He says of the rookie cop PC Barker, "I hope he doesn't become the fall guy for all of this. He was working really hard for at least 3 different police squads. He is not to blame for the mess. I don't think that nowadays there is the know-how or the experience at the top. Officers are wary of getting involved in black crime because of the racial overtones. There is a lot of pussyfooting attitude today. Things went horribly wrong, but middle management should take responsibility. Unfortunately, it's the junior ranks who take the risk and the blame." Described in court as a psychopathic killer who strode away laughing moments after shooting dead a man who disrespected him and a police officer who came to the scene by chance, was jailed for 35 years. 12 years after the brutal double murder was committed. Gary Nelson, who was at the time 36, and was dubbed one of Britain's most dangerous gangsters, was found guilty of the murders of security guard William Kwame Danso and PC Patrick Dunn in Cato Road in Clapham, South London in October 1993. Mr. Nelson, whose police sources believe is responsible for more murders, is already serving life after police found his hitman kit in 2003. He refused to leave his cell in Belmarsh Prison in South East London to hear the verdicts at Woolwich Crown Court next door, sentencing him to life. Mr. Justice Wilkie recommended he serve at least 35 years. PC Dunn's brother, Steve Dunn, a former pastor, and Gifty Van der Puy, Mr. Danzo's sister, said they forgave Mr. Nelson for his actions. But another of the policeman's brothers, Ivan Dunn, said outside the court he, referring to Mr. Nelson, loved the gun and lived by the gun, but he did not have the moral courage to face us when he was being sentenced. I do not forgive him for what he has done, and I never will. Detective Chief Inspector Steve Richardson, who led the investigation, said, "He is undoubtedly one of the most dangerous men in the country, and it is to be hoped that he is never released." Infatuated with guns, Mr. Nelson called his Browning 9mm semi-automatic pistol "my special thing." With a violent record stretching back to his early teens and links to one of London's most infamous crime families, he accumulated a fortune which he spent on a luxury apartment, top-of-the-range cars and designer clothes. He was a hitman, but he was so much more than that, a Scotland Yard source said. Hitmen are at the bottom of the criminal food chain, taking orders. Mr. Nelson was at the very top, giving them out. He killed whoever he wanted, or he arranged to have them killed. Nicknamed Tyson, he shares the US boxer's physique and trigger hairline temper. Under the new rules admitting bad character evidence, the jury was allowed to hear details of his previous convictions, including the occasion on which he opened fire on a man who overtook his car. The incident epitomizes the extreme fatality of a man who carried out the Cato Road shootings just 7 weeks later. Mr. Nelson, who was then 24, killed Ghanaian-born Mr. Danso because the bouncer refused him entry to a nightclub, and then intervened in a row involving a friend of Mr. Nelson's at a mobile phone shop where Mr. Danso also worked as a security guard. That night, Mr. Nelson and 2 others, armed with a Browning 9mm semi-automatic and an Italian-made Tanfoglio self-loading pistol, went to Mr. Danso's flat in Cato Road and mowed down the father of 4 in a hail of bullets. By coincidence, PC Dunn, who was 44, a former maths teacher who had joined the police 4 years previously, arrived on his bicycle to deal with a minor domestic dispute at a house opposite. Hearing gunfire, PC Dunn, who was dubbed Dixon of Dock Green for his friendly manner, rushed into the street, and Mr. Nelson, who was carrying the Tanfoglio, fired a single shot into his chest, killing him instantly. Witnesses heard the trio laugh and fire a celebratory shot into the air as they walked to a waiting car. Mr. Nelson was charged with the murders 5 weeks later, but the case was dropped due to lack of evidence. His aunt, Rose Nelson, led a group of women in a bizarre middle-of-the-night expedition to retrieve the guns buried in Wandsworth Cemetery, near where he lived at the time, but they could not find the guns. However, 5 months later, police dug them up, guided by an anonymous phone call by one of the women and lipstick crosses on the grave. There was still not enough evidence to charge Mr. Nelson, who was soon back in jail for the road rage incident, but he continued to inspire fear in all he knew, especially from his prison cell. In 1994, Mr. Nelson ran naked from his cell, lunging at prison officers with a broom handle. He once managed to break free from a straitjacket and intimidated some of the country's most hardened criminals into handing over phone credits so he could ring his many girlfriends. Released from jail in 1999, Mr. Nelson was soon back in the South London criminal underworld. In January 2003, in an investigation not connected to Cato Road, police bugged his apartment in Woolwich, South East London, and heard him racking his gun. Officers burst in to find a Browning 9mm, complete with a laser sight and a silencer. He was subsequently sentenced to life for possession of firearms. The police were amazed to see 30 pairs of trainers, all arranged on the bedroom floor, with exactly the same distance between each pair, while in the wardrobe hung rows of designer suits, coordinated shirts and ties. The Cato Road case was reopened in 2001, partly because of pressure from the Dunn family, and a BBC Crime Watch appeal brought forward from former fellow inmate in Wormwood Scrubs, who testified that Mr. Nelson told him in 1994, "I shot that copper, the one on the bike." Sandra Francis, the woman whose Christian faith prompted her to alert the police about the guns, was also traced and agreed to give evidence. Detectives travelled to Ghana and tracked down Eugene Dejaba, the manager of the shop where Mr. Danso worked. Mr. Dejaba had fled after jumping bail in 1996 and was convicted in his absence of a £3 million cigarette fraud. In a highly unusual move, he testified via video link about seeing Mr. Nelson pull a gun, which he later identified as the Tanfoglio, from his jacket the day before the murders, and threatened to put a bullet in the belly of another man. There is no definitive forensic evidence, and Mr. Nelson was never picked out in an identity parade. But Richard Hallwell QC, prosecuting, built his case on 13 planks of circumstantial evidence, which he argued placed Mr. Nelson in Cato Road and the Tanfoglio in his hand. DCI Richardson described Mr. Nelson's attitude during the police interviews as nonchalant, but as Mr. Hallwell told the jury, arrogance and notions of invincibility sometimes go before a fool. DCI Richardson said the gangster, who considered himself invincible, was finally brought to justice. It had been recently reported that the notorious gangster jailed for life for killing a community policeman could be responsible for up to 4 more murders, it was claimed. Gary Nelson, who was nicknamed Tyson, shot a local police officer, Patrick Dunn, in Clapham in 1993. Mr. Dunn, who was 44, had been investigating a domestic assault when he confronted Mr. Nelson moments after the career criminal had killed a nightclub nightclub bouncer William Danso, a father of 4, in a dispute at a house nearby. Mr. Nelson, described by police at the time as the most dangerous man in London, was finally jailed in 2006 after the new investigation. Richard Horwell QC, prosecuting at Woolwich Crown Court, said Mr. Nelson had made a dramatic prison confession to PC Dunn's murder, and he gave the jury the gun which allegedly killed PC Dunn for them to examine. Mr. Horwell said that Mr. Nelson was associated with this weapon, a 9mm Italian-made Tanfoglio automatic pistol. One of the guns fired at Mr. Danso. The other was a 9mm Browning pistol. Both guns were found 7 months after the murder, buried in a cemetery near where Mr. Nelson then lived with his mother in Wandsworth, and her fingerprints were on one of the plastic bags that the Tanfoglio was wrapped in. Firearms residue of the type produced by the murder weapons was also found on Mr. Nelson's clothes. Mr. Horwell said that although Mr. Nelson had never been picked out at an identity parade, a series of compelling evidential links placed him at the scene in Clapham that night and placed the murder weapon in his hands. He said several witnesses would testify that one of the gunmen opened fire on PC Dunn as they came out of Mr. Danso's flat, and all 3 had laughed loudly as they fled. The first case against Mr. Nelson collapsed in February 1994, but the current situation was very different, said Mr. Horwell. Mr. Nelson had previously argued with Mr. Danso, who had refused him entry to Brixham Academy, where Mr. Danso was a doorman, and Mr. Nelson's close friend, Tony Francis, had been involved in a row with Mr. Danso at the top shop where he worked as a security guard just hours before he was murdered. The prosecutor said that recent changes in the law allowed the jury to hear evidence of his bad character, including how he'd fired shots at another driver in a road rage incident a month before the 1993 murders, and of firearms and violence convictions in the years 1985 to 1990 and in 2003. He said that Budgie Stokes, Mr. Nelson's cellmate in Wormwood Scrubs in 1994, would testify that Mr. Nelson told him, "I shot the copper, the one on the bike." Mr. Stokes, an ex-soldier, has waived his right to any reward for the capture of PC Dunn's murderer. A former Met officer who was involved in the original inquiry told of his personal battle to snare the South London gangster and said he believed the criminal was behind as many as 3 to 4 more killings. Mike Pannett, now an author of Rural Crime in North Yorkshire, details the activities of Mr. Nelson in a book of his experience of a young Bobby on the beat in the Winstanley estate in Battersea in the 80s. In Crime Squad, Life and Death on London's Front Line, he described how the gangster's rise was fulfilled by the rise of crack cocaine in London. He writes in the book, "He was the most dangerous man in London. He had taken on the mantle left by the Yardies. Mr. Nelson was king, and to be king, you had to terrorise, so no one would doubt the lengths to which you were prepared to go." Mr. Pannett told a local newspaper, "I have no doubt Gary Nelson was responsible for more killings, but no one would speak. He had a hold over the community. I would say he was responsible for 3 to 4 other murders." Mr. Pannett described how detectives found guns used in PC Dunn's murder buried in Wandsworth Cemetery after an informant signposted away with lipstick crosses on a tombstone. Mr. Pannett joined the Met aged 23 in 1988 and was posted to Battersea, then top of the city's crime league tables. He says, "It was a tough place. I was there when crack cocaine was just taking over. I could see people becoming more violent. I'm appalled to see gun and knife crime is still high in London. But we were also seeing a huge shift in crime online and gang culture is as strong as ever." Scotland Yard had helped the snitch get a light sentence, despite suspecting him of supplying the guns used to murder one of their own officers and the security guard. Gangland informant Brimmore Lindop was arrested with enough firearms to equip a small army by detectives probing the shooting of PC Patrick Dunn and civilian William Danso, who was 31. It was revealed that Mr. Lindop was sentenced to just 2 years after his Metropolitan Police handler briefed the trial judge that he was a valued snout. The handler had run Mr. Lindop for 4 years by then. As a result of the findings, Mr. Danso's family has called for the Met Police Commissioner, Cressida Dick, to launch a full independent public inquiry. PC Dunn, who was 44, a mature recruit to the Met, was attending a domestic incident in Clapham, South London on his bicycle when he heard gunshots across the street on October 20th, 1993. Gary Nelson, then 23, had shot Mr. Danso on his doorstep and was fleeing with 2 other men when he shot PC Dunn in his chest and left him to die. Witnesses reportedly heard Mr. Nelson laughing as he fled from the brutal killings, causing a shockwave across Britain. Officers discovered that Mr. Lindop had worked with the retired police dog handler to supply weapons used by Mr. Nelson, but never pursued the investigation. Instead, he faced 2 separate charges of possessing a huge cache of guns and ammo, which earned him 2 years in jail. Mr. Lindop told one source that he'd feared a lengthy sentence. Mr. Danso's family said, "We are deeply distressed to hear the evidence that suggests that a corrupt retired Metropolitan Police officer and a police informant supplied the guns used to murder our father. Our family calls on Dame Cressida Dick to refer this matter to the Independent Office for Police Conduct for independent investigation with full support and cooperation from the MPS, and to account to us and the public as to whether there has been an institutional cover-up." Retired Met Detective Sergeant Steve Morris, who confirmed Mr. Lindop's link to the PC Dunn murder weapons, echoed the family's sentiment. He said, "I find it repugnant that Mr. Lindop was never brought to justice for supplying weapons that killed PC Dunn and Mr. Danso. What message does this send to those risking it all on the front line of policing? The only way to resolve this very serious issue is to have a full independent public inquiry with teeth into the actions of the Metropolitan Police." Mr. Morris said it was an open secret that Mr. Lindop was supplying guns, but police took no action. PC Dunn was a former maths teacher who had retrained just 4 years before he was shot dead. As well as hearing Mr. Nelson laughing, witnesses reported seeing him firing shots into the air in apparent triumph after the killings. The hitman, who was named Tyson after the US boxer, was arrested weeks later. In November 1993, Richard Watts, who was 34, was charged with 2 murders. Mr. Nelson and Anthony Francis, 28, were accused of conspiracy to murder Mr. Danso. The charges were dropped due to lack of evidence in February 1994, though justice would eventually catch up to Mr. Nelson. Around the same time, a Browning semi-automatic pistol and an Italian-made Tanfoglio self-loading pistol used in the attack were discovered at Wandsworth Cemetery close to Mr. Nelson's home. Detectives claimed they had received an anonymous tip-off from a woman and were guided to a stash by lipstick crosses on gravestones. Separately, Finchley Flying Squad was working on Operation Carlag, a probe into the guns. Officers raided Mr. Lindop's yard in Dagenham, East London in March 1994. Mr. Lindop and his friend, a former police driver, Norman Fellows, later pleaded guilty at the Old Bailey to possession of 10 illegal firearms. But according to court documents, the pair were caught with far more. Mr. Fallows, who was 51, also feared a long sentence, but was jailed for just 15 months despite possessing assault rifles, telescopic sight and silencers, as well as 44 boxes of ammo. He also took detectives to 3 Smith & Wesson revolvers and a semi-automatic pistol hidden in a stream in Hainault County Park, East London. Mr. Lindop, then 46, had a loaded handgun in his pocket when he was arrested. At home were 11 assault rifles, 3 revolvers, 3 shotguns, 3 pistols, and 3,451 rounds of ammunition. He also had telescopic sight, silencers, and body armour, all the favoured tools of a hitman. But when jailing Mr. Lindop and Mr. Fallows, after being briefed by police, Judge Neil Dennison said neither of the men had intended to supply criminals. Mr. Lindop had been recruited by the Regional Crime Squad and had earned fortunes providing information on organised crime, his police handler revealed. Documents revealed by sources showed how Mr. Lindop, a former doorman and convicted armed robber, was authorised by top brass at Scotland Yard to take part in police stings against drug gangs in London and Liverpool. 4 months after arresting Mr. Lindop in July 1994, the flying squad raided the 3-bedroom home of former police dog handler Sidney Wink in Ilford, East London. His tea was still warm, but there was no sign of Mr. Wink when police arrived at 5:30 AM. He had shot himself in the head down an alleyway 2 days later, shortly before he was due to be quizzed. Police believe Mr. Wink was a part of the racket where illegal firearms were rendered useless and then legally registered before being reactivated and sold on the black market by Mr. Lindop through a third man. His house was full of deactivated and reactivated firearms. It was an arsenal, said a senior flying squad detective. Mr. Wink, who was 66, had been selling weapons for 18 years after retiring from the Met in 1975, following 25 years of service. A police spokesman denied reports in 1994 that he had supplied the guns used to kill PC Dunn, but reporters had it confirmed that he was involved by 5 sources, including 3 former officers. One said it was known Mr. Wink had converted the Tangfolio used by Mr. Nelson because of its distinctive markings made by a tool he used to remove serial numbers. The source said there was a mechanical fit between the punch removed from Mr. Wink's workshop and the gun. Mr. Wink was reportedly suspected of reactivating at least 270 guns, of which 150 made it into the hands of criminals. He left a suicide note for his wife, which stated, "I am very sorry for what I have done." Mr. Lindop was murdered outside his home in Goodmays, East London, 8 years later, aged 55. He had been getting out of his black M-Reg Range Rover Discovery when he was shot 4 times, including in the head and mouth in January 2002. At the time, the unsolved murder was one of 7 allegedly tainted by police corruption. Mr. Nelson was finally jailed in 2006 for a minimum of 35 years for murdering PC Dunn and Mr. Danso. Mr. Watts got 10 years for a separate firearms offence. A Scotland Yard spokesman said no complaint had ever been received in respect to this matter. A Supergrass who helped get the policeman's killer jailed is suing Scotland Yard after he was denied £80,000 in reward cash. The informant told how Mr. Nelson made a prison cell confession in Wormwood Scrubs in West London while serving time for another offence. Now, according to legal papers at Leeds County Court, the Supergrass is suing the Metropolitan Police for £80,000 plus interest of 8% a day from January 1st, 2011 to January 1st, 2012, totalling £4,277.32. The wit as interest continues to acquire at a daily rate of £18.47, which so far adds up to a further £8,700. The Jamaican-born gangster Mr. Nelson, who wore £50,000 worth of bling, drove luxury cars, lived in posh apartments, was believed to be behind a lot of violence in the city. Mr. Nelson, who had so many enemies he slept in body armour, was charged with the murder, but police could not nail him, so he roamed free for more than a decade. In 2001, the case was reopened after advances in mobile phone tracking, which showed Mr. Nelson at the scene of the crime in Clapham, South London. BBC's Crime Watch made an appeal that year, and the Supergrass came forward. Mr. Nelson was arrested 5 weeks later, and the jury heard he'd screamed at a custody sergeant, "I'll cop it, like the other one fucking copped it." Mr. Horwell told the jury criminal proceedings were dropped against Mr. Nelson 3 months earlier because of insufficient evidence, but he had been in prison for a separate offence in 1994. He allegedly told another inmate, identified as Budgie Stoke, he had a £100,000 reward on his head, the same reward which was being offered for the killers of PC Dunn and Mr. Danso. Mr. Nelson was said to have told Mr. Stokes, a convicted thief, "I shot the copper, the one on the bike." Since being incarcerated, there has been many stories told about Gary Nelson. One that has become the most infamous is a story where he was a minder for Mike Tyson when he came to London for his fight. When Mike Tyson came to London to fight Lou Savary sometime in the year 2000, Mr. Nelson was his minder and running partner. Mike Tyson had specifically asked for him after hearing about his reputation, which was similar to Mike's when he was growing up. A story circulated that Frank Warren was assaulted by Mike Tyson when he came over for that fight. Mr. Nelson had made Mike Tyson get him some expensive jewellery as a thanks for him guarding him during a previous fight with Julius Francis earlier that same year in Manchester. It was reported that he was quite forceful with Mike, grabbing him by the throat and screaming at him. So Mike went into the shop with Frank Warren and took the jewellery, believing that Frank would pay for it. But Frank Warren had no intention of paying for it, as he felt that what had happened was between Mike Tyson and Mr. Nelson. After agreeing to produce Tyson's blockbuster fights in the UK, Mr. Warren admits he should not have got involved with the notorious fighter, who set himself on the course for disaster following a trip to the jewelry store. This was a time in Mike Tyson's life where things were unravelling at a frantic pace. Following shortly after, he served a prison sentence and infamously bit Evander Holyfield's ear. "It was my fault what happened, in as much as I shouldn't have got involved with Mike Tyson business," Mr. Warren began. "The first time he came over to England, there was no problems. He was great. Then he went into a jeweller's and I came out of an invoice for about £2 million. He never paid the bill, and quite rightly, the jewellers wanted to get paid. They kept ringing me, and I kept ringing the States, and they're telling me, don't worry, we'll sort it. Let's do another fight, and we'll pay it out of that. so I'm passing this information back on. But when he came back the second time, he was just awful, beyond awful. He was very aggressive, and a totally different scenario. The bill still hadn't been paid, and still he had gone into the jewellers. Being the man responsible for Mike Tyson's stay in the UK, Frank Warren took it upon himself to go and address the situation, but maintains he had not been given the full picture as to why the heavyweight was so furious. I got a call from someone who said Mike's not happy, so I got to the hotel and it's all meetings. I stand there talking, and the next thing, he's took a swing at me, and he's actually caught me. So there was a big commotion in the room. There was a lot of people in there, and I didn't expect it, to be honest. I wasn't prepared for it. It was a cheap shot. I got up and it was all pandemonium. It was crazy. He was a lunatic, but it all ended. I was absolutely fuming. The lawyer from Showtime wanted to call the police, but I said no. He owed Showtime, Mike Tyson, around $20 million allegedly. All the newspapers had said that my jaw was broken, my ribs were broken, but that was bullshit. I had a burst vessel in my eye and that was it. So when Mike Tyson came back for the Louis Seversi fight, the jury stop said they were going to sue him, and he flipped out and attacked Mr. Warren in the hotel room. Mr. Nelson got to keep all the jewellery. Thank you for joining us today. What are your opinions on the crimes committed by Gary Nelson? Do you believe there was enough circumstantial evidence to convict him of the murder? Also, what are your opinions of his run-in with Mike Tyson? Please let us know what you think in the comments below. Thank you for joining us today. If you enjoyed this content, please don't forget to like and share. And if you're new to the channel and want to see more Street Crime UK content, hit subscribe and press that bell so you can join us on the next video. Thank you for joining us, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello, and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today, we take a look at one of the most controversial crimes to ever take place in the UK, the case of robbing Garbett. Miss Garbett's murder was described as brutal and cold-blooded. A shopkeeper who beat his postmistress wife to death at their North Yorkshire village store, then tried to claim intruders were guilty, has now been jailed for life. Robin Garbett, 45, bludgeoned 40-year-old Diana 3 times over the head as she slept in the living quarters above Melsonby village shop and post office. Mr. Garbett said an armed robber had made him hand over cash, and he had gone upstairs to find his wife dead. At Teesside Crown Court, he was told he must serve a minimum term of 20 years. Justice Openshaw said that Mr. Garbett had no remorse over his wife, adding that he has always accompanied his lies with sanctimonious lies of his love for her. By their verdict, the jury have exposed this as a pure humbug. This was a brutal, planned, cold-blooded murder of his wife as she lay sleeping in bed. Mr. Garbett knew his wife Diana had been unfaithful and feared his theft of thousands of pounds from the post office which they ran was about to be discovered. After inflicting the fatal injuries with a metal bar, he then opened the shop as normal, serving about 60 customers before closing again. The jury rejected Mr. Garbett's story that a man with a gun told him, "Don't do anything stupid, we've got your wife," before robbing him as he worked in the shop on the 23rd of March last year. Mr. Garbett had then claimed he went upstairs where he found his wife lying dead in bed. His story unravelled after officers delved into the secrets of his seemingly happy marriage. They found the couple had £30,000 in credit card debts, and despite working long hours were making little profit in their business. Police said that Mr. Garbett's actions had devastated his wife's family and the close-knit community. They were due to go on holiday to the US, and Mr. Garbett is thought to have feared a relief postmaster would discover the money was missing. Police also found out his wife had become involved with 3 other men. Mr. Garbett was convicted of murder by the jury of 8 men and 4 women by a majority of 10-2. The panel had been deliberating for nearly 13 hours. During the trial, the court was played Mr. Garbett's 999 call to police, in which he was crying hysterically and claiming that his wife had been attacked by armed raiders. When paramedics arrived and told him that rigor mortis had already set in, he challenged this, insisting, "She's still warm." Justice Openshaw said that Mr. Garbett had planned to kill his wife as she slept. He said that there was no struggle, she never awoke. He struck 3 savage blows, smashing her skull and causing her immediate death as clearly as he intended. Mr. Garbett hid the weapon across the road on a wall and then opened up as normal. The judge added, he feigned cheerfulness as he served customers and he attempted to deceive them that all was well. Speaking after the sentencing, North Yorkshire's Police Detective Superintendent Lewis Rawle, the senior investigating officer, said that Mr. Garbett was a calculating and deceptive individual. He said his actions that morning not only killed Diana, they also devastated the lives of Diana's family and plunged a small close-knit community into fear. Speaking outside court, Miss Garbett's mother, Agnes Gaylor, said, "I'm not thinking about Robin now. I'm not going to let Robin enter my head after today." On the day of Robin Garbett's conviction, the first line of a BBC News article reported, "A shopkeeper who beat his postmistress wife to death at their North Yorkshire village store, then claimed intruders had done it, has been jailed for life." But was this all there was to it? Or is the man who has been locked up ever since serving a sentence for a crime he didn't commit? At the Mellinsby post office in North Yorkshire, the till roll for the morning of 23rd of March 2010 shows an almost unbroken stream of transactions. Just a mile or so north of a major junction known as Scotch Corner, the post office was busy with customer after customer from around 5 AM, an hour before sunup. Robin Garbett served all of them. Over 3 hours and at least 60 transactions later, Robin went back to the living quarters that were above and behind the shop. Not long after, he found his wife, Diana, lying dead on the bed in the spare room. A guilty verdict was handed down by the jury at Teesside Crown Court in April 2011. The jury hadn't been able to reach a unanimous decision, so the judge eventually agreed to accept a majority verdict. Nearly 13 hours into their deliberations, by a 10-2 majority, Mr. Garbett was convicted of his wife's murder. Now 55 years old, he is serving a minimum of 20 years behind bars at HMP Frankland. Since that morning in March 2010, Mr. Garbett has maintained his innocence. He has brought an appeal and has twice placed fresh evidence before the Criminal Cases Review Commission, or CCRC, in an effort to have his conviction recognised as a miscarriage of justice. All those attempts have failed. Mr. Garbett made a third submission to the CCRC based largely on fresh evidence about the murder weapon and DNA found at the scene. The CCRC has power to refer cases back to the Court of Appeal for reconsideration where it believes there is a real possibility that a conviction is unsafe. The Garbetts went to sleep in the spare room on the night of the 22nd of March 2010. Partly packed suitcases taken out in preparation for an upcoming trip to Las Vegas to see Diana's family were spread out on the bed in the master bedroom. As was his habit, every Monday, Robin had gone out on a trip to buy stock for the shop and had brought back fish and chips for dinner. Diana, who was the postmistress, stayed up late doing the post office's accounts and preparing VAT returns. He didn't notice what time she came to bed. At trial, Robin Garbett claimed that he served customers from early in the morning of the murder just as usual. This was supported by the till roll. One customer, a Mr. Hurd, who was served at around 6:45 AM, said that whilst he was in the shop, he heard a woman's voice calling out for Robin, and Robin replying to her. The prosecution argued that Diana was already dead by this point. Mr. Garbett was going about his ordinary business serving customer after customer, having killed his wife in the middle of the night. No customer reported noticing anything unusual about his behaviour. Mr. Garbett recalls going to open the post office's safe at 8:30 when the timer allowed him to do so. Turning around, he says he was confronted by a man in a balaclava holding a gun. "Don't do anything stupid, we've got your wife," they said. This was the second time the post office had been burgled in the space of a couple of years. Another robbery had taken place in 2009, also on a Tuesday. This time after emptying the safe, which contained around £16,000, according to Mr. Garbett. The burglar left by the back door. Nobody else saw the man in the balaclava. A number of witnesses told police they had seen a blue car driven erratically around by Mellinsby on the morning of the murder. CCTV footage also showed a car following Mr. Garbett in 8 different places in the course of his journeys to pick up stock the night before. That car had been sold by the end of the week. Immediately after the burglar left, Mr. Garbett says he rushed upstairs to the spare room. Diana was dead. Almost as soon as Mr. Garbett found her, he called 999. The time of the call was 8:37. The operator told him to get help. He ran to his neighbours, the Dyes, who kept him company until the paramedics arrived. 2 days later, police found a metal bar that they identified as the murder weapon. It was discovered on top of the boundary wall near Nixon's garage, just down the road from the post office. It is thought that whoever killed Diana struck her on the head with it 3 times. Mr. Garbett was initially treated as a significant witness, but was later charged with murder. No concrete evidence has ever connected him to the crime. No blood was found on his clothing. Forensic evidence did not link him to the metal bar. At trial, however, the prosecution presented a compelling case. This, they said, was a troubled marriage. In the previous few years, Diana had drunkenly kissed another man and had set up an internet dating account. A witness claimed she'd seen Mr. Garbett walking across the village green the night before the murder. ominously carrying a dark holdall. He had apparently ignored her when she greeted him. But there was no more. The prosecution maintained that Mr. Garbett was stealing money from the post office. On their case, he feared the consequences of a relief postmaster taking over whilst they were away in Las Vegas, and inevitably stumbling upon discrepancies in the accounts. He had invented the man in the balaclava, there were no eyewitnesses, and he hadn't pressed any of the post office's 4 panic buttons, as he ought to have done if there really had been a robbery. All this was supported by the expert evidence as to the time of the death. Initially, the police and prosecution had suggested that Diana had still been alive at 6:45 am, but at trial they changed their tune. Rigor mortis and hypostasis in Diana's body apparently suggested that she had been killed sometime before 8:45 am, but experts found it hard to be more specific. Heavy reliance was placed on one expert's analysis of the contents of her stomach, the partially digested meal of fish and chips, which estimated the time of death as between 2:30 am and 4:30 am. This, the prosecution argued, belied Mr. Garbett's version of events. Since his conviction, revelations about faults in the post office's Horizon computer software have indicated that postmasters and postmistresses were wrongfully prosecuted for theft and fraud. 39 such convictions were referred back to the Court of Appeal by the CCRC. Cases have been brought against them based on Horizon data that erroneously showed long-term cash shortfalls. Financial records from Horizon apparently showed the same pattern in Mr. Garbett's case, along with other analysis of the Mellonsby shop's finances, which shows that it was in healthier state than was made out at trial. The Horizon scandal has brought a key plank of Mr. Garbett's alleged motive, his fear of the imminent discovery that he was siphoning money from the shop, into a very considerable doubt. Fresh evidence has also undermined the testimony of the eyewitnesses who allegedly encountered Mr. Garbett on the village green the night before the murder. What's more, the analysis of Diana's stomach contents, which was said to be capable of pinpointing the time of death, has been called into question and challenged on numerous occasions. Mr. Garbett's latest application to the CCRC largely rests on new evidence related to the police's investigation. Even at the time of Mr. Justice Openshaw's summing up to the jury at trial, he recognised that the police had shown a regrettable lack of professionalism at the crime scene. Lamps that had been knocked over in the course of the struggle were put away in the wardrobe untested. A light brown clump of hair on the pillow next to Diana's body wasn't collected or tested. Diana's hair was dark brown with red highlights, and Robin's was grey. Now, newly discovered unaired footage from Tyne T's television, filmed after the murder but before the murder weapon was discovered on top of Nixon's garage boundary wall, shows no metal bar where the police allegedly found it. The prosecution had argued at trial that it was unlikely that a fleeing burglar would have left the murder weapon behind, and that Mr. Garbett himself must have disposed of it there in the middle of the night. New DNA analysis further confuses the picture that the prosecution painted. When it was originally swabbed, the mixture of DNA found on the metal bar belonged to an unknown male and an unidentified policeman, as well as to Diana. Mr. Garbett's DNA was nowhere to be found. However, recent investigations are said to reveal that the policeman's DNA profile was also found in the area where the bar had struck the pillow next to Diana's body. Analysis suggests that the DNA is likely to have transferred from the bar. Mr. Garbett's legal team, led by Martin Rackstraw at Russell Cook, therefore believes that this shows there was cross-contamination of evidence at the scene. This could raise questions as to the metal bar's role in the murder, and the police's involvement in its discovery 2 days later. The latest application also emphasises that the analysis of Diana's stomach contents has been discredited. It argues that if the jury had been given reason to doubt that evidence at the time, Mr. Hurd's evidence would have received more emphasis. He said he heard a woman's voice calling from the living quarters at around 6:45, suggesting that she was still alive whilst Mr. Garbett was serving the morning customers and fortifying his version of events. Mr. Garbett's case is one of several hundred currently before the CCRC. Very few ultimately succeed in persuading commissioners that they should refer a case to the Court of Appeal. While he waits to hear whether his case will be in that small number, Robin Garbett continues to serve his life sentence. He is likely to be in his late 60s before his release is even considered. The Robin Garbett Appeal Story. This story is the continual work in progress by Robin Garbett's family that highlights the terrible miscarriage of justice against Robin Garbett. In it they say, "We want this to open up the public's eyes and minds and show how our police and justice system can wrongfully take 20 years away from a grieving innocent man and a man away from his family. We hope that the facts and details of the case and the comments of family, friends and supporters behind Robin will make you see for yourselves that Robin is innocent and a conviction and sentence of 20 years is both unjust and unsafe. We will continue our fight to clear Robin's name, gain his freedom, and most importantly, try to find the real killer of our Diana. In creating this story, we hope we can bring the attention of the public the terrible miscarriage of justice that Robin has suffered. We are hopeful that it will lead to any information coming forward, however small or insignificant, that could help in finding Diana's real killer, proving Robin's innocence, gaining him his freedom, and allowing him back home. The robbery and murder on that fateful day back in March 2010 led to a so-called investigation by North Yorkshire Police. One that was, in our opinion, based on a mixture of actual evidence and on our information and knowledge is now clear was carried out in such a way that has destroyed any confidence we have in the police, CPS and the justice system. We have now lost faith in everything we were meant and brought up to believe in. A family's nightmare. Robin's journey of injustice begins. On March 23, 2010, Sally, Robin's sister, received the devastating news that her sister-in-law Diana Garbett had been murdered. Robin was taken to the police station and interviewed as a significant witness, after only hours earlier being robbed at gunpoint and discovering his wife's body in the living quarters above their post office in Melonsby, North Yorkshire. At approximately 10 PM that evening, Robin, who, after spending all day with total strangers and then discovering his wife's body, eventually came home to his family and collapsed in his sister's arms, a totally lost and devastated person. He stayed with them for the next 3 weeks. Police liaison officers visited most days, but with such a close-knit family he was in good hands. During this time, Robin voluntarily spent one full Sunday with the police giving an in-depth interview regarding his and Diana's life together, in case there was something that had been missed in the original interview. After 3 weeks, their confidence and belief in North Yorkshire Police was destroyed when at 7:30 AM there was a knock on the door and the police came to arrest Robin. They then began what has now turned into a nightmare and have now lost all trust and faith in North Yorkshire Police. The following is what happened briefly from then until now. Robin is arrested at 7:30 AM at home just after breakfast. He is then taken to North Allerton Police Station for questioning, and it is only on the 3rd day of questioning that his family were allowed to take him some clothes and see him for a few minutes. They hugged him and cried with him and gave each other hope and strength, and then they left. North Yorkshire Police say that they have found a pair of boxer shorts in Robin's outside bin which are soiled and have blood on them. Robin states all along that they are not his, as they are far too big and he has most definitely not soiled himself. The police are not interested. The family found out much later that they are neighbours' boxer shorts that were in fact found in a bin belonging to the neighbour, but it's too late for Robin as he's already being held on remand in Holme House Prison. We are all set to start the trial in October 2010, all ready to prove Robin's innocence. At a pre-trial hearing, the prosecutor stands up and informs the court that the NY police have found a hollow iron bar believed to be the murder weapon discarded near to the post office where the murder took place. North Yorkshire Police had found this bar on the 25th of March 2010, 2 days after the murder, but only disclosed its existence to us on that day. They also say that forensic scientists did not begin testing the potential evidence until the month before the hearing. No DNA of Robin's is found on or inside the bar, only Diana's, a police officer and one other unidentified male. Robin is given bail. He comes home, and now we have a little hope. The trial begins in March 2011. It takes 4 weeks. The judge, in the family's opinion, from day one, hurried the barristers all the time to get finished for Easter. He started each morning by asking both QCs if they were on schedule and making sure they would be finished on time. At the end of the trial, the judge excused the jury to deliberate, stating that he would only take a unanimous verdict. The jury couldn't do this, so he said he would take a majority decision. After 2.5 days, the jury returned a 10-2 majority against Robin. Nobody could believe this, people were visibly shocked, and then Robin is convicted and sentenced to 20 years. Our QC then finds evidence that the post office had available to them information that they said they couldn't provide. Eventually, we get the information and are granted an appeal hearing. In November, we, the family of Robin, put out a Tyne-Tees news statement and press release, speaking out at last about Robin's injustice. Then the Courts of Appeal in May 2012. We are hopeful that we will get a retrial and Robin will hopefully get justice.
No decision on the day, but 1 week later our world collapses once again as they reject Robin's grounds of appeal. We are now fighting on. We hope that you have read our website and digested the information on it, and you still want to join us in helping to free Robin Garbett, find the real killer, and get justice for his beloved Dee. Now we'll look at some of the facts from the case. In a statement, a witness says that at 6:45 AM on the morning in question, he heard a female voice that he concludes was Diana calling through the living quarters Robin's name, and Robin answered, "In a minute, Dee," or "Yes, Dee," along those lines. The police and prosecution claim that Diana was already dead by now. How can that be so? The prosecution asked the witness how he knew it was that morning, and the witness remembers this clearly as it was an unusual day for him, as it was one of the only couple of days in a year that he has a paid day off work, and that he does a volunteer day of work towards the environment. He was so concerned about this, he went to the police when he returned home from work to make them aware of this. If the witness statement is to be accepted, then this proves Robin could not have killed Diana, as the till roll in the shop shows that Robin was serving customers constantly from then until the 999 call was made. The clump of hair is clearly photographed on the pillow next to a bloodied handprint of Diana by the CSI photographer, after being spotted by a CSI officer. This hair, it was said in court by the NY police DNA expert under cross-examination, could have been DNA evidence to prove that there was someone else in the bedroom, and that Robin was telling the truth. This clump of hair was supposedly lost by the NY police, and it was not the colour of Diana's hair or Robin's hair. So we have the murder weapon, an iron bar, that has DNA of Diana on it, on one end, and DNA of a police officer on the other end, and one other unknown male, but no DNA of Robin on it. When the bar was first forensically examined, the police officer's DNA was also classed as an unknown male DNA, and the police forensic expert clearly says that the DNA being on the bar is in keeping with someone not wearing gloves. As soon as it was clear that it was a police officer's DNA on the bar, the forensic expert made an additional statement to say it could have been put on through cross-contamination. Quite alarming how things changed to suit. The bar was found on the 25th of March 2010, only 2 days after the incident, but was not disclosed to the defence until we were in court in October, and because of this, Robin was granted bail. The police officer's statement was made on the 12th of October 2010. The bar was found on the garage wall on the 25th of March 2010. The police officer whose DNA is on the bar says he cannot remember which of his colleagues he was paired with whilst carrying out the search, but he can remember which colleague first found the bar and called him over to it. The police officer can also remember which of his other colleagues was talking to the garage owner, as he was also part of the conversation. So he assumes that there was probably another colleague present while searching, as they always search in pairs, but he cannot recall who that was. The family find it strange that some things can't be recalled. They are certain that they would have known who he would have been working with. The one thing we do know is that the garage owner stated in court that he had never seen the bar before on his premises. He also stated that members of the press were stood on the wall taking photos. There is also unknown male DNA on a pillow in the bedroom where Diana was found. Could this have matched the missing clump of hair? There are bedside lamps which have been placed in a wardrobe within the bedroom where the deceased was found. We believe in our opinion that as no one except the police officers were allowed in the property, and still are not unless accompanied by a police officer, there is only one explanation for this. Upon re-examination, the lamps were found to have blood splatter on them when NY police said that there wasn't any blood splatter anywhere. This came to light when crime scene photographs were sent to an independent expert in London, and the first thing that was asked for was the report of the bedside lamps being checked for blood splatter. A police officer from NY Police at 10:45 AM on Tuesday 22nd of June attended Melonsby Post Office and was met by another officer. His intentions had been to identify and locate the bedside lamps which had been present on the bedside tables within this room at the time of the crime. He became aware the items had been moved from their original locations by officers who were conducting the inventory of the property and premises. The police officers located these lamps in the wardrobes on the top shelf. There were clear glass base lamps in the lower area of the wardrobe, identical also to that which he had seen in the scene photograph occupying tables within the room. He seized them all. Detective Superintendent in charge of the investigation for the first few days of the inquiry says in his written statement that they, the police, failed to locate blood splatter or cast-off. It also became clear in the trial that the carpet at the side of the bed hadn't been checked. How is it that in a murder investigation the police were able to put two lamps with blood splatter on the one of them into a wardrobe away from the scene? In the interview when Robin was first arrested, which we have, the police say to Robin that if the robber had inflicted them injuries on your wife, you would expect that maybe he would have some blood on him, wouldn't you? Causing them injuries. He would have had some blood on him, wouldn't he? Robin says. I don't know. The police say, I'm telling you he would have. It's our opinion from this that whoever has killed Diana would have blood on them. Robin had none. He observed a large area of the bedsheet around the female's head, Diana, which was the colour bright red. He assumed it was blood. The police officer says that given the amount of blood on the bed and around the victim, I would have expected to see Robin covered in blood, but I do not recall seeing any blood on him. It is our opinion from the evidence we have that the North Yorkshire police totally disregarded the lack of physical evidence in this case and have worked all along to put together a story without any actual proof that Robin was stealing money from the post office. Diana found out and that he killed her. The important thing here is that Diana was in fact the postmistress and knew exactly what was happening in the business, as she also did all the accounts. Family, friends, supporters, comments and quotes. The following are statements from close family, friends and people of Melonsby and supporters, to help give you some idea of the worry, heartache and upset it has caused, and for you to gain insight into the man that's loved by all, Robin Garbett. Gay Garbett, Robin's stepman. Reading this story has been interesting, fascinating and very personal to read. I can't really find the right words, but the messages are all heartfelt and deeply emotional. You present a compelling case for further investigation into the circumstances and causes of Diana's death, and reasons why Robin must be declared innocent, and whatever needs doing must be done to secure his release, and to get that absolute verdict of not guilty, with no shadow of doubt hanging over him, and to live the rest of his life a free man. I have always said, to know Robin is to know his dad, kindness, gentleness, and generosity in abundance. Good-humoured, quietly witty, very intelligent, honourable, considerate, and hard-working. Highly organised, with an amazing talent to solve problems and know how to generally make everything work out and life run smoothly to the benefit of all. Agreeable, affectionate, loyal, and loving. That is how I would describe your dad, and how I would describe Robin. There is no way he could have done this. North Yorkshire police have got it all wrong. Betty and Malcolm Swan, friends and supporters. We have never met a more loving and caring man than Robin Garbett. When our dog Gemma was dying, I couldn't get in touch with my family, so Robin left work and took me to the vets. Our lovely dog was put to sleep. The vet said that they would send the bill, but Robin took me and Gemma back to the car and then went and paid the bill so I wouldn't be upset when it arrived. This is the type of man he is. There is no way on earth he could do this to Dee. This is a serious miscarriage of justice. North Yorkshire police and the jury have got this so wrong. Robin, you are always in our thoughts. Keep fighting, the truth will prevail. All our love, Betty and Malcolm. Joanne Swan, friend and supporter. I have known Robin for 24 years. I've worked with him, lived with him, and was very close to him. I am totally shattered by what has happened to him. His nickname at work was Mr. Wonderful, and he was a totally wonderful person and fantastic boss. He has not a bad bone in his body. He was always happy, caring and loving. In all the years I've known Robin, I've never ever seen him lose his temper or angry. He always left me a Milky Way on my shelf every morning at work. It made my day. A fantastic person and many, many happy memories. Sending my love to you, Robin, and all your family. I am 100% behind you. Stay strong, you are innocent and the truth will come out. Alison Donnelly, friend and supporter. I was at Easingwood School with Robin and was horrified when I first heard of this case. The Robin I knew was a gentle, quiet but good fun person. Although it was a long time ago now, I cannot believe that that same person would have carried out this horrendous crime, and I am therefore behind this campaign to prove his innocence. At this stage, I just want to say, please stay strong, Robin, and believe that this nightmare will come to a positive end. With the continued support of your friends and family, I truly hope that you will secure release and be a free man in the not too distant future. Good luck, Robin. I will continue to watch your website with interest. Samantha Wood, niece. My uncle has been part of my life since the start. He was the fun uncle that we got to stay up late with, eat until we were sick and sleep on the sofas. It was great. Rob and my mum are so close and over the years showed me how important it is to look after each other. Myself and my brother are now the same. I can't explain how this nightmare has changed my family, but one thing I can say, we won't be beaten. We will fight until Uncle Rob is back, sat round our dinner table, stuffing his face with Mum's cooking. Uncle Rob is the bravest and kindest man I know, and I gain strength from him to keep going day by day, and keep fighting for his freedom and to find Auntie Dee's killer, Sally, his sister. My brother who is warm and gentle, honest, genuine, loving and giving. The years of growing up together, only a year and a month between us, and so we have always been close. The years roll on and we stay side by side. If we need one another, we'll know we'll be there. Sometimes it is tested by others around, but I know that deep down, my brother's still there. Nobody knows better than me what's happening. To Rob just should not be. I love him and miss him, but never forget him. One day we will have him home. Joyce, Robin's mum. My son is a loving, thoughtful, good, honest man, and watching him suffer this terrible miscarriage of justice is heartbreaking, and at times feels unbearable. It's an extremely painful living nightmare, which words cannot describe. However, Robin's bravery and his determination to get justice for his beloved Diana, and himself, keeps me going. Though I shall never rest until this cruel injustice is put right and Robin is free. Margaret and James, good friends and supporters from Melonsby. Robin, we miss you so much, your cheeky comments and of course your loving and caring nature which goes without saying. My time spent with you and Diana at the shop are moments I will treasure. Most of all, I miss bringing you food parcels when I baked, and passing on recipes to Dee, including my mince pie one. Our love always. Ian Simpson, supporter and good friend from Melonsby. Calling at the village shop was my ideal start to the day, thanks to Robin's consistent good humour. That man radiates goodwill. But much more than that, he was so ready to answer questions and to share his knowledge and experiences, always accompanied by that unbeatable smile. Irene and Les, family. What a terrible miscarriage of justice. Robin became a much-loved visitor to our family home. Every Saturday was brunch. His nose led him to our kitchen. Bacon, sausage and egg. To have the company of such a kind, polite, amusing person was such a pleasure. We are a retired couple, and the thought of never sharing our table with Robin again doesn't bear thinking about. His place is set. Someone out there knows the truth about what happened that terrible morning. But believe us, we will never give up on the fight to bring about Robin's release. He has our loving support always. Robin now. Robin is now in Franklin Prison in Durham. Robin's kept going by all the support from family, many friends, villagers and supporters. Since being in prison, Robin has received thousands of cards and letters for support, and we thank them all. We visit Robin every week. These are very special times where we give each other the strength to carry on with this terrible injustice. 2021, an update from the family. Another Christmas has passed. Once again, the prison mailbag contained a massive cards and letters of well wishes and never-ending support for Robin, of which he is eternally grateful. Another March has passed with a mixture of over 100 cards and letters of sympathy and support marking the anniversary of Dee's death and the start of the terrible miscarriage of justice. April will mark the 10th anniversary of Robin being held in prison as an innocent man. The CCRC kindly keep agreeing with everything we put to them. They keep saying, let's remove this evidence from the equation, let's remove that from the equation, but still keep making the excuse as to wanting some evidence to prove if someone else could have been in the property on the morning of Dee's death. Well, now we have given them that. So now the CCRC, let's have a fair, just trial and prove Robin Garbett is innocent. That's all we ask. Thank you for joining us today. What are your opinions on the crimes committed by Robin Garbett? Do you think he has a chance at his third appeal? Do you think he was innocent or guilty? And what do you think about the mishandling of evidence from the NY police? Please let us know what you think in the comments below. Thank you for joining us today. If you enjoyed this content, don't forget to like, share, and if you're new to the channel and want to see more Street Crime UK content, then hit the subscribe button so you can join us in the next video. Thanks again for joining us. Until next time, stay safe.
Today we look at one of the most ruthless criminals to ever exist in the UK criminal underworld. Harry Maurice Roberts was born on the 21st of July in 1936 and is a well-known English career criminal and murderer. In 1966, he instigated the infamous Shepherd's Bush murders, in which 3 police officers were shot dead in London, a crime which shook the entire capital. The murders, which took place when plainclothes officers, after becoming suspicious, approached a standard Vanguard estate car, in which Mr. Roberts and 2 other men were sitting in Braybrook Street near Wormwood Scrubs Prison in London. Mr. Roberts feared officers would discover firearms they were hiding inside the car that his gang were planning to use in a robbery later that day. He killed 2 officers and one of his accomplices shot dead the third in response. This is a seriously cold-blooded crime. After Mr. Roberts has spent nearly 48 years in prison, in 2014 the Parole Board for England and Wales approved his release at the age of 78. Mr. Roberts has spent almost 5 decades in prison, far outlasting the time that he was free. Imagine coming out after spending the majority of your life in jail, and as a 78-year-old man, this must have been a very hard adjustment for him to make within himself and to live in a new fast-paced environment, which certainly would have been very different than the one he was used to before being locked up. Having far exceeded his minimum term of 30 years, he was one of the United Kingdom's longest-serving prisoners, having remained in custody since 1966. His release was very controversial due to the violent nature of his crime and the fear that he may reoffend. Mr. Roberts was born in Wanstead, Essex. I hope that's how you say that, sorry if not guys. On the 21st of July in 1936, where his parents ran the George Public House. As a child, he became involved in crime by helping his mother sell stolen goods on the black market. Mr. Roberts later described how the family owned a cafe in the north of London, where his mother was selling on mostly food, tea and sugar, and sometimes ration books, so basically anything she could get her hands on. In the late teens, he was sentenced to a youth detention centre after using an iron bar to attack a shopkeeper during a vicious robbery. It doesn't sound very friendly. Mr. Roberts served a 19-month sentence inside Gaynes Hall, Borstal for the robbery, and he was released back into the public in the cold January of 1956. 1 week after leaving the Borstal, Mr. Roberts was called upon for national service, and accepting his fate, he joined the Prince Consort's own Rifle Brigade, with whom he saw action during the Mau Mau Uprising and the Malayan Emergency. Speaking of his service in the jungle, he said that this was where he learned to kill, and that he had personally killed at least 4 people prior to killing the officers, so this guy already had a taste for killing. Journalist and former armed robber John McVitty said that Mr. Roberts gloated about his killings whilst in prison and had acquired a taste for killing prisoners of war on the orders of his superior officers in the army. After leaving the army, Mr. Roberts returned to his criminal activities, but now he was a way more refined man from his time in the army, and so in partnership with Jack Whitney, they together carried out dozens of armed robberies, targeting many bookmakers, post offices, and banks. He said later, speaking of the robberies, that the most I had ever earned from a single job was £1,000. Mr. Whitney was the eldest, the boss. He knew the best places to rob. John Duddy, who was another ruthless criminal, joined us a little bit later on. In 1959, Mr. Roberts and an accomplice posed as tax inspectors to gain entry into one of the homes of an elderly man. The man was bound, robbed, beaten with a glass decanter, and left with substantial head injuries. Mr. Roberts was arrested, and at his trial, Mr. Justice Maud said, "You are an extremely violent and brutal thug, and you came very close to the rope this time. It is only to be hoped that you make the right decisions in your life and you do not appear before us again." Mr. Roberts received a sentence of 7 years for the crime. Following the shootings of the 41-year-old police constable Geoffrey Fox, the Detective Sergeant Christopher Head, who was aged 30, and 25-year-old temporary detective constable David Womwell, who were all shot dead in Shepherd's Bush, West London. Mr. Roberts hid in Thorley Woods near Bishop's, Stortfordshire, Hertfordshire, to try and avoid capture from the police who were hunting him by the hour. He was familiar with the area as he had frequented there as a child. A £1,000 reward was offered for any information leading to his arrest. Mr. Roberts used his extensive military training to evade capture for 96 days, a bit like Rambo then. But he was finally caught by police whilst he was sleeping rough in a barn at Blaunt's Farm near Bishop Stortford. Mr. Roberts was convicted of all 3 murders and sentenced to life imprisonment with a recommended minimum term of 30 years. The murders occurred just 8 months after the Murder Act of 1965 suspended the death penalty in England, Wales and Scotland and substituted a mandatory sentence of life imprisonment. So he was very lucky, as he most probably would have qualified for the death penalty for being convicted of killing 3 police officers. While in prison, Mr. Roberts made several unsuccessful attempts to try and escape. In 2001, he was moved to an open prison where rules are more relaxed and some prisoners are allowed to come and leave from the prison. Mr. Roberts was returned to a closed prison within months after allegations that he was involved in a drug dealing and contraband smuggling operation. Kate Kray, who interviewed Mr. Roberts for her book Natural Born Killers, says that it was clear that he has no remorse for his victims and recreates the murders in art and pastry decorations, making apple pies and decorating them with pastry cutouts of policemen being shot. Not the normal kind of cooking entries we're used to seeing on Britain's Great Bake Off. Kate Kray said that he also produces precisely drawn and coloured paintings depicting someone shooting a policeman. It sounds like a really nice guy. In 2005, he failed his appeal to the House of Lords over the use of apparent secret evidence that was being used to keep him in prison. The evidence had been obtained by tapping private phone calls between Mr. Roberts and his solicitor. The material that was recorded was then introduced as evidence at his later parole hearings. In September 2006, a 70-year-old Mr. Roberts applied for a judicial review over apparent delays by the parole board in reaching a decision to free him by the end of the year, but in December 2006 he was again turned down for parole. On the 29th of June 2007, he was given leave to seek a High Court judicial review over his failed parole bid, with the judge saying his case was indeed of a great public interest. It was reported that in February 2009 that Mr. Roberts hoped to be freed from prison within months. Having already served 42 years in jail and completing the first stage of a parole board hearing, he believed this would pave the way for his release. Mr. Roberts hoped that a final hearing would find that at the age of 72 he was no longer a risk to the public, and that the parole board would order his immediate release. At this time he had already served 12 years more than the minimum term recommended by his trial judge, who at the time of sentencing told Mr. Roberts it was unlikely that any future Home Secretary would ever think fit to show mercy by releasing you on license. This is one of those cases in which a sentence of imprisonment for life may well be treated as meaning exactly what it says. It was recognised that government ministers were concerned that any decision on the matter would provoke public fury and that Mr. Roberts' safety may be put at risk. But the parole board would nonetheless be powerless to halt the release. Supporters of Mr. Roberts had previously claimed that successive Home Secretaries had blocked his release for political reasons because of fears of public backlash. Peter Smith, chairman of the Metropolitan Police Federation, said that there would be a widespread anger among serving and former officers. Legal sources said that they believed that the parole board was likely to recommend that he was eligible for an open prison as a way of preparing him for release. In April of 2009, it was alleged by the owners of an animal sanctuary where Mr. Roberts was working on day release scheme that he made violent threats to them. And in October of 2014, the parole board for England and Wales approved his release but stated it would be an unspecified later date. Mr. Roberts was released on 11th of November 2014 after serving 48 years in prison from the 15th of November 1966. Mr. Roberts' name has been used by many years by those looking to antagonize the police. They would do this by shouting loudly popular nursery rhymes and football chants and editing some of the words to include Mr. Roberts' name. One of which was, "He shot 3 down in Shepherd's Bush, our mate Harry," to the tune of London Bridge is Falling Down, which originated with groups of young people outside Shepherd's Bush police station after Mr. Roberts had been arrested. There have been many artistic representations of Mr. Roberts over the years. The character of Billy Porter in the 2001 novel He Kills Coppers by Jake Arnott and the 2008 TV adaptation are both based on Mr. Roberts. And to the tune of chant Hare Krishna in the song Happiness is Just a Chant Away by Chumbawamba in their 1992 album Shh, the words Hare Krishna are replaced with Harry Roberts. Harry Roberts and the crimes he committed will never be forgotten about in the UK criminal underworld. Thanks for watching, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more content. Today we're going to be talking about one of the most horrific crimes to ever have taken place in the UK. Fred and Rose West. Their story begins between 1967 and 1987. Britain was victim to two of the most nefarious killers the country has ever seen. Married couple Fred and Rose West, who in the course of 20 years are rumoured to have killed upwards of 13 women. Among the victims were Mr. West's ex-wife and daughter, as well as numerous teen girls who were misled by the couple. ' Frederick Walter Stephen West was born on the 29th of September 1941, the first of 6 surviving children to the West family, in Much Marcle, Herefordshire. Born to a family of poor farm workers in a small community, Mr. West's family were said to be a close-knit and protected bunch and would always look after one another. In particular, he was close with his mother, who took a preference for him over his 2 brothers and 3 sisters. Spending his youth at Moorcote Cottage on Moorcote Farm, where his father worked as a labourer, the 6 children were expected to help their parents with farm work. The boys had hunting and harvesting, while the girls foraged fruit and hops. The entirety of the Mr. West family had a strong, self-dependent work ethic as a result. This can take the form of either a burglary or a robbery, the difference in English and Welsh law being that a robbery uses force, which means that some of the heists commonly known as robs were actually burglaries. The Brinksmat robbery occurred at the heat. Mr. West was not a bright student, being more skilled at manual labour, to such a point that at the age of 15 he dropped out of school and pursued farm labouring, instead of on the same farm as his father. At this time he also frequented the Ledbury Youth Club, in which he soon got a reputation for aggressively objectifying and harassing young girls, sexually assaulting them on numerous occasions. He reportedly sexually assaulted a girl who rejected his advances at a dance, and he once apparently deliberately rode his motorcycle at another young woman in the village. Girls that accepted these advances described Mr. West's performance as unsatisfying, working only to his own gratification. It is often argued that certain serial killers are unable to perform well sexually, which can push them towards committing their crimes, as they develop a hatred for women due to their insecurities. Among other factors, however, in this case, use the argument that can be made that Mr. West's affinity with young girls and his depreciation of the female gender in general, even as a child, as we see here, made his actions not an action of sexual insecurity, but one for his own pleasure, demonstrating the unhinged nature of the man's mind. While it was undeniable that Mr. West had shown his true nature in his youth, it arguably escalated following a motorcycle accident shortly after his 17th birthday, which left him comatose for a week with serious head injuries. A metal plate was placed in his head that may have affected his behaviour and impulse control, according to some experts, offering a possible explanation for the escalation in Mr. West's deviant behaviour. 2 years later, Fred suffered a further head injury when a girl he groped on a fire escape outside the youth club punched him, sending him falling 2 floors. In June of 1961, Fred was accused of raping and impregnating a 13-year-old family friend. Arrested the same month, Fred freely admitted to the police he had been molesting young girls since his early teens, and he asked them, "Doesn't everybody do it?" He escaped a jail sentence as it was claimed that he was suffering fits as a result of his head trauma, but he was convicted of child molestation. At the age of 21, Fred West reconnected with a childhood girlfriend, Glaswegian Catherine Rena Bernadette Costello, who at the time was pregnant with another man's child. The two married in Ledbury on the 17th of November, unbeknownst to the West family, the sole guest being Fred's younger brother John. The couple initially lived in Fred's aunt's home, and then moved to Coatbridge, where Fred worked as an ice cream van driver. Rena's daughter, Charmaine, was born in March on 1963, and Mr. West willingly accepted her as his own. Shortly thereafter, the couple relocated to Savoy Street in the Bridgetown district of Glasgow. In July of 1964, Rena bore Fred a daughter, Anne-Marie. It is said that Mr. West was extremely strict on his children and often grew violent against his family, even Charmaine, who was still a toddler at the time. He is also reported to have begun sexually abusing Charmaine and to have encouraged Rena to turn to prostitution to supplement his measly income. He also cheated regularly on his wife, one of his mistresses being 16-year-old Anne McFall, whom Fred had promised to marry. Following the family's moving to Gloucester and the deterioration of his marriage, following which Rena returned to Scotland, McFall became a nanny to the 2 children whilst Mr. West worked. In July of 1967, McFall, aged 19 and 8 months pregnant with Fred's child, vanished. Her dismembered remains were found buried at the edge of a cornfield between Much Marcle, Mr. West's hometown, and Kempley in June 1994. Though never officially confirmed, it is thought that Fred claimed responsibility for the young girl's death. For a time, Rena, Mr. West's wife, returned to help with the children, but only a year later she left the children alone with him again. It was reported that in these times, when Mr. West had no women around, he gave the 2 girls to social services to look after, getting them back only after he met Rose. Rosemary Pauline West, maiden name Letts, was born on the 29th of November 1953, the fifth of the seven to a large and very poor family. Her father was in the Navy, though he had to leave to take care of her mother, who suffered extreme postnatal depression. Rose's childhood was anything but peaceful with her parents. The Letts were described as a dysfunctional family that didn't fit into the community, and the children were never allowed to play outside. And this did not come without reason. In fear of violence from Bill, Daisy developed an obsession with keeping the house clean, to such an extent that the children weren't allowed out in case they got dirty. The mother of the 7 children was treated for her extreme depression using electroconvulsive therapy during her pregnancy with Rose. Her last round of treatment was in fact administered the day before the birth of Rosemary, which criminal psychologist Dr. David Holmes suggests would have impacted her brain development, as the latest point of pregnancy is often the most critical in developing empathy and a conscience. Daisy's excessive and severe mental health problems likely played a part in Miss West's own mental illness, and the stressors she underwent in the womb, both through the therapy and through the mental torment of her mother at the time, has been suggested as a key cause for the deranged mental state Rose carried into adulthood. Bill Letts, a drunk with no acclimation to civilian life, made Rose's childhood anything but peaceful. The family lived in intense fear of their patriarch and former neighbour Gil Job, who grew up next to Letts' family, and stated she could hear awful screams, shouts and banging during their time in close proximity. Bill Letts lost his status and self-worth, having to return to family life, and he grew to resent his children. He tried to regain his power at home by being regimented with the kids. Jeffrey Wansell, official biographer of Frederick Mr. West, says Letts was a tyrant of a father who made his children clean the carpet with toothbrushes. Bill's violent and unpredictable nature can largely be attributed to his mental illness. He was diagnosed as paranoid schizophrenic as a teenager, but never disclosed this to his family and didn't get treatment, likely heightening his issues tenfold through stress and massive change from his structured lifestyle in the Navy. Amid an atmosphere of fear, Rose became reclusive and disengaged, and Letts exploited this massively to abuse her vulnerable nature. Throughout her childhood, he sexually abused his daughter, paving the pathway for abusive and unhealthy relationships and coping mechanisms in the future. In adulthood, with Fred's blessing, the incestuous relationship continued, and Rose, unable to face her childhood, often described it in a positive manner and portrayed her parents as protective and loving, demonstrating the effect said abuse had on her mental state. The couple first met shortly following Rose's 15th birthday in 1969, at which point in time Fred was 27 years old. By this point, Mr. West had already been married once, fathered 2 children, and had killed his 8-month pregnant girlfriend with whom he had been having an affair. Meeting at Cheltenham bus station, she was revolted by the man, but Rose became infatuated with the attention the man gave her, and though she declined a date with him twice, she allowed him to walk her home on occasion. Quickly, Fred discovered her reputation and convinced the girl to quit her job at a local bread shop and be a full-time nanny for him, promising to pay her so she could convince her parents she was still working. Several months later, Rose introduced Fred to her family, who were aghast at their daughter's choice of partner. Daisy Letts was unimpressed with Fred's boastful and arrogant behaviour, suggesting him to be a pathological liar. Her father vehemently disapproved of the relationship, threatening Fred directly and promising to call social services if he continued to associate with his daughter. He followed through with this threat, and Rose was placed in a home, with time on the weekends to visit her family, which she inevitably used to meet with Fred. At the age of 16, only a year after meeting Fred, she moved in with him, and a few months later they moved from the caravan to a 2-storey house in Midland Road, Gloucester. On the 17th of October 1970, Rosemary gave birth to their daughter, though there was speculation the child was in fact her father's, Heather Ann. Fred, Mr. West, was imprisoned for theft on the 4th of December 1970 and remained so until his release on the 24th of June 1971, during which time Rose was alone and taking care of the children, all of whom were expected to refer to Rose as their mother. Mr. West's second daughter, Anne-Marie, explained that in their time alone with Rose, they were both physically and emotionally abused by their stepmother, and seemed to find gratification in their displays of pain and upset. Charmaine, however, refused to do so, which would send Rose into a rage. Anne-Marie suggested that Charmaine held desperately onto the belief that her mummy will come and save me. Anne-Marie later recollected her sister repeatedly antagonized Rose by making statements such as, "My real mummy wouldn't swear or shout at us," in response to Rose's scathing language. A childhood friend of Charmaine's named Tracy Giles, who had lived in the upper flat of Midland Road, would later recollect an incident in which she had entered Mr. West's flat unannounced only to see Charmaine naked, standing upon a chair and gagged with her hands bound behind her back with a belt, as Rose stood alongside the child with a large wooden spoon in her hand, truly demonstrating the extent of the sadistic abuse the young girls were victim to. Charmaine is likely to have been Rose West's first victim. It is believed that Rosemary killed Charmaine, Fred's stepdaughter from his first marriage, shortly before Mr. West's release in June of 1971. Charmaine disappeared in mid-June, with Rosemary explaining to Tracy Giles and her mother that she's gone to live with her mother, and bloody good riddance. Rena, Charmaine's mother, turned up in late August to collect Charmaine, and also disappeared. Following his release, Fred later buried her naked body in the yard close to the back door of the flat, and he remained adamant that he had not dismembered her, though evidence suggested an attempt had been made. Several bones, particularly finger, wrist, toe and ankle bones, were missing from Charmaine's skeleton, leading to the speculation the missing parts had been retained as keepsakes. Shortly after, the girl's mother also went missing. She's known to have visited Moorcock Cottage, Fred's childhood home, to inquire after the girls. Being provided with Fred's Midland Road address, Rena sought to confront him, likely to discuss or demand custody of her daughters. This was the final time Rena was seen alive, worrying after her children. She is believed to have been murdered by strangulation, possibly in the back seat of Fred's Ford Popular and likely while intoxicated. When her body was discovered, a short length of metal tubing was found in her remains, suggesting the possibility she had been restrained and subjected to a sexual assault prior to her murder. Rena's body was extensively dismembered, placed into plastic bags and buried close to a cluster of trees known as Yew Tree Coppice, a letterbox field about 1 mile from Muchmarkle. On the 29th of January 1972, Fred and Rosemary West married in Gloucester. On the 1st of June that year, Rosemary gave birth to their second daughter, May. Around this time, Mr. West encouraged his wife into prostitution. Fred encouraged Rose to seek clients in Gloucester's West Indian community. In addition to her prostitution, Rose engaged in casual sex with both female and male lodgers within her household, and also with individuals Fred encountered via his work, with Fred himself also joining in on occasion with 2 women. To many of the women, it became apparent that Rose and her husband took particular pleasure from seeking to take women beyond their sexual limits, typically via sessions involving bondage, as the Wests openly admitted to taking a particular pleasure from any form of sex involving a strong measure of dominance, pain and violence. Rosemary eventually had 7 children, 3 of whom were mixed race. Fred willingly accepted these children as his own and falsely informed them the reason for their skin colour being darker than that of their siblings was because his great-grandmother was a black woman. Needing a bigger house, the family moved to 25 Cromwell Street, where Mr. West converted the upper floor to bedsits to make money. Rose's room, the room Rosemary used for prostitution, had peepholes so he could watch. He often carried a baby monitor so that he could watch from anywhere in the house, and a red light outside the door for warning the children when not to enter because she was busy. Like Mr. West, Rosemary came from a family where incest was common, and her father would often take advantage of her promiscuity to engage in sexual relations with his daughter. This would happen with Mr. West's permission. The West's children were often victims of physical abuse, primarily from Rose. From the age of 7 they were given extensive chores, and in the event they were not completed, physical violence was used as a punishment. On one occasion, as their son Stephen was mopping the kitchen floor with a cloth, Rose accidentally stepped into the bowl of water he had been using. In response, Rose hit the boy over the head with the bowl and then repeatedly kicking him in the head and the chest as she shouted, "You did that on purpose, you little swine." On another occasion, Rose became furious about a missing kitchen utensil, then grabbed a knife she had been using to cut a slab of meat, repeatedly inflicting light scour marks to daughter May's chest until her ribcage was covered with light knife wounds. Anna Marie, the second oldest after Charmaine, often bore the brunt of both parents' sexual abuse and was forced into prostitution at the age of 13, with Rose telling clients she was 16. With all these clients, Rose remained in the room to ensure the young girl never revealed her true age. Aside from the prostitution, both parents frequently assaulted the girl, starting at the age of 8 until she ran away in 1979. After her escape, younger siblings May and Heather took her place, particularly after puberty. The two of them and son Stephen took an oath to protect each other and never allow either girl to be alone with their father. In October of 1972, the Wests hired 17-year-old Carolyn Roberts as the children's nanny, but she rejected Fred and Rosemary's advances into their sex circle and left a few weeks later. On the 6th of December 1972, the Wests invited her to their home, where they both raped her. Fred allowed Roberts to leave the next day, only after she promised she would return as their nanny. Miss Roberts reported the rape to police, but withdrew the accusation when the case came to court. The Wests pleaded guilty to a reduced charge of indecent assault and were fined only £50. While it is now thought the Wests committed at least one murder before the fact, it was after the assault charge that the Wests officially began their murder spree and terrorising of young women. Between the years of 1973 and 1979, the couple killed a further 8 people, as well as their daughter Heather in 1982. The first of their victims in this time was 19-year-old Linda Goff. The young girl had become acquainted with Fred and Rose West through a male lodger in the early 1973. Miss Goff regularly visited and engaged in affairs with 2 male lodgers at Cromwell House, and on the 19th of April, she moved into their home on Cromwell Street. Only a day or so later, on or about 20th of April, other tenants were told that she had been told to leave the household after she had hit one of their children. Following her disappearance, Miss Goff's mother called to visit, and Rosemary was wearing Miss Goff's clothes, and she told her that she had moved in order to work in Weston-super-Mare. When her dismembered body was found, the jewel was completely wrapped in adhesive and surgical tape to silence her in their torture, and 2 small tubes had likely been inserted into her nasal cavities to allow breathing. Miss Goff had likely been suspended from holes carved into the wooden beams supporting the ceiling of the cellar, which Fred later admitted that he had devised for the purpose of suspending his victims' bodies. The girl likely died of either strangulation or suffocation. Her dismembered body, missing several bones, was buried in an inspection pit beneath the garage. Next in the list of murders was 15-year-old Carol Ann Cooper, who was abducted on the 10th of November 1973. Cooper was abducted after spending the evening at a cinema with her boyfriend. She lived in the Pines Children's Home in Worcester. She had been waiting for a bus in Warndon when she just vanished, and was likely dragged into Fred's car, where her face was bound with surgical tape and her arms bound with braiding cloth, before she was driven to Cromwell Street. At Mr. West's address, in a similar manner to the aforementioned Goff, Cooper was suspended from the wooden beams of the cellar ceiling before her abuse and murder, and likely died from strangulation and asphyxiation. 21-year-old Lucy Catherine Partington, who was in her final year of reading English literature at Exeter University, was killed December 1973. She had just spent Christmas with her family in Cheltenham and decided to visit a friend, disappearing after leaving to catch a bus home. There is strong evidence that she had been kept alive for at least several days. A week after she disappeared, Fred went to a hospital in the early hours of the 3rd of January 1974 to get a serious laceration stitched up, suggesting the girl was still alive several days after the kidnapping. Matching the cut was found with Partington's body, and police surmised that he sustained the injury while dismembering the body. Theresa Siegenthaler came next, a Swiss sociology student who was just 21 when she was murdered by the Wests. She was hitchhiking from London to Wales. Siegenthaler was told her family that she was going to try and reach Ireland on her trip. Her family reported her missing to Scotland Yard when they stopped hearing from her. Fred built a fake chimney breast over her remains to hide them. She was found to have been gagged by a scarf and tied in a bow. Shirley Hubbard was killed in November 1974, only aged 15. The Wests took her from a bus stop after leaving a date. When her remains were found, her head was completely covered in tape and only a 3-inch rubber tube inserted to allow her to breathe. Her remains were reportedly found in an area of the cellar decorated with wallpaper, bearing Marilyn Monroe's image, along with the names of some of the stars' movies, one of which, in poor taste, was the 1956 film Bus Stop. The final body that Fred buried in the cellar before concreting it over was that of 18-year-old Juanita Marion Mott, killed in April 1975. A former lodger at 25 Cromwell Street, she was rumoured to have been staying with a friend outside of the house, but made the fatal error of attempting to hitchhike when the Wests took her. From Carol Ann Cooper onwards, each successive victim, plus the paraphernalia discovered in each shallow grave, suggests that each victim was likely subjected to greater abuse and torture than those previously murdered. The torture of the Wests was relentless and violent in its very nature. After Marion Mott's death, Fred made the sickening decision to concrete over the woman's resting grounds, turning the basement into a bedroom for his oldest children, before taking a 3-year break from killing for reasons unknown. That was until Fred, unknown as to whether it was or without Rosemary's permission, killed 18-year-old Shirley Ann Robinson in May of 1978. The two had unfortunately met at the Green Lantern, the cafe Mr. West opened up with his wife's father, before becoming a lodger at 25 Cromwell Street. She soon became a prostitute for the Wests, and ended up pregnant with Fred's child. Rose, herself pregnant at the time, initially boasted to neighbours that the child Robinson was carrying was her husband's. However, she soon developed a deep resentment for the young girl. The motive for her murder is likely to have been the removal of a threat to the stability of Mr. West's relationship, to which Robinson now posed a threat. Her body was extensively dismembered. However, a lack of restraint suggests a sexual motive for this murder was unlikely, suggesting the murder was purely to keep the peace in the Mr. West household. The unborn baby had been removed and had several bones missing. Shortly thereafter, Rose unsuccessfully, but rather sickeningly, submitted a claim for maternity benefit in Robinson's name with Gloucester Social Services. Fred had originally planned to sell their baby to a childless couple. As seen with Charmaine and Linda, Fred and Rose shifted suspicions by claiming Robinson had been relocated to live with her father in West Germany. The couple's final official murder before that of their own daughter was that of Alison Chambers, killed August of 1979. It was also the last sexually motivated killing the couple are known to have committed. Only 16 years old, Chambers had run away from home to become Mr. West's live-in nanny at Cromwell Street. It is thought that she assimilated with the family for several weeks before her death, with Rose having promised the teen a home on a farm which she claimed to own. Her body was also buried in the garden of Cromwell Street, like Robinson, close to the bathroom wall, and although Chambers was likely dismembered, her skeleton was not marked by striations as the earlier victims' bodies had been. In order not to raise suspicion, Rose posted a letter written by the girl before her untimely death to her mother to appear as though she had not disappeared to the family. The final known murder in the West's terrifying spree was that of their own teenage daughter, Heather. After Anne-Marie's escape in the late 70s, Heather bore the brunt of her parents' sexual violence. Her father, in particular though, was reportedly never overly fond of the girl that she was. Emotionally abused by the parents, often being called ugly and a bitch by Fred, who also reportedly promised to impregnate not only Heather, but sister May as well, and to make son Stephen have sex with his mother Rose before he turned 17. Heather often complained to friends about the abuse she and her siblings endured, and her external signs of psychological distress such as nail biting, fidgeting, and lack of sleep were noted by several of them. Staff at the Hucklecote Secondary School, which Heather and her siblings attended, are also known to have expressed concern as to why Heather, otherwise well behaved, refused to obey orders either to change her clothing or for showering after sport activities. On one occasion she was forced to take a shower, resulting in her peers and staff noting her arms, legs and torso were covered in welts and bruises in various stages of healing. Heather stated that these injuries have been obtained in fights with her siblings, but confided in one close friend that they had been inflicted by her parents, adding that her mother considered her a little bitch who deserved her beatings. By the mid-1980s, rumours of Rose's sex life had reached several of the children's classmates, and Heather made the possibly life-threatening decision to confide in her friends that many of these rumours were in fact true. The father of one of these classmates was a friend of Mr. West. As such, word soon reached Fred and Rose that Heather had divulged details of their home life, including details of her mother's promiscuity to her classmates. Fred was so concerned by these revelations that he began to escort Heather to and from school until her graduation in 1986. At this time, the teen applied for many jobs to get away from Cromwell Street. Having set her hopes of escaping on a job in Torquay, when she was declined from this position, she reportedly loudly cried herself to sleep for the night, and the next day, the others returned from school to find her gone. Both parents lied, suggesting she had ran away with a lesbian lover to Torquay, and said the police could not be contacted because Heather was involved with credit card fraud. Fred occasionally jokingly threatened the children that they would end up under the patio like Heather if they either misbehaved or divulged the mistreatment they endured to anyone outside the household. With Rose's approval, he later constructed a barbecue pit immediately opposite where Heather had been buried. He placed a pine table on her grave for the children of the family to sit upon whenever the Wests held family gatherings at the garden. On the 25th of June in 2006, and in a joint operation with local police, 4 British men were arrested at a shopping centre in Morocco's capital, Rabat, after a 3-month-long investigation. These inquiries culminated in a search warrant being issued to excavate the West's garden in February of 1994. Heather was the turning point and the undoing in Mr. West's lies. In May of 1992, Fred asked his 13-year-old daughter, Louise, to bring some bottles to a room on the first floor of their home. Rose was not home. Shortly thereafter, Louise was found by her siblings writhing in pain, sobbing that her father had raped her. At one stage, partially strangled her. When Rose returned home, Louise confided her mother, to which Rose replied, "Oh well, you were asking for it." Over the following weeks, Louise was raped 3 more times, with Rose personally witnessing one. Fred also filmed one of these rapes. Several weeks later, Louise was brave enough to confide in a close friend what her father had done. This friend told her own mother what had happened on August the 4th. The friend's mother anonymously informed the police. On the 6th of August 1992, the police searched the West household, stating they were searching for stolen property. Although numerous objects of sexual paraphernalia, including 99 pornographic videos of both homemade and otherwise, were discovered, police did not find the video depicting the assault on Louise. The 13-year-old made a false statement describing her father's actions. The fact the sexual abuse had begun when she was 11, and that her mother had been casually indifferent to her plight. All of the children in the household were placed in foster care the following day. Medical examinations revealed evidence of physical and sexual abuse. Police began their full-scale investigation, eventually leading to Fred being charged with 3 counts of rape and 1 of buggery, with Rose named as an accomplice. She was also charged with child cruelty, inciting her husband to engage in sex with their daughter, and obstructing the police. The Wests were questioned as to the whereabouts of their eldest daughter, Heather, and were unable to get their story straight. Although Fred claimed Heather was alive and well and supporting herself via prostitution, while Rose initially claimed to have no knowledge of Heather's whereabouts or why she had left home. Her final story suggests that she had given her daughter £600 to encourage her to leave the household, so as to protect her from the other children and her homosexual tendencies, before further stating to have maintained sporadic telephone contact with her daughter over the years. The following day, Rose was granted bail on the condition she did not maintain contact with any of the family before her trial. As Fred awaited trial, he was held on remand in Birmingham. Anna Marie also contacted the police to offer a full statement detailing her experiences as a child. In a statement given to Detective Constable Hazel Savage, Anna Marie recounted the extensive physical, mental and sexual abuse she had endured as a child at the hands of her father and stepmother, agreeing to testify against both parents at the upcoming trial. Anna Marie was also added that she had for several years been unsuccessfully attempting to trace her mother Rena and half-sisters Charmaine and Heather, who were at this point still assumed missing as opposed to dead. Chris Davis, Anna Marie's husband, said that although Heather had not shared the details of her enduring any sexual abuse, he had been so concerned for her welfare he had offered to confront her parents, to which the girl had said, "For Christ's sake, don't, because they'll kill us both." Davis then suggested they might wish to speak to the missing daughter Heather for more details. 2 months later, Gloucester Social Services also contacted police to stress their concern over the whereabouts of Heather. This case against the West collapsed when Anna Marie and her 13-year-old half-sister Louise declined to testify at the court case on the 7th of June 1993, with the child rape victim expressing her desire to return to her family, and Anna Marie choosing to withdraw her statement because of her noting the misery of her younger siblings and her fear of Rose. However, it was not the end of the case, as DC Hazel Savage was still rightly suspicious of the couple. Police, while retracing Fred's history, discovered that although Rena and Charmaine had disappeared in 1971, no missing person report had ever been filed on either of them. Convinced Heather was dead and that Fred's repeated statement to his children that her body lay beneath the family patio might be true, Gloucester Police successfully applied for a search warrant authorising the search of 25 Cromwell Street to locate Heather's remains. In the early hours of the following morning, Fred told his son Stephen to go to the papers and make as much money as he could, as he had done something bad, before handing himself in to the police for Heather's death. At 11:15 that morning, Fred admitted to the police he had indeed killed his daughter in an act of manslaughter. He confessed to strangling Heather in a fit of rage, then dismembering her body in the ground floor bathroom with a heavy serrated knife he normally used for cutting slabs of frozen meat. Her remains had been stored in a dustbin as he waited for an opportunity to dig her grave. Fred was insistent his wife had no knowledge of the daughter's murder. Adding the fact the search team had not yet unearthed Heather's remains was because they had been excavating the wrong section of his garden, likely a cover-up to hide the locations of the other bodies, but it did not work. Not long later, police found a human thigh bone in a section of the garden Fred had insisted police need not look in. Excavating the section of the garden where Fred had indicated he had buried his daughter's body, investigators discovered human remains encased in the remnants of a bin bag and tied with 2 lengths of rope. The body's fingernails were discovered in a pile, suggesting they may have been torn from her fingers as a means of torture. The body was identified via dental records as being that of Heather West. That evening, having been formally charged with his daughter's murder and questioned as to why police had also discovered a 3rd thigh bone, Fred confessed there were 2 further sets of human remains in his garden, one of whom he named as Shirley Robinson. Both sets of human remains were discovered on the 28th of February, and Fred was charged with both murders 2 days later. The decision was made to thoroughly search the entire property following the recent discoveries. Rose was placed into a safe house in a nearby town of Dursley, as police commenced their search inside 25 Cromwell Street. Informed of this fact, plus the pressure of 16-hour interrogations every day as to his, Rena and Charmaine's whereabouts, Fred authorised his solicitor to pass a note he had written to the leader of the murder investigation, Superintendent John Bennett of the Gloucestershire Police. This note, dated the 4th of March, read, "I, Frederick West, authorise my solicitor, Howard Ogden, to advise Superintendent Bennett that I wish to admit to a further approximately 9 killings. Expressly, Charmaine, Rena, Linda Goth, and others to be identified. Signed, Mr. F. West." Questioned further, Fred told police there were a further 5 bodies on the property of 25 Cromwell Street. Most of these victims, he suggested, had been hitchhikers or girls he had murdered in the 70s after picking them up at bus stops. Fred claimed these 6 victims had been killed when they had threatened to inform Rose of his cheating, and that he had transported their bodies to Cromwell Street to abuse, dismember, and then bury in shallow graves. Between the 5th and 8th of March, police found a further 6 bodies of young females at 25 Cromwell Street. He shifted all blame for any of the crimes to himself rather than the 2 of them. Each victim had been extensively mutilated, and each body bore evidence of having been subjected to extreme sexual abuse prior to the act of murder. Each set of remains was missing numerous bones, particularly phalanges. Fred refused to divulge the reason or whereabouts of the bones missing from each set of remains. Suspicions rose against Mrs. West following her husband's revelations. Rose was arrested on 20th of April 1994, initially on offences relating to the rape of an 11-year-old girl and the physical assault of an 8-year-old boy, both charges dating from the mid-1970s. The following day, she was refused bail and transferred to Puckle Prison to be held in the maximum security wing. Here, she was questioned more closely about the murders, in particular those of her daughter Heather and Linda Goth, and on the 25th of April, she was formally charged with Goth's murder. By the 6th of May, Fred and Rose were jointly charged with 5 counts of murder, with Rose simply replying, "I'm innocent," upon hearing each charge. As well as the murders of the victims exhumed from Cromwell Street, Fred had confessed to the murders of his first wife and stepdaughter. and to knowing the location of Anne McFall's remains. Although he always denied killing her, Fred agreed to identify each burial location, and their remains were unearthed between the 10th of April and the 7th of June. Fred and Rose West were brought before a magistrate's court in Gloucester on the 30th of June 1994. He was charged with 11 murders and she was charged with 9. This was the first time the couple had seen each other since Fred's February arrest. Prior to hearing the formal charges against them, Fred leaned toward his wife and gently placed his hand upon her shoulder, which she physically rejected. Both were ordered held on remand. As police attempted to lead Fred from the hearing, he resisted their efforts and again attempted to move towards Rose, who again winced and attempted to writhe away from his grasp. Immediately after this court appearance, Fred was rearrested on suspicion of murdering Anne McFall and was formally charged with Anne McFall's murder on the 3rd of July, appearing in court the following morning. Fred had become increasingly depressed in his time in prison, and Rose's public rejection of him at Gloucester Magistrates Court on the 30th of June did not help. Her refusal to reply to letters he sent her, and reports leaked to the press in which she had assumed the role of grieving mother who had lost a daughter and stepdaughter to her husband, and in which she declared both her innocence of murder and her hatred of him, had all made Mr. West not only angry, but resentful of his wife. In response to being ignored, Fred withdrew his earlier confessions to having acted alone in the murders, and instead accused his wife of almost total culpability in all the murders to which he had been charged, excluding that of Anne McFall, which he claimed had been committed by his first wife. The duo had now turned against each other in a bid to not only hurt one another, but shift all blame. Not prepared to deal with the consequences of their crimes, Rose refusing to go down together and Fred insisting he not go alone. Unfortunately, he never paid his dues in prison. Following his conviction on the 1st of January 1995, Fred West hanged himself in his cell by using an improvised rope he had constructed from a blanket and tags he had stolen from prison laundry bags around his neck. At the bottom of the suicide note found in his cell was a drawing of a gravestone, within which was written, "In loving memory, Fred West, Rose West, rest in peace. Where no shadow falls, in perfect peace he waits for Rose, his wife." Rose was tried alone. At pre-trial proceedings in February, Rose pleaded not guilty to 10 charges of murder, the murder of Charmaine West having been added to the original 9 after Fred's suicide. Prosecution witnesses included Cromwell Street lodgers, victims, relatives, Rose's mother, and surviving victims including stepdaughter Anna Marie West, Catherine Holliday, a former lover of Mr. West, and Carolyn Owens, and a Miss A who had been sexually assaulted at 14 by Fred and Rose West in 1977, whose identity is hidden, and who described Rose as a more aggressive perpetrator of the two, damning her as a sexual deviant though she pled otherwise. The final witness to testify at Rose's trial was Fred's appointed appropriate adult, Janet Leach, whom the prosecution had called to testify in rebuttal to the tape recordings of Fred's confessions, in which he had stressed Rose had known nothing at all about any of the murders. Leach testified that Fred had confided in her that on the evening prior to his 25th February arrest, he and Rose had formed a pact whereby he would take full responsibility for all the murders, many of which he had privately described to her as being some of Rose's mistakes. He had further divulged that Rose had indeed murdered Charmaine while he had been incarcerated, and had also murdered Shirley Robinson. Following 7 weeks of trial, the judge sentenced Rosemary to life in prison, emphasizing that she should never be paroled, and to this day she professes her innocence in the case, though her surviving victims make a convincing case otherwise. While the case seemed to be over for many years, in the past month, suspicions as to the disappearance of 15-year-old Mary Bastholm has been theorized to be another possible victim of the Wests, particularly as she was a waitress at a cafe Fred frequented. But to date, no body has been found, while the young girl's boyfriend at the time suggests Mr. West was not responsible. Mr. West's son, Stephen, has said that he firmly believes the missing teenager was an early victim of his father, as Fred had openly boasted of having committed Bastholm's murder whilst on remand. Police were unable to charge Fred with his crime as they had no evidence. Police have begun to excavate the grounds of a cafe in Gloucester after receiving information that the body of Mary Bastholm may be buried there. Mr. West is known to have conducted repair work on the drains of this cafe in late 1967, making it a possible dumping ground for more of the young women he targeted. However, the likelihood of Mr. West moving from the comfort of their home to a dump site seems very unlikely, as they never divert over the years of their wrongdoing, though only time can tell what could be uncovered there. An unfortunate update to the story is that after searching multiple suspicious voids at the cafe, they found no bodies, which is both a relief and also a sad story because we still don't know where Mary is. The crimes committed by Fred and Rose West will never be forgotten about in the UK, and we are still discovering the crimes they committed together to this day. We'll keep you updated as this story develops if there are any new updates. Thank you for joining us, and if you enjoyed this extra long story, please make sure to like, subscribe, and share this content. Thank you again for joining us, and as always, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we're going to take a look at the infamous legend, Howard Marks. Dennis Howard Marks was born on the 13th of August 1945. He was a Welsh smuggler and author who achieved notoriety as an international cannabis smuggler through high-profile court cases. At his peak, he claimed to have been smuggling consignments of the drug as large as 30 tons per time and was connected with groups as diverse as the CIA, the IRA, MI6 and the Mafia. He was eventually convicted by the American Drug Enforcement Administration and given a 25-year prison sentence. He was released in April 1995. After serving 7 years. Though he had up to 43 aliases, he became known as Mr. Nice after he brought a passport from convicted murderer Donald Nice. After he was released from prison, he published the best-selling autobiography Mr. Nice and campaigned publicly for changes in drug legislation. Mr. Marks was born in Kenfig Hill near Bridgend, Wales, the son of Dennis Marks, the captain of a merchant navy, and Edna, a teacher. Brought up as a Baptist, he later turned to Buddhism, though he did not become a devout follower. He attended Gar Grammar School in the Pontissima, and he was a fluent Welsh speaker. He gained a place at Balliol College in Oxford after he impressed Russell Meigs in his interview and read physics there from 1964 to 1967. At the university, he was first introduced to cannabis, Dennis Irving, after a friend, Joshua Macmillan, the son of Maurice Macmillan, died. Mr. Marks swore of never getting involved in hard drugs. Among his friends at Oxford were the epidemiologist Julian Petto and the journalist Lynn Barber. Through a mixture of cheating and last-minute cramming, he passed his finals. This was despite months of taking drugs rather than attending classes, and serious infections which he had developed a few weeks before the exams. In 1967, he began teacher training and married Elsie Kadigas, a Latvian student at St Anne's College, Oxford, who was also training to become a teacher. He gave up teacher training to continue his education at the University of London in 1967 to 68, then back to Balliol College in Oxford in 1968 to 69, and then on to the University of Sussex in 1969 to 70 to study philosophy of science. Mr. Marks' daughter, Amber Marks, is a barrister and a pharmacology expert. Though involved with drugs at university, he sold cannabis only to his friends or acquaintances until 1970, when he was persuaded to assist Graham Plinston, who had been arrested in Germany on drug trafficking charges. Through Mr. Plinston, he met Mohammed Durrani, a Pakistani hashish exporter who was a descendant of the Durranis, who had run Afghanistan in the 19th century. With Mr. Plinston behind bars, Mr. Durrani offered Mr. Marks the opportunity to sell drugs on a large scale in London, and he agreed to the proposition. He formed a four-way partnership with Charlie Radcliffe, Charlie Weatherly, and a dealer named Jarvis. Mr. Durrani never contacted them, and so the group acquired smaller quantities of hashish from various sources and began selling the drug in Oxford, Brighton and London. After 6 months, he returned to Germany to help bail out Mr. Plinson out of jail. Mr. Marx was a useful means of transferring money as he did not have a criminal record. Now a free man, Mr. Plinson gave Mr. Marx a job transporting hashish from Frankfurt. Mr. Marx in turn hired a New Zealand smuggler named Lang as his driver. After paying Mr. Marx £5,000 for his work in Frankfurt, Mr. Plinson then sold hashish to Mr. Marx and his 3 friends, Mr. Radcliffe, Mr. Reveley and Jarvis, in London. In selling 650 kilos within a week, the 4 men made a profit of £20,000. Mr. Durrani then arranged for the hashish to be smuggled in furniture of Pakistan diplomats who were moving to London. Mr. Marx would then intercept the furniture to find the drugs. This agreement netted him a profit of £7,500. Mr. Marx expanded his enterprise, employing 2 of his friends from Wales, Mike Bell and David Thomas, to stash the drugs and help with transportation. The gang became dissatisfied with the way the profits were being split. 80% of the money they made went back to Mr. Durrani, and contacted James McCann, a gunrunner for the Provisional Irish Republic Army, the IRA. Mr. Marx and Mr. Plinson persuaded Mr. McCann to smuggle hashish into Ireland from Kabul, which the pair would then ferry over to Wales and into England. Mr. McCann would get the drugs into Ireland through the Freeport at Shannon Airport using his IRA connections. Mr. Marx avoided the attention of HM Revenue and Customs by creating a paper trail that indicated he made his money from selling stamps and dresses. By 1972, he was making £50,000 with each shipment. By the end of the year, he was approached by Hamilton Macmillan of the Secret Intelligence Service MI6, a friend from Oxford University, who recruited Mr. Marx to work for the MI6 because of his connections in the hashish producing countries of Lebanon, Pakistan and Afghanistan, for his abilities to seduce women and for his contacts with the IRA. The next year, Mr. Marx began exporting cannabis to the United States to the Brotherhood of Eternal Love, hiding the drugs in the music equipment of both fictional pop groups that were supposed to be touring the country. He further expanded his operation with other smugglers and other methods of trafficking, often using his Oxford connections. As Mr. McCann was in danger of being executed by the IRA should MI6 tip them off about his involvement in the drugs, Mr. Marx then gave up the smuggling operation at Shannon Airport. Following the Littlejohn affair, MI6 ceased their relationship with Mr. Marx, while his American operation came to an end after police opened a speaker full of cannabis and arrested gang member James Gator, leading to other arrests in Europe. Mr. Marx was arrested by Dutch police in 1973, but skipped bail in April 1974. The British press then made him a nationally known figure, reporting that he was feared abducted by the IRA for his connections with MI6. With most of his fortune confiscated by the authorities, he made his way to Italy, where he lived in a Winnebago for 3 months before returning to England in secret in October 1974. At this point, he began a relationship with Judy Lane. The couple married in 1980 and had 3 children together. Previously been in a 5-year relationship with Rose Lewis, with whom Mr. Marx had a daughter. Mr. Marx then contacted Ernie Combs, a member of the Brotherhood of Eternal Love, with John Denby, a man with connections in the hashish producing nation of Nepal. With the help of the Yakuza, large quantities of the drug would be exported to the John F. Kennedy International Airport in guise of air conditioning equipment, where Don Brown's mob, headed by Carmine Gelante, would then take possession of the drugs. A 500 kilo deal was set up and executed on the 4th of July 1975, leaving Mr. Marx a very wealthy man. Other deals up to 750 kilos followed, and Mr. Marx continued to live under assumed names in the United Kingdom. In 1976, he travelled to America and set up a 1,000 kilo deal between Mr. Combs and Lebanese Sam, also known as Sam the Skunkman, making himself £300,000 in the process. He continued to regularly set up deals between his various American and Far East connections. In need of a new identity after his alias Anthony Tunnicliffe was compromised in a police sting in 1978, he brought Donald Nice's passport. Between 1975 and 1978, 24 loads, totaling £55,000 of marijuana and hashish, had been successfully imported through John F. Kennedy Airport in New York. They involved the Mafia, the Yakuza, the Brotherhood of Eternal Love, the Thai Army, the Palestine Liberation Operation, Pakistani Armed Forces, Nepalese monks, and other individuals from all walks of life. The total profit made by all concerned was $48 million. They'd had a good run. Mr. Marx, concluding the JFK episode of drug trafficking in his Mr. Knife autobiography, said, "The run had ended after the Drug Enforcement Agency, the DEA, began intercepting the drugs and arresting mafia associates in New York. In the late 1970s, the Trafficante crime family, under the leadership of Santo Trafficante Jr., were importing Colombian cannabis into the US on freighter ships, thus driving down the price of drug in the streets of America. In December 1979, Cante exported 50 tons of cannabis direct from Colombia to Mr. Marx and his contacts in the UK, enough at the time to supply the entire British market for almost a year. In 1980, Mr. Marx was arrested by customs officers for his part of importing £15 million of cannabis. Police had followed associates of Mr. Trafficante's family into a large stash of cannabis. When arrested, he was in possession of numerous pieces of incriminating evidence, as well as £30,000 in cash. Defended by Lord Hutchinson, Mr. Marx pleaded not guilty, concocting a story that he was an agent for MI6, concealing the fact that his relation to MI6 ended in 1973, and the Mexican Secret Service that had set up an identity as a drug smuggler in order to close the net on James McCann, wanted in Britain for his IRA activities. The jury found him innocent of drug smuggling, but guilty of using false passports, and Mr. Marx was sentenced to 2 years imprisonment, but released after 5 days, having already served most of his time before sentence was passed. HM Customs then arrested him for his part of the 1973 smuggling operation, but followed a plea bargain and time off for remission. He served just 3 months of a 3-year sentence. Released in May 1982, though with most of his employees still in prison for the crimes of which Mr. Marx had been acquitted, he spent the next year running a legitimate wine importing business, but he continued to spend more money than he was making, and the savings he made from drug smuggling in the 1970s began to dwindle. In 1983, Mr. McCann was still at large, and his smuggling enterprise was flourishing. He offered Mr. Marx the chance to sell 250 kilos of cannabis, and Mr. Marx accepted. Dutch police confiscated the full shipment and arrested Mickey Williams, a member of the London underworld, who had agreed to help Mr. Marx on the deal. Mr. Marx then travelled to the Far East to set up a cannabis deal with Salim Malik, a Pakistani hashish exporter who he had met through Mr. Durrani. Mr. Durrani had since suffered a fatal heart attack, and Phil Sparrowhawk, an exporter from Bangkok. They would smuggle their product to Ernie Combs in America. He also arranged a 500 kilogram deal with Mickey Williams, who had travelled to Bangkok after his release from prison in Amsterdam. Mr. Marx laundered his money through various fronts: a travel agency, a paper mill, wine importers, a bulk water transportation company, and a secretarial service. In 1984, Mr. Marx was approached to sell £300,000 worth of cannabis to a Central Intelligence Agency (CIA) agent looking to fund and arm Mujahideen in their war against the Soviet occupation, Operation Cyclone. The agent's contact with the APL ship suffered a heart attack and died on the journey to the US, leaving the drugs in the hands of the US official. The agent subsequently fled to Brazil to avoid prosecution. Though under surveillance, Mr. Marx continued to expand his underworld operations and set up a massage parlour in Bangkok Hotel with the help of Phil Sparrowhawk and Lord Moynihan. In 1986, he settled in Mallorca and continued to make vast sums smuggling Salim Malik's hashish into America. The DEA were meanwhile tapping Mr. Marx's phone and keeping him under surveillance, having arrested Ernie Combs. They came close to busting a large shipment of cannabis. When Mr. Marx was tipped off, the ship was redirected to Mauritius and the operation was aborted. As he continued to avoid DEA stings, he continued to make millions and continued to add to his underworld contacts, finding that he could use Chinese triads to launder his drug money more efficiently. A Philippine brothel-owning member of the House of Lords, Mr. Moynihan, was staying at the house of Spanish Chief Inspector of Police, Rafael Lafori. The Lord was being watched by an American CIA operative who was staying at the house of an English convicted sex offender, Jim Hobbs. The CIA operative was sharing accommodation with the IRA terrorist, Mr. McCann. The IRA terrorist was discussing a Moroccan hashish deal with the Georgian pilot of Colombia's Medellin cartel. Organising these scenarios was an ex-MI6 agent, Mr. Marx, currently supervising the sale of 30 tons of Thai cannabis in Canada, and whose house could be found Pakistani's major supplier of hashish, Mr. Malik. Attempting to understand the scenarios was a solitary DEA agent. The stage was set for something. The DEA's efforts to apprehend Mr. Marx were made extremely difficult thanks to the wide-ranging contacts Mr. Marx had. In September 1987, many of these contacts were with Mr. Marx in Palma. When friends of his were busted by the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, Mr. Marx decided to retire from drug smuggling to concentrate on his legitimate businesses, citing the fate of his friends and contacts who were either in jail, informing the DEA, or smuggling heavier drugs. In November 1988, DEA agent Craig Lovato arrested both Howard and Judy Marx and extradited the couple back to the United States. Arrests of those involved in Mr. Marx's various criminal activities were made in Britain, Spain, the Philippines, Thailand, the Netherlands, Pakistan, Switzerland, the United States and Canada. This was the work of Operation Eclectic, set up in 1986 by both DEA and Scotland Yard and aided by numerous other law enforcement organisations around the world. Mr. Marx was taken from Palma to Modelo prison in Barcelona and then to Calameco in Madrid. There he was handed a 40-page document which detailed the allegations of his drug smuggling activities between 1970 and 1987, charging him with operating a racket described in the RICO Act. In his autobiography, Mr. Marx stated that although the charge against Judy and some others were absurd, the formal accusations against me, in general terms, were true. The recently passed Sentencing Reform Act meant that he was facing a minimum of 10 years to a maximum life sentence without the possibility of parole. The Order National ordered his extradition to Florida. After being shown the prosecution evidence against him, Mr. Marx attempted to construct a defence that his smuggling operations were directed to Australia and that he never exported to the United States and therefore never broke US law. He again cultivated the myth that he was a spy for MI6 and claimed that he was set up by CIA because he had discovered that CIA agents were smuggling drugs into Australia. He and his lawyers spent hours reviewing the phone tapping evidence to make the coded conversations about smuggling into America seem to suggest that the drugs were actually being smuggled into Australia. Research was done into weather patterns to prove tentative links between what was said by Mr. Marx and his associates and what was happening at the time in Australia. Mr. Marx and his wife were extradited in 1989 and he was given the Miranda rights on the flight from Spain to US. In Florida, Judy pleaded not guilty to her small part in a racket and was released, having already served some months in prison in Spain. The money Mr. Marx made from his smuggling operations was spent on legal fees. He refused to plea bargain or to inform on his associates, gambling that he could convince the jury and the authorities that they had got the wrong man. As the trial began in July 1990, Patrick Lane, his brother-in-law and fellow smuggler, wrote to Mr. Marx to inform him that he was likely going to testify against Mr. Marx in court so that he could get a more lenient sentence for himself. Mr. Marx was still confident in beating the DEA in court, but Ernie Combs also agreed to testify for the prosecution so as to secure the release of his wife, and Mr. Marx had little choice but to change his plea to guilty to racketeering charges. He was sentenced to 25 years in jail and given a $50,000 fine. Though he had originally been sentenced to 15 years, he was taken back into court after the judge realised he had misspoken and said that his 10 and 15 year sentences were to run consecutively and not, as he originally stated, concurrently. He spent several years imprisoned in the Federal Correctional Complex, Terre Haute, in Indiana, a very rough prison. He had originally been sentenced to serve time at Butner, but Agent Lovato instead insisted that he serve time at Terre Haute, one of the 6 most secure prisons in the country. Terre Haute had the worst reputation of the 6, gang rape and violence. Despite this, Mr. Marx remained in good terms and with many violent inmates housed there, as he was British and a famous non-rat, and this helped him to avoid conflict by being nice, charming and eccentric. During his time there, he befriended many notorious criminals and members of 4 of the reputed 5 families, including Gennaro Jerry Langella of the Colombo crime family, James Jimmy C. Cunan, John Johnny Kernegs Canigla, and Frankie Locke Lacasillo of the Gambino family, Anthony Bruno Indelicato of the Bonanno crime family, and Vittorio Little Vic Amuzzo and Joey Testa of the Lucchese crime family. He also made friends with Veronza Boas Jr. of the Black Panther Party and James Big Jim Nolan of the Outlaws Motorcycle Club. Owing to his status as an Oxford University graduate with alleged connections to the British Secret Intelligence Service, he was treated as a potential escapee and spent many weeks in solitary confinement, though he never attempted to escape or threaten prisoners or prison staff. During his time in prison, he found success as a jailhouse lawyer for other inmates, securing one overturned conviction. He gave up cigarettes for the last 3 years of his sentence. In January 1999, he was granted parole after prison officers testified that he was a model prisoner who spent much of his time helping fellow prisoners pass their GED exams. He was released in April 1995. In acting, Mr. Marx acted as a gangster in the film Kill a Bitch in 2010. He also starred in the film I Know You Know in 2009 and appeared as Satan in the 2006 movie adaptation of the Dirty Sanchez television series and had a cameo appearance in the film Human Traffic in 1999. He appeared as himself in Amsterdam, aka Stoners Express, in 2016. Mr. Marx stood for election in the UK Parliament in 1997 on the single issue of legislation of cannabis. He contested 4 seats at once: Norwich South against future Home Secretary Charles Clarke, Norwich North, Neath and Southampton Test, and picked up around 1% of the vote. This led to the formation of the Legalisation Cannabis Alliance, the LCA, by Alan Buffy in 1999. The party reformed as the Cannabis Law Reform in 2011. He also argued for the legislation of cannabis in numerous television programs in the United Kingdom. On October 1st, 2010, he was interviewed on Ireland's The Late Show. The Dutch cannabis seed bank, Sensi Seeds, dedicated their strain Mr Nice G13 times hash plant to Mr Marx for his advocacy work. His close links to the likes of Gruff Rhys led to Mr Marx being associated with the radical changes of the Cool Semiru movement and changing the face of modern Wales. Following his release from prison, Mr Marx published an autobiography called Mr Nice in 1996, which has been translated into several languages. He also compiled an anthology called Howard Marks' Book of Dope Stories in 2001, and more recently, on follow-on form from his autobiography, Senor Nice, Straight Life from Wales to South America. Senor Nice differs from his previous book, as drugs are not a central part of the story, and while autobiographical, the book is more Mr Marx' own exploration of his claimed ancestor, the pirate Sir Henry Morgan. In 2011, he penned the thriller Sympathy for the Devil. His final book, Mr Smiley, My Last Pill and Testament, was published in 2015 by Pan Macmillan. Mr Marx held a series of book reading into 2014. In these live events, he revealed it to his audience the tales of his smuggling days and his time in prison, as well as offered insight into the drug production and the arguments for legalization of cannabis. Mr Marx and the comic writer Pat Mills collaborated on the comic strips, which tied in with Sony's Infamous 2 video game. In the music world, he appeared as a guest on BBC's music quiz Nevermind the Buzzcocks. He also collaborated with the Welsh group Super Furry Animals on their album Fuzzy Logic, released in May 1996, which features a track entitled Hanging Around with Howard Marks, and also worked on their singles The Man Don't Give a Fuck and Ice Hockey Hair. He featured on the album Angel Headed Hip Hop 2009 with Lee Harris and River Styx. He also worked with former Happy Mondays guitarist Kev Sandhu and appeared in numerous British festivals, including Glastonbury in 2009 and 2011, Beautiful Days, Rockness, Camp Festival, Kendall Calling and the Sonisphere Festival. He also featured in the Reverend and Makers track MDMA Amazing in their third album Reverend Makers in 2012. Mr Marx was a subject of the biography High Times in 1984, written by David Lee. Mr Marx was also the subject of a film, Mr Nice, in 2010, named after his 1997 autobiography. The film featured Reef Ifans as Mr Marx and Chloe Sevigny as his wife Judy. In 2013, Mr Marx recounted his story in an episode of the television series Banged Up Abroad. On 25th of July 2015, it was announced that Mr. Marx had inoperable colorectal cancer. He died of the disease in the 10th of April 2016 at the age of 70. Mr. Marx will always be remembered as a legend in the UK criminal underworld. Thank you for joining us today. What are your opinions of Mr. Marx? Was you aware that Mr. Marx was such an important figure in the UK cannabis industry? Please let us know what you think in the comments below. Thank you for joining us today. If you enjoyed this content, please don't forget to like and share. And if you're new to the channel and want to see more Street Crime UK content, hit subscribe and press that bell so you can join us on the next video. Thank you for joining us, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more content. Today we take an in-depth look into a man who was responsible for many crimes in and around the UK, but he is probably the most famous for being the man whose death caused the imprisonment of the Kray twins. Jack Dennis McVitty, who was born on the 19th of April in 1932 and more commonly known as Jack the Hat, was a very well-known and notorious English criminal from London in the 1950s to the 60s. He is posthumously famous for triggering the imprisonment and downfall of the Kray twins. He had acted as an enforcer and hitman during his criminal career, and he was known to have strong links to the firm, a dangerous criminal gang who operated in London in the 1950s and 60s. A known drug trafficker by the 1960s, he had been an associate of the Kray twins for some time, and although never a permanent member of the firm, was regularly employed to commit various crimes on their behalf. It was an arrangement that must have not worked out, as Jack McVitty was murdered by Reggie Kray in 1967. Reggie Kray was arrested the following year for the murder, and after pleading not guilty and taking a trial, he was eventually found guilty and received life imprisonment at his trial, which was held in March of 1969. Reggie Kray remained in prison until just before his death in the year 2000. Ronnie Kray was also in prison for life at the same time as his brother for the murder of George Cornell, which had happened in 1966, and Ronnie Kray remained in prison until his death in 1995. Jack McVitty was born on April 19th, 1932 in Battersea, which is in South London. Mr. McVitty was one of the 5 children, which included his brothers Henry, Leonard and Fred, and a sister Jean. During World War II, the family was forced to split up and he lived with his aunt in Gilby Road, Tooting. His first criminal conviction was in October of 1946, when he was taken to Buntingford Juvenile Court for stealing a watch and cigarettes. When Mr. McVitty was 14, he met Esther Marney, who was a year younger than him. She attended the Western Road Secondary Modern School for Girls in Mitcham. Mr. McVitty and Marie were engaged by 1949, and Marie fell pregnant very soon after. His daughter Marie Elizabeth was born at St James Hospital in Balham on the 6th of September 1950. He was partaking his national service at the time, and soon married Marie at Wandsworth Registry Office when he returned. The small family moved to a property in Forest Road, East London. Mr. McVitty was aged 18 at the time. Marie rarely got to see Mr. McVitty. When he was on army detention in Reading, which inevitably caused immense pressure on their relationship, and the couple shortly separated after his release. Mr. McVitty's criminal life began properly in the March of 1952. He was put into the Borstal system after he was caught stealing, and also around 4 months later received 1 month imprisonment and further time in Borstal for assaulting a police officer. In 1954, Mr. McVitty met Sylvia Ann Mitchell, who became his common-law wife, and he has his second child with her, Tony Jackson McVitty, in 1958. However, still living a life of crime, Mr. McVitty was soon after sentenced again, but this time to 7 years imprisonment on the 3rd of April 1959. This was after being found guilty with 3 other men of being in possession of explosives and for possessing a flick knife in public. This was too long of a sentence for Miss Mitchell to stick around for, and the couple soon separated. Jack McVitty was 5 feet 9 inches tall and was a heavy built man. He had blue eyes and on his hands, arms and chest numerous tattoos. One tattoo being Anne on his left wrist. Many people spoke well of him, despite his brutal reputation that he had of being a very violent drunkard. The nickname Jack the Hat is said to have been given to him because of a trilby hat that he always used to wear. He wore the hat to try and cover up his hair loss. Some even said that he wouldn't even take it off in the bath. It was also alleged that at some point he pushed a girlfriend out of a moving car whilst he was driving it, to which she suffered terrible injuries. At one time, he was described as a lovely man by Frankie Fraser, who said that he had spent some time with Mr. McVitty in prison. It was while they were in Exeter Prison in 1959 that Frank and Jimmy Andrews, who Mr. Cornell was visiting in hospital on the day of his murder, stuck up for Jack the Hat after he had a straight fight with a prison warden. Mr. McVitty had beat the officer fair and square, but there are no straight fights with the prison authorities, and Mr. McVitty was later dragged from his cell and badly beaten by multiple officers. Mr. Fraser and Mr. Andrews said that if Mr. McVitty was touched in any way, they would be left with no choice but to retaliate. So the next day, Mr. Fraser knocked out the prison governor and Mr. Andrews knocked out the chief prison officer. Mr. Fraser and Mr. Andrews ended up in hospital, badly beaten. Mr. McVitty received 12 strokes of the birch for his attack on the officer, Mr. Andrews got 15, and Mr. Fraser got the maximum amount which was allowed to be given, which was 18 strokes of the birch, for their assaults on the governor and the chief. For anyone unaware, when we say strokes of the birch, it's a very long, thin piece of wood that the prisoners are struck with, very similar to a whip. A known drug trafficker by the 1960s, he had been an associate of the Kray twins for some time, and although never a permanent member of the firm, was regularly employed to commit various crimes on the firm's behalf. On the 5th of November in 1965, Jack McVitty had been released from prison after serving his sentence for possessing explosives and carrying an offensive weapon. Apart from the occasional minor motoring offence, he had managed to keep himself out of trouble and had begun work as a bookmaster's clerk. He had also begun living with Sylvia Barnard, a woman whom he'd had his third child with. Since meeting Reggie Kray in prison, Jack McVitty had always wanted to work for the firm, and although dependent on drugs and as well as developing a serious drinking habit, he was allowed to. Jack Dixon was given the job of tailing Mr. McVitty, however, to make sure he did jobs that had been given to him by the Kray twins properly. But on the way back from one of those pickups, Mr. McVitty must have realised he was being followed, and drove so fast that Mr. Dixon lost him in traffic. By 1967, Mr. McVitty was now living at 42 Hartland Road in Stratford. He was getting arrogant and abusive, threatening the Kray twins and causing trouble to many of their criminal and legitimate friends. At one point, he got so drunk that he caused some very serious damage in Freddie Foreman's club. It was reported that he was so drunk that he had to be thrown out. This was much to the Kray twins' disappointment and embarrassment. Mr. McVitty also tried to shoot Tommy Flanagan in the Regency, and once, after cutting a man in the basement of the club, he went upstairs and wiped the bloody knife on a woman's dress. One evening, he had been stopped from entering the Regency for being too drunk. He came back later and threatened to shoot John Barry and his brother, the owners of the club, with a shotgun. They were paying protection to their silent partners Reggie and Ronnie Kray, and asked them if they could help sort it out. The Kray twins were now getting frequent complaints from many people about Mr. McVitty. They had warned him to calm down on numerous occasions, but he wouldn't listen. It was also reported that Mr. McVitty owed Ronnie and Reggie Kray a very significant large sum of money, and they wanted it back as Mr. McVitty wasn't one of the firm, and it's been said that the money he owed the Kray twins was for the contract killing of their business manager, Leslie Payne, which he took the money for but never carried out. In 1967, Ronnie paid Mr. McVitty £500 in advance to kill his ex-friend and business partner Leslie Payne. He promised he would give another £500 when the job was finished. This was amid fears that Mr. Payne was about to inform the police of the Kray twins' criminal activities. Mr. McVitty and a criminal associate, Billy Exley, set off to shoot Mr. Payne, but were unsuccessful. Mr. Exley, the driver for the crime, suffered from heart trouble, and Mr. McVitty was now heavily dependent on drugs. Mr. Exley started to lose his nerve when Mr. McVitty produced a handgun, a gun that was, in Mr. Exley's words, the size of a bleeding cannon. Arriving at Mr. Payne's home, Mr. McVitty hammered loudly on the front door, which, luckily for Mr. Payne, was opened by his wife. "He's not in," she said. "That's alright," said Mr. McVitty, and Mr. McVitty and Mr. Exley left. Instead of repaying the money, Mr. McVitty kept it. This incident, in part, led to Mr. McVitty's death. Reggie Kray was supposed to kill Jack McVitty with this gun, but it jammed. It was thrown into the River Lee after his death for it to be recovered by police on the 23rd of August 1968 by diver P.C. Philip Johns. It now features in Scotland Yard's Crime Museum. On the 29th of October 1967, Mr McVitty was invited to a party at 97 Evering Road in Stoke, Newington, London. With several of his underworld associates and their families, the Krays had secretly arrived at the party first, and had spent an hour cleaning away guests. Reggie Kray's initial plan to shoot Mr McVitty upon arrival failed. His gun jammed, and instead he stabbed Mr McVitty repeatedly in the face, chest and stomach as part of a brief but violent struggle. The twins quickly fled the scene, and Mr McVitty's body was deposited wrapped in elder down and left outside St Mary's Church, Rotherham, by Tony and Chris Lamborino and Ronnie Bender, who were minor members of the firm. When the Krays discovered the whereabouts of the corpse, they ordered it to be immediately moved, probably because of the close proximity of friend and associate Freddie Foreman. But the body was never recovered, although in an interview in 2000, which featured Reggie Kray giving a frank account of the activity of the firm 12 days before his death, Mr Foreman admitted to throwing Mr McVitty's body from a boat into the sea at Newhaven, Sussex. He was also reported to have been buried in a newly dug grave at Gravesend Cemetery in Kent. The evening before his death, he was drinking in the Regency Club when Reggie paid him a visit and the pair went to a Chinese restaurant. He warned Jack again about his conduct, and in the recent fracas with the Barrys, Jack the Hat complained that those bastards wouldn't let me in. Reggie told him, as he did many times before, that he was out of order and couldn't go around upsetting their friends and business associates. The meeting was quite amicable, and Reggie left, feeling that he had done all he could to let Jack know that he and Ronnie felt really badly about his attitude. But Reggie knew he was wasting his time, and that Jack the Hat McVitty was going to be a big problem for them. The following evening, Tony and Chris Lamborino took two friends, Tony and Alan Mills, to the Carpenter's Arms to meet with the twins. They were up-and-coming villains from Birmingham, and Chris was now working. He wasn't part of the firm, but his brother Tony Lamborino was. Although Chris was now based in Birmingham, he would come to London every few weeks to have a night out with his brother, and go up west or have a few drinks in one of the many East End clubs. The Carpenter's Arms was packed. The twins seemed in good form, and their parents were there, and a few of the firm. After Lamborino had introduced the Mills brothers and had a few drinks with Ronnie and Reggie, he wanted to move on somewhere else. Chris wanted to go up west, but his brother Tony persuaded him to have a drink in the Regency. When they arrived, Jack the Hat and Ronnie Hart joined them for a few drinks. Later in the evening, Jack noticed that Tony wasn't there, and he asked Chris where he had gone. Chris didn't know, but it wasn't too long before he returned. Tony said that there was a party in Evering Road at Blonde Carol's house, with plenty of women and drink, and they were all invited. Following McVitty's murder, the Krays and several other members of their gang were finally arrested by the Scotland Yard police officers who had been watching their exploits for years. At the Old Bailey on the 4th of March 1969, both were found guilty of murder and sentenced to life imprisonment with a recommendation that they should each serve a minimum sentence of 30 years. Ronnie's murder conviction was for the murder of rival gangster George Cornell, whom he shot dead in March of 1966. Sylvia McVitty, McVitty's widow, gave evidence against the Krays during the trial too. The jury took 6 hours and 55 minutes to reach their unanimous verdict. Never before at the Old Bailey had such a long and expensive trial taken place. The Krays' elder brother Charlie, together with Freddie Foreman, who helped move the body, and Connie Whitehead, were all found guilty of being accessories to McVitty's murder. Prison seemed to do much to encourage the myth and legends surrounding the Krays. Both had written best-selling books about their lives, and in 1990, a full-length film entitled The Krays was released, featuring real-life brothers Martin and Gary Kemp as the Kray twins. Jack McVitty was portrayed by actor Tom Bell in the film before also appearing in the 2004 film Charlie, this time depicted by Marius Swift. In the 2015 film about the Krays, Legend, he is played by Sam Spurrell. Thank you all for joining us again today. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more UK true crime content. And as always, stay safe.